This is a Wizard's Last Card. Volume 2 by Hitsujita. Translated by Byron Kun at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Prologue. The Egg. Why do humans only have 2 legs? If they had 3, they could spare one. Rix was extremely hungry. It had been nearly 10 days since he had eaten anything substantial. His stomach growled so loudly that it seemed to disrupt his thought processes. Let's rewind a bit. This was during Rix's days as a mercenary. Wearing tattered leather armor and carrying a sword with a badly worn blade, Rix wandered aimlessly through a vast wilderness. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but desolate plains. To the right and left, endless stretches of sandy terrain and countless rocky mountains surrounded Rix, with withered grass covering the landscape that stretched endlessly to the horizon. At this point, Rix didn't even know which direction he was heading, let alone where he was going. Rix's Black Mercenary Corps was hired by Lord Godric, a local lord in the Eastern Conflict Zone, to participate in the Battle of the Circis Wasteland 2 weeks ago. Their allies were utterly defeated and decimated on the first day of battle. In order to survive, the Black Mercenary Corps scattered and retreated. Rix became separated from his comrades and ended up where he is now. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. But, Rix suddenly looked up at the sky and couldn't hold back his frustration. Seriously, who would have thought we'd end up siding with Godric? We were doomed to lose even before the battle began. After all, Godric, the employer of Rix's Black Mercenary Corps, was utterly incompetent as a commander. He needlessly extended the front lines, disregarded logistics, constantly dribbled out troops piecemeal, and executed advisors who dared to counsel him, all the while only launching frontal assaults. You'd almost think he was doing it on purpose, such was the incompetence of his command. Godric, that is. To begin with, Godric squeezed exorbitant taxes from his subjects, indulged himself in luxury with that money, lived a life of debauchery, and repeatedly engaged in unjust wars of aggression and plunder against neighboring countries and tribes, violating non-aggression treaties, making enemies left and right. It's the epitome of idiocy. There's no way the righteous coalition forces, burning with indignation, could defeat the corrupt lord. It's impossible to liberate the oppressed people from tyranny. But then why did Rix's Black Mercenary Corps side with Godric in the first place? When asked, the leader of the Black Mercenary Corps simply replied, Because Godric's an idiot who offered us a ton of money. Fine. Do it alone. All alone. Rix pounded the ground vigorously with his battered sword. Just the thought of it made him angry. No one in their right mind would ally with Godric except for the money. It's all about the money. If Godric's an idiot, then we're fools. We're trash. Of course, Rix opposed the decision. With a commander of unparalleled incompetence and a clear disparity in military strength between the two sides in this war, the morale of the righteous enemy forces, from the generals to the lowest soldiers, was sky high. This highlights just how dire the situation was for Godric's side. There was hardly any chance of winning, and survival itself was hanging by a thread. Life is something money can't buy. Rix patiently explained this to his fellow mercenaries in the Black Mercenary Corps. Initially, they all agreed with Rix's perspective, praising him for his wisdom. However, the moment they were informed about the amount of money they would receive for their participation in this war by their leader, the reactions were as follows. Money? Yeah. Mercenary A. We can't listen to Rix's stupid opinions anymore. Mercenary B. Money is more important than life. It's cheap if you don't die. Mercenary C. According to my calculations, if I kill 1 or 10, I can defeat 100 enemies. Smirks. Mercenary D. I don't get it anymore. Just win. That's all that matters. Mercenary E. Why are they all so stupid and short-sighted? This is why mercenaries are. Rix pounded the ground vigorously with his battered sword. Just the thought of it made him angry. Oh. This is bad. I feel dizzy. At that moment, Rix suddenly dropped to his knees. The overwhelming hunger had pushed him past his limits, causing his consciousness to become hazy and his body to lose strength. His cognitive abilities were diminishing, and he could barely even comprehend where he was standing. The portable rations had long been depleted, and although it would be ideal to procure some food from the surroundings, all that seemed to grow were poisonous plants, with not a lizard or insect in sight. Without a doubt, starvation was imminent. Ha ha ha. I always prepared myself to meet my end on the battlefield someday, but starving to death is a bit much, Rix muttered sarcastically, gazing blankly at the ground with blurred vision. Suddenly, Rix noticed something partially buried in the ground, with only a small portion of it exposed. Was something? Could it be? Straining with his last ounce of strength, Rix used his sword as a makeshift shovel to unearth it. Eventually, what appeared before Rix was an egg. Yes, an egg. An egg with strange patterns floating on its surface. Noteworthy was its enormous size. It was as big as a human child. But that wasn't the important part. An egg. This is truly a gift from the heavens. What mattered was that it was a gigantic egg. A savior for Rix on the brink of starvation. Hooray! I don't know what kind of egg this is, but with one this big, I can survive for days. I'll eat it right away. Filled with joy, Rix mustered his last strength to gather dry branches and start a fire. Just then, crack! Suddenly, a single crack appeared on the egg in front of Rix. Crack, crack, crack. The crack spread across the entire surface of the egg. Snap, crash. Eventually, the egg completely shattered, its fragments scattering, revealing what was inside. Rix was taken aback by the sight. It was a girl. She was probably younger than Rix's in appearance. Rather than a girl, she was more like a child. Her body is neat and immature, with few ups and downs. Her skin is as fine as silk. Slender arms and legs. Fluffy golden hair that shines like a flame in the sunlight. Her face is beautifully shaped like a pretty mischievous fairy, and her emerald green eyes are like large jewels. Wandered vaguely near the ground. The girl was sitting on a flattened duck with no clothes on her back. Rix, his consciousness hazy with hunger, could only stare dumbfounded. It felt like he was in a daydream, devoid of any sense of reality. Gradually, the girl seemed to come back to her senses, her gaze wandering around, and then, her eyes met Rix's as he stood there dumbfounded before her. For several seconds, both of them exchanged glances. Eventually, light filled the vacant eyes of the girl, and she smiled. Turning to Rix, she spoke. Aniki. This was Rix's mercenary friend and sister Tran. Section. As a side note, 1 minute after the shocking encounter between Rix and Tran. I'm sorry, why is Aniki Aniki? Because, you see, I don't have a little sister, right? That's just how it is. Aniki is Aniki because he's Aniki. I don't really understand it well, but maybe Aniki is Aniki to Tran. It's not about logic anymore, it's just something Tran's soul feels. So, from now on, Tran will follow Aniki forever. Tran's life belongs to Aniki. Is that okay? I thought Aniki would say something like that. Thank you. I love you, Aniki. By the way, Aniki, why did you tie Tran's hands and feet to a stick and hang her over the firewood you just piled up? My view is upside down, and it's a bit hard for Tran. Is that a flint you just took out, Aniki? If you light that firewood, Tran will be roasted alive. I see. Oh, I get it, Aniki, you're planning to eat Tran? Ha ha ha, you're good at joking. Indeed, Tran's life belongs to Aniki, but not in that way. Wait, it's hot, my back, it's hot. Aniki, wait a minute. Is the fire lit? The fire, it's lit. Ooh. Flailing. Chapter 1. Many challenges ahead. On that day, the grounds of the Astoria Academy of Magic was bustling with excitement and fervor. First-year students, join the Flying Arts Club. Let's enjoy a fun student life together through sky racing. Beginners are also warmly welcomed. We are the Dueling Club. First-year comrades. If you're a man, if you're a mage, you want to become stronger, right? Of course, ladies are also welcome. Let's aim for the strongest together. We are the Astrology Club. First-year students, let's discover the destiny we should pursue together. Throughout the grounds, senpai students had set up booths, constantly recruiting passing first-year students and engaging in discussions about club activities. The first-year students, full of excitement, wandered around, wondering which booth to visit next and which club to join. Among those first-year students was the figure of Rix. "All right, I'm gonna find it. The club that suits me best. I'm gonna live out my student life to the fullest." Rix's eyes blazed with determination as he scanned the area, trying to decide which club booth to approach. His demeanor was so over the top, overly suspicious, and frankly, quite creepy. Wow, Rix is really maxing out his enthusiasm. His dedication to everything he does is one of Rix's good qualities. Watching Rix with lukewarm eyes, Randy and Annie commented. Rather, in Rix's case, he definitely has to join some club this time, right? It'd be more awkward if he didn't join any club at all, wouldn't it? It's gonna be seriously desperate. Seriously? He's too much of a fool. Serafina and Shino watched Rix with exasperated expressions. After-school extracurricular activities, meaning club activities, are generally not mandatory. It's up to the individual's discretion. In fact, like many typical schools, there are quite a few students who choose to remain unaffiliated, a so-called going-home club even here at the Astoria Academy of Magic. So why is Rix so insistent on joining some club or another? Let's rewind the story a bit. Section: If things continue like this, you'll be expelled. Why? Rix's anguished cry echoed through the room in response to the merciless decree of Astoria Academy of Magic's Grand Mage Darwin. This is the office of the Academy's headmaster. At the elegant desk in the back of the room, Headmaster Jake sat, with Darwin and the Academy's instructor Crawford standing in front of it, looking annoyed. Summoned by them, Rix, though trembling with fear, couldn't help but inquire about the true meaning behind their decree. "Just hold on a minute. Why on earth would you do something so unreasonable? It's because you're not only a whiner but also too stupid. Because you're so foolish it makes my skin crawl. You're no longer worth living. It's a shame to even allocate resources like oxygen to you. Just go quietly. That's the only and greatest contribution you can make to the world right now. You never shut up, do you? One day, someone will definitely stab you in the back, you know." Rix, with tears in his eyes, retorted fiercely to Darwin, whose insults were as sharp as ever. "Ha ha ha. You're unusually kind today, Darwin." "Well, considering the fact that the other party is still a first year, I'm cutting him some slack." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Jake, the headmaster, and Crawford, the teacher, exchange such casual remarks, Rix couldn't help but be shocked once again. However, with the current decree, Rix probably has no idea what's going on. "So, Crawford, why don't you explain instead?" "Huh? Me? Ugh. That's troublesome. How should I explain?" Despite scratching his tousled head, Crawford turned to Rix. With determined resolve in his eyes, Rix stared straight at Crawford. "Just to clarify, Crawford-san, it's true that I can't open a normal sphere. It's understandable to be called a failure, but that issue should have been resolved a long time ago, shouldn't it?" "Well, yeah, I don't know what happened in the upper echelons of the Academy, but I'll thoroughly resist any unfair and unreasonable treatment. I'll fight against it." "Well, you see, Rix, due to the special nature of your sphere, you've been given some consideration in practical magic exams, but recently, your grades in theoretical classes, including the midterm test conducted in all classes, have been the worst in the history of the Academy. To the point where there's no chance of redemption in the final exams. With favoritism this bad, there's no way to salvage the situation. So, I think you'll almost certainly be expelled in the end-of-year promotion assessment. I'm sorry." "Damn it, it's not just unreasonable. It's as legitimate a reason as it gets." Rix could do nothing but hold his head in despair at the fact that he had been defeated before even fighting. "Well, a worthless speck like you, no matter how many billions of ast you're worth, there's not a trace of favoritism for you. Could you please stop kicking me while I'm down, just for this moment?" "Ha ha ha. Well, Darwin here is very strict and fair when it comes to rules. He won't show favoritism even if the opponent is a noble." Headmaster Jake laughed heartily, adding a token follow-up to the tearful Rix's outburst. "But you know, I don't get it," Crawford muttered, scratching his head with a look of annoyance. "To be honest, Unlike the final exams, the midterm tests aren't that difficult. If you just study seriously, anyone can pass with decent grades. So, how could someone get such poor grades? That's right, isn't it? I was studying seriously like normal. So why? I even managed to memorize the multiplication tables recently. Oh, you're at that level, Darwin interjected. Just die already, you fool. That's so harsh, Rix retorted fiercely to Darwin's sharp insults as usual. But, I see, listening to this, it seems that the difference in upbringing plays a big role after all. Headmaster Jake spoke up at this point. According to my investigation, Riggs, were you a mercenary from the time you were aware of your surroundings? Huh? Ah, yes. So, it seems you have no experience of receiving proper elementary education! In fact, in the entrance exam for the Estorio Academy of Magic, in addition to subjects testing basic magic knowledge, there are exams for what are commonly known as general education subjects such as mathematics and science. As a scholarship student, exempted from those exams, it's inevitable that you're significantly behind other students in terms of basic knowledge. That's right, isn't it? Yes, but rules are rules, Headmaster Jake continued, cutting off Rix's hopes abruptly. No matter how unique your upbringing may be, we cannot treat you differently from others. If you don't meet the qualifications for promotion, the Academy has no choice but to expel you. That's right, isn't it? Damn. So, is there really no path for me other than being a mercenary? As Rix held his head in despair. Surprisingly, Headmaster Jake continued. However, but, you probably already have irreplaceable friends among your classmates. I understand well your desire to walk through a brilliant youth with them. I do want to do something about it somehow, but rules are rules, right? Exactly. But didn't I just say? If you don't meet the qualifications for promotion, the Academy has no choice but to expel you. So, it's simple. Just meet those promotion qualifications. By the end of year promotion assessment, that is. Huh? At those words from Headmaster Jake, Rix looked up. The qualification for advancement is a comprehensive evaluation to determine if the student is suitable to progress as a magician to the next rank. Certainly, the results of each subject's examination and the acquired credits conducted at the Academy significantly influence the qualification for advancement. But in reality, that's not all. For example, extracurricular activities. This Academy has various club activities, and students like Ken's engage in unique activities and training after school every day. If outstanding results are achieved in these extracurricular activities, the Academy is not hesitant to take them into account for advancement qualifications. Seriously? Yeah, what the headmaster says is serious. Seeing Rix's eyes widen in surprise, Crawford added with a bored expression. In fact, there have been students in the past who managed to avoid expulsion and advance through this method. Some even bulldozed their way through 3 years like that. While theoretical study is necessary for magicians, when it comes to whether one will truly succeed as a magician in the future, theory isn't everything. Actually, that's why it's troublesome. Personally, I can't agree with creating such ambiguous areas within rules that everyone should strictly adhere to. But I admit there's some truth to what Crawford says. Even though he seemed very displeased, even Darwin said so. By the way, just to add, club activities are officially permitted for first-year students starting from today, right after the midterm test results are returned. From today onwards, there should also be full-fledged recruitment activities for upperclassmen clubs. Rix, how about considering joining some club activities as well? Seeing the hopeful demeanor of the teachers, Rix's eyes sparkled as he enthusiastically declared, I got it. I'll join a club right away, and even though I don't really understand it, I'll show that outstanding achievement thing. If I can achieve that, and if it convinces the teachers, please let me continue staying at this academy. Ha ha ha. Of course, I'm looking forward to it, young man. With that settled, I'll start looking for club activities right away. I'll do it. With those words left behind, Rix turned on his heel and dashed out of the headmaster's office with determination. And well, that's how things went, more or less. In the first place, Riggs. Why were you such a mess during the test period when I was tutoring you every night? Ugh. Shino. Mercy. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Remembering the circumstances, Shino seemed to get even more upset, wrapping her arm around Riggs's neck from behind as he innocently bubbled with excitement in front of several club introduction booths. What's with this failing roll straight flush? Isn't that even harder? Were you just leaving things you didn't understand? I told you multiple times, if there's something you don't get, don't hesitate to ask. Didn't I? I'm sorry, Shino. I guess I was just unbelievably stupid. I didn't even realize I didn't understand, you idiot. I spent 2 hours every night during the test period helping you study magic. Give me back my precious time. All right. Next time, I'll teach Shino the mercenary style, battlefield assassination techniques. I'll devote 2 hours every night. I don't need that. Don't burden me with such terrible debts. Oh my. Shino-san, you're ruthless? With such a commotion, the two of them were tangled up, causing a ruckus. Despite everything, these two still get along as usual, Randy remarked, somewhere with a hint of amusement. Ha ha. Yeah, that's right, Annie said, wearing a somewhat complicated smile. Serafina frowned with displeasure, seeming somewhat irritated. Oh, come on. I'm thoroughly fed up and disappointed with you. It's not like I care about your expulsion or anything. I really don't care at all. Shino may say that, but there's hardly anyone she'd go out of her way to help with studying if she truly didn't care, added Randy. Glancing at Shino as she approached Trix, Randy smirked and laughed. Then, turning to Annie and Serafina, he said meaningfully, He. Currently, surprisingly proactive Shino seems to be taking the lead. Hey, Annie, Serafina. You two should be more assertive too. In the next moment, bam. What are you talking about, Randy? Do you have any idea what he's talking about? It's like he suddenly became an idiot. I have no clue what he's going to do next. Annie and Serafina, with a resolute look in their eyes, pressed their staff and rapier against Randy's neck from both sides, forming an X shape, causing Randy to recoil in terror. Eek. Sorry. Randy's face turned pale as he had no choice but to back off. Anyway, let's explore various club activities around the academy for now since we'll study hard later, right? Let's go together. Trying to change the subject, Rix pushed away from Shino and turned to the group. Although I ended up having to join some club due to this whole ordeal, I'm actually quite excited about it. It's like, feeling like I'm really experiencing some typical youth stuff. Well, yeah, that's true. If you want to take it easy as a student, joining the homecoming club could be an option. But it's also very student-like to actively participate in some club activity. HMPH. This is a magic academy, All the club activities here must be related to magic, right? I wonder if there's any club activity suitable for you, Shino remarked. What's with you, Shino? You won't know unless you try looking for it, right? Rix responded. At that moment, Annie chimed in, encouraging Rix. That's right. You won't know until you ask around and explore different options. Annie held in her hand the club activity brochure distributed by the Student Council earlier, detailing the various club activities available at the academy and their current locations for information sessions. As she looked through the brochure, Annie asked Trix, So, Rix-kun, what kind of club activity do you think would be good for you? Do you have any preferences? Well, excuse me, Annie. Even though I have to choose a club activity, my standards are quite high, Rix declared pompously. I seek a club activity completely unrelated to killing. Your standards are quite low, huh? Besides, there's no way such a club exists, Randy quipped in his usual manner. So basically, you're looking for a club activity where you can peacefully and leisurely engage in activities? Annie clarified. Yes, exactly. That's it, Rix confirmed. As Rix nodded vigorously, Serafina chimed in. Well, Rix, is it okay to be so leisurely? Just joining a club isn't enough. To avoid expulsion, you need outstanding achievements that silence the higher-ups, right? In that case, wouldn't the dueling club be the obvious choice? Yeah, if Rix wants to make a quick impact, that's probably the way to go. Randy added. Do you think so? It's questionable whether Rix-kun, who can't use magic, can achieve results in a club focused solely on magic combat techniques. Honestly, I'm not so sure, but wouldn't the dueling club offer the most potential in terms of achievements? With teamwork and magical support from teammates in team battles, Rix would be incredibly strong. Plus, there are various tournaments with clear results. There's a chance, isn't there? At that moment, Rix shook his head vehemently and shouted, "No way. I'm definitely rejecting the dueling club. If I join such a barbaric club, I feel like it would pull my future career towards combat-oriented fields." Well, most members of the dueling club usually aim for military or magic hunting careers in the future, Serafina remarks. Come to think of it, it seems like students who achieve good results in tournaments get scouted by those kinds of organizations. Randy added, I want to pursue a career completely unrelated to combat in the future. So, anything that would bring me closer to that area is out of the question. You're so stubborn even at this point. Well, in that case, Annie said, responding to the exchange, as she opened a specific page in the brochure and showed it to Rix. What about this club activity? Wow, this one, Rix exclaimed. The club activity that Annie recommended to Rix, section. Welcome to the Magical Creatures Care Club, Juniors. Rix and the others arrived at the booth of the Magical Creatures Care Club. There, a boy with shoulder-length hair and glasses, Senpai Mixufi, a third-year student, warmly welcomed them. I'm really glad you're interested in our club. Do you know what kind of activities the Magical Creatures Care Club engages in? Yes, of course, Senpai. Rix raised his hand confidently and answered. The Magical Creatures Care Club is a club activity that cares for magical creatures. What you might call monsters. Monsters are rich in nutrients and are highly valued on the battlefield, ensuring that we never run out of emergency food when needed. It's a very meaningful and wonderful activity. Oh, since we don't really understand, could you please explain again? Randy hastily covered Rix's mouth and requested an explanation. Haha, sure. That's why the Student Council Executive Committee is hosting this joint club activity explanation session. Well then, I'll explain it to you right away. Rix's blunder went unnoticed as Mick, without a hint of offense, eagerly began his explanation. Well, you see, the activities of the Magical Creatures Care Department truly live up to their name. Day by day, we observe and care for various magical beings, deepening our understanding of their ecology and existence through research and study. I see. So, you're deepening your understanding through research on how to cook them or which parts are tasty. You really need to steer away from food already. You'll get kicked out. As Rix's muttered quietly while taking notes, Randy's elbow jabbed into his side. Magical creatures are truly fascinating and complex beings. Even in this era and world, undiscovered magical creatures are quite rare. However, even with creatures that everyone knows, through daily observation and care, we can still encounter new discoveries and facets. I see. There are still new cooking methods and taste discoveries to be made. Hey, Rix. Hey, however, that's just a facade. In reality, our activities are much simpler. It's about how we cherish the enchanting and adorable existence of magical creatures. We all love magical creatures, and it's so enjoyable for us to take care of them every day. In our work, there's no need for difficult qualifications or skills. If anything, all you need is to love magical creatures. Do you guys love magical creatures? I, for one, love magical creatures in the sense of ingredients, that is. I see. Then you're more than welcome. The Magical Creatures Care Department is perfect for students like you. Mick expressed joy at Rix's response. It was fitting indeed. Well, our activities. It's not easy to gain understanding from others. People often think we're a den of weirdos or crazy. We get talked about behind our backs a lot. I never imagined we'd find a new member so quickly. Sniff. Sorry to interrupt your moment, Senpai Mick. But I think this one absolutely shouldn't join the club. As Randy wiped his eyes, he fulfilled his obligatory retort to Mick. Oh, by the way, Senpai Mick. What kind of magical creatures do you keep in the magical creatures care department, and where do you keep them? Trying to change the subject, Annie asked with a vague smile. To which Serafina also chimed in. Well, that's true. Although this academy's grounds are vast, I don't recall any place suitable for keeping magical creatures marked on the campus map. Ha ha ha. You see, there are actually several otherworldly spaces on the backside of this academy, on the starry side opposite the material realm. It's what they call the academy's famous secret rooms. And one of those secret rooms contains an otherworldly space specifically for keeping magical creatures. We, the Magical Creatures Care Department, conduct our creature care within that otherworldly space. In response to Serafina's question, Mick calmly answered, the secret rooms owned by our Magical Creatures Care Department are vast otherworldly spaces with natural environments suitable for the creatures' habitats. Various magical creatures roam freely there. However, unfortunately, access to that place is strictly prohibited for anyone other than members of our department. It's dangerous, you see. Wow, it's even more amazing than I imagined. Yeah, I thought they'd be kept in cages or something. Ha ha ha. We couldn't possibly do such a cruel thing to our beloved magical creatures. Anyway, that's why we can't take you to the secret rooms today to show you the creatures we keep there. But instead, well, we've brought some of our top recommended magical creatures to the booths out back. Would you like to come see them? Upon hearing the previous conversation, it seemed they were intrigued. Please, Senpai, we'd love to. Indeed. I'm somewhat curious about what kind of creatures you keep. Even Riggs, and surprisingly, even Shino, seemed quite enthusiastic. With a smile, Mick stood up. Well then, that settles it. Allow me to introduce you to the cool and adorable magical creatures that our Magical Creatures Care Department is proud of. Prompted by Mick's words, led by Riggs, everyone excitedly followed Mick's section. And here they are. The exquisite magical creatures carefully selected by us for this joint club activity presentation. With a sharp movement, Mick turns around, revealing 3 barriers of severance behind him, where the inner beings cannot escape. Within those barriers, 3 types of demons are seated respectively. First up, Vice Chairman Sasha's top recommendation, the Tentacle Roper. It was a monstrous creature, enveloped in slimy and repulsive mucus from head to toe. Numerous tentacles are constantly twisting around the body of one female student, who appears to be a member of the club, and lifting her up, in a visually physiologically repulsive, urchin-like, creepy motion. The tentacles are torturing her whole body. The female student, being ravished by tentacles, let out a blissful moan with an ecstatic ahagao expression. Ha ha ha. Sasha's approach to dealing with monsters is as reckless as ever. Now, let's bring out Evil Eyes, Ronnie's top pick. The creature, a spherical body with a giant single eye at its center, rows of knife-like fangs lining its mouth, and about 10 tentacles with eyeballs at their tips sprouting from its entire body. Just gazing upon it was enough to feel one's sanity being scraped away. A blasphemous and dangerous monster. Through the barrier, a male student who appeared to be a member of the club gazes enraptured at such a demonic creature. Oh, Esmeralda, your eyes are so beautiful. Clang. Ahaha. Ronnie, you're at it again. Staring directly into the petrifying gaze. You'll get scolded by Lucius-sensei. That's for sure. What a hopeless case you are. Anyway, on to the final act. My top pick for a demon, the man-eating plant, Rafflesian. It was a sinister and toxic giant flower demon. At the center of its petals, a menacing row of teeth lined a gaping mouth, emitting ominous creaks as it opened and closed. A deer, apparently given as prey, was being devoured whole with crunching sounds. How do you like it, fellow underclassmen? The adorable demons carefully selected by our Magical Creatures Care Club for today? Isn't it amazing? Aren't they adorable? Cool, right? Ha. Couldn't you have made better choices? Randy barked toward the sky in front of Mick, who was entranced by the man-eating plant. There was no other response but a bark. Disgusting. Eek. Seriously? Naturally, Shino, Annie, and Serafina were all taken aback in their own ways by the excessively grotesque demons before them. Unfortunately, These are about the only demons we can confidently introduce. The rest are just ordinary creatures like griffins, unicorns, and pixies. Why didn't you bring those instead? Do you even want to recruit new club members? Randy exclaimed while scratching his head vigorously. Ugh, I get it now. I understand why people call us weirdos, crazy. Of course they do. There's no other way to put it. Ugh. Then Randy turned to Riggs. Hey, Riggs, haven't you realized yet? This club, or rather, the members are too much. Joining this club, no way. So cool, do whatever you want, seriously. With an expression like a boy longing to be the hero of an epic tale, Riggs gazed at the grotesque demons. Randy had already begun to abandon various things. Hey, you guys, is it okay, Riggs joining this den of weirdos? It doesn't matter. If Riggs wants to, I have no right to stop him. To be honest, I really want to stop him, though. Well, yeah. Ahaha. Shinna turned away with a huff, Serafina gave a sharp glare, and Annie could only give an ambiguous smile. Well, I guess so. Club activities depend on the individual's wishes. However, in Riggs's case, it's not that simple. Can outstanding achievements be achieved in such a club that could overturn expulsion or not? As Randy was groaning with a troubled expression. Achievements? If you're looking for achievements that can be written on future resumes for extracurricular activities, then we highly recommend our Magical Creatures Care Club. Mick, keenly catching onto it, continued eagerly, as if not letting go. After all, the phoenix we have at our club, it laid an egg. What? Ah, really? A phoenix laid an egg? No way. Randy and Serafina widened their eyes upon hearing that. Huh? Phoenix? Is it impressive for a phoenix to lay an egg? Shino? Yes. The phoenix, the immortal bird of flames. Normally, when its life ends, it combusts and is reborn on the spot as a new individual, a creature that doesn't need to increase its offspring. Laying an egg and creating descendants is a really rare case. I've only seen it once in a previous life. Seemingly intrigued by the story, Shino, with a slightly softened gaze toward Mick, explained this to Riggs. Following Shino's explanation, Mick excitedly added, indeed, it's quite rare. And to think, our club has won. If things go well, we'll have a new phoenix chick born within this year. So by joining the Magical Creatures Care Club now, you'll have the unique achievement of being part of a club that successfully hatched a phoenix egg, and even further, raising a phoenix chick from scratch. I guarantee that this will be a significant strength for your future job prospects. Well, that changes things. The outer moat's been filled. Yes, with such an achievement, we'll overturn Riggs's expulsion in no time. HMPH, it seems like magical skills themselves aren't really necessary, so it might suit Riggs. But, I don't know. I don't like the idea of Riggs getting involved with these people. With a collective sigh, everyone had no choice but to relent. Well, I've brought the phoenix egg to the back booth for prospective club members to observe. What do you say? Want to take a look? Well, I guess you did have some intention of recruiting club members properly? I'd definitely like to see it, senpai. Thank you. Riggs enthusiastically nodded. Soon, guided by Mick, the group moved to the back booth to see the phoenix egg section. Now, my dear juniors, open your eyes wide. This is the first unveiling in our nation. A miraculous and a monumental achievement since the inception of the Astoria Magic Academy. Behold, the phoenix egg. Before Riggs and the others, a large egg sat upon a pedestal. It was a beautiful egg adorned with flickering crimson patterns resembling flames. However, it seemed there was someone there before them. In front of the egg stood a figure with their back turned to Riggs and the others. Covered entirely in a tattered hooded cloak, the figure was small in stature. It was difficult to discern from their silhouette, but there was a sense of femininity or youthful innocence emanating from their delicate shoulders. However, what seemed incredibly incongruous was the massive axe slung over their back, contrasting sharply with their petite frame. The small figure seemed utterly fixated on the egg, having approached it to an uncomfortably close distance, barely leaving any of the egg visible from Riggs and the others' perspective. Hey, you there! Without guidance from a member of our Magical Creatures Care Department, entry is prohibited. I apologize, but Just as Mick was about to address the figure, it happened. Squish, 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 squish. From the direction of the figure, an odd sound could be heard. It was as if someone was punching a viscous liquid with their mouth. Such a sound. What's that? This sound. Oh, wait a minute. Come to think of it, there was supposed to be a barrier of severance surrounding the egg's pedestal, preventing anyone from approaching. Yet, that barrier has been completely shattered. Mick noticed the abnormal situation in that moment. Thud. Crash. For some reason, the top portion of the egg, visible over the small figure's head, tilted sideways and fell to the floor. What fell to the floor was the large shell of an egg, split neatly in half from top to bottom. Amidst the bewildering turn of events, the petite figure slowly turned around. Underneath the hood that covered her head was a fluffy mane of golden hair, like cotton candy, belonging to a girl. With a youthful face, she appeared more like a girl than a young woman. Her large emerald green eyes widened in astonishment, blinking rapidly as if surprised. And as the girl turned around, the state of the phoenix egg, previously obscured by her figure, was revealed in broad daylight. Resting on the pedestal was the lower half of the egg, split perfectly in two. And it was empty inside. Additionally, yellow liquid was smeared around the girl's mouth, blinking rapidly as if surprised. Judging from the situation. Whoa! The egg! Mick screamed, instantly rolling his eyes back and collapsing, foaming at the mouth. Wait. You three Could it be? Did you eat it? The phoenix egg. Did you actually eat it? Randy yelled in shock. Thou must be jesting? The phoenix egg, a treasure worth a small nation's annual budget, consumed? Seraphina exclaimed, her face turning pale. Moreover, from a magical creature perspective, it's extremely valuable. Annie murmured in astonishment. And then, I don't know what it was, but it was super tasty. The egg. The girl smiled brightly, completely unapologetic. Are you the owners of this egg? Oh man, I was just so hungry. I'm really sorry. But mercenaries always repay their debts. Anyone here got someone they want me to kill or a war they can't afford to lose? I'm Tran, and despite appearances, I'm pretty strong, so I'm sure I can help out. What? This resemblance in thought processes, Randy exclaimed. Just then, Tran pushing aside Randy, Rick stepped forward to the girl, shouting in astonishment. Huh? What? Do you know her? Tran. Why are you here of all places? And then, Rix's Aniki. The girl, Tran, noticed Trix's presence and blinked at him in surprise. Sniff. Aniki. Suddenly, Tran's eyes, like large gemstones, welled up with tears. I couldn't believe that my Aniki died. I couldn't accept it, so I searched everywhere on the battlefield. Finally, I followed the scent of my Aniki and came all the way here to the far west. Sniff. Hig. I finally found my Aniki. I finally found him. Aniki. Tran. Aniki. In the next moment, as if overwhelmed with emotion, Tran leapt towards Riggs, raising the large axe on her back high above her head. Aniki. Tran let loose all her pent-up energy, swinging the axe mercilessly. Tran. In a split second, Riggs drew his sword and deflected the lightning-fast strike. The clash of sword and axe erupted in a shower of sparks. With momentum, the swung axe slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Kyra. What's this power? The shockwave from the explosion raged in all directions, tossing Annie and Seraphina around like ragdolls. In its wake, a crater-like hole remained. Tran. Why in the world are you? HMPH. Those who come shall not be turned away, and those who leave shall be pursued to the ends of hell. Have you forgotten the iron law of the Mercenary Corps? Aniki. If you won't return to the Corps, then death is the only option. So, come back with me to the Corps, or if you refuse, I'll use force. With a twist of her body, Tran swung her axe with all her might once again. Rix attempted to block it with his sword, but he failed to withstand the blow, sent flying backward by the impact. And so, Rix's body crashed through the egg booth, demolishing it in the process, and the momentum carried him to destroy the monster booth from earlier. Before returning to the Corps, it seems I'll return to the Earth, but me. Rix's scream faded into the distance with tremendous force. "Hey, don't run, Aniki!" Swoosh. Suddenly, wings akin to those of a dragon spread from Tran's back, perhaps due to the equipment on her back being wide open. With a powerful flap, accompanied by overwhelming air pressure, Tran accelerated, chasing after Rix, who was sent flying like a released arrow. And then, another tragedy unfolded. Yuah! The magical creature from the Beast Division has escaped. Kaya? No. Tentacles. Tentacles are coming. Eek. My body, turning into stone. Stone. Crack. Jaya? I'm being eaten alive. Help. Munch munch. Ah. It seems that monsters have escaped from the heavily damaged booth onto the crowded main street, where students are overflowing. The tremendous chaos and screams reach Trandy and the others, leaving them dumbfounded. Ugh, this is a mess. What on earth is that girl? That can wait. We need to somehow contain the situation before the damage spreads further. Such a hassle. With a resigned sigh, Shino drew her wand, while Serafina readied her rapier, and they dashed towards the center of the commotion. Chapter 2, Further Tribulations. If this continues, you will be expelled immediately. What? Has it worsened? The day after the turmoil caused by Tran, in the office of the headmaster of the Astoria Magic Academy, Headmaster Jake was seated at the elegant desk at the back of the room, while Professor Darwin and Professor Crawford, also from the academy, stood nearby, looking bothered. And, as participants at the center of the situation, Shino, Randy, Serafina, and Annie, like Rix, had been summoned to this place. What on earth is this about? Being expelled without waiting for the end-of-year advancement assessment exams? Such injustice cannot be tolerated. Right, everyone. Seeking agreement, Rix turned to his companions. Seems fair to me. Fair enough. Not fair. I think it's fair. Hey, aren't you guys being cold? We're friends, aren't we? Teacher, we are not related to Rix, but I always thought something like this would happen someday. That's right. Although we belong to the same class as Rix, we hardly have any contact with him on a regular basis, but I always thought he was a dangerous person who would cause something like this eventually. Cutting off the lizard's tail sure is quick judgment. With tears in his eyes, Rix held his head in disbelief at his heartless companions. Well, leaving aside such preambles and jokes, let's get to the point. Yes. Let's move on to the main topic. Indeed. Representing everyone, Serafina addressed Darwin and the others. We might have acted impulsively, but let me firmly state that the punishment towards Rix is unjust. Regarding the damage to the Phoenix Egg and the incident of the monster's escape, there is hardly any fault on Rix's part. Almost all the blame lies with Tran, the former mercenary comrade of Rix. If you were to inquire with the surrounding students and members of the Magical Creatures Care Department, the facts would easily become clear, wouldn't they? I cannot accept this decision without explanation. What exactly is the reasoning behind it? I demand an explanation. Very well, listen carefully. Snorting at Serafina's provocative words, Darwin spoke arrogantly. Rix, the reason for immediately expelling you is because of that girl mentioned, Tran, who happens to be the dragon that you foolishly keep as a pet. Excuse me? Tran? A dragon? Mine? Rix, unable to comprehend the meaning, opened his mouth wide and blinked. Serafina, Annie, and Randy also remained silent and stiff for a while. Eventually, Professor Darwin. Could it be dementia? Such a waste for someone who rose to the position of Grandmaster at such a young age. What a pity. With a pained expression, Randy and Serafina uttered, I see. If that's the case, then I myself don't know what I'll do from now on. Well, just give up. It seems I'm a patient with abnormal cognitive functions. With an added 20% pressure to his usual grumpy demeanor, Darwin began to swell a fireball with tremendous heat at the tip of his left fingers as usual. Sorry. He immediately made Randy and Serafina kneel down. Seeing the scene, Shino, with an exasperated expression, said, Good grief, you guys. But as Professor Darwin said, okay, Rix. That girl is your dragon. So, you are responsible for what she did. Shino. Even if someday you don't recognize me, I'll still be your friend. Stop treating me like I have dementia. Shino forcefully grabbed Rix's head and tightened his body with enhancement magic, squeezing him like a vice. Ha ha, this isn't going anywhere. So, Crawford, me again? Ugh, such a hassle. Prompted by the sluggish headmaster Jake, Crawford lazily emitted purple smoke and began his explanation. Well, to put it bluntly, because it's a hassle, Tran. She's a reincarnation of a dragon. What? The evidence is that her aura, perceived through spiritual vision, isn't human. That ominous yet fierce aura wavelength is clearly that of a dragon. And not just any dragon, but a type known as an ancient dragon, capable of living long lives and even interfering with nature itself. Although her immense power is subdued by being born as a human, the thought of such a terrifying being wandering around is enough to make me too lazy to go outside. It's because it's a hassle. Huh. Annie could only ambiguously smile at Crawford's unwavering attitude. No, wait a minute, Professor Crawford, Rix hastily retorted. Tran is human, you know? She's just a normal human girl who was born from an egg and occasionally grows weird wings on her back and can fly in the sky. Saying Tran is a dragon? I can't believe that. No way, she's just a normal girl at this point. It's confirmed, she's a dragon. With a serious expression shaking from the shock, Rix was met with deadpan responses from Randy and Serafina. But, Professor, is it really possible for a dragon to be reincarnated as a human? It's an extremely rare and troublesome case, but there have been reports in history. Dragons are superior beings to humans, and if they're ancient dragons, they are embodiments of the fury of nature itself. They are considered to be the very essence of life that is in constant flux. Because of this, their evolution rate is terrifyingly fast. Evolution of organisms occurs within the cycle of flux. When a dragon reaches that realm, on the verge of death, they can wish to return their existence to an egg, and over an incredibly long period of time, they can reconstruct their body into the desired form from scratch. It's a tremendously bothersome process. In magical biology, it's called dragon's evolutionary rebirth. I believe that's what it's called. I see. So that's why I have to be expelled? You really don't understand a thing, do you? As always, Randy retorted with a deadpan expression. Good grief, you don't get it. Even if this Tran is a reincarnation of a dragon, how does that relate to Rix's expulsion? Didn't Darwin say that? Tran is Rix's dragon. Exhaling purple smoke towards the ceiling, Crawford paused for a moment before speaking. She's a summoned beast. Tran is Rix's. Huh? I have no idea why it's become such a hassle, but even if Tran has been reincarnated as a human, Rix has made her what's known as a summoned beast in summoning magic. Haha, if this were to be heard, magicians all over the world aspiring to use summoning magic would start wars out of jealousy and envy. What? In shock, Serafina and the others screamed wildly at the astonishing revelation. So, Tran is a dragon, and she's my summoned beast. Naturally, Rix trembled in shock and joy. Which means, I have talent for summoning magic? However, there's no way this idiot has any talent. You have none. Know your place, even if you're Rix. Hey, can't you guys be a bit nicer to me? You two, dismissed by Darwin and Shino like that. Rix could only well up with tears. At that moment, Annie voiced her doubts. But isn't it strange? In a summoning magic contract, the stronger the existence of the contracting partner, the more difficult the contract becomes. That's why summoning an ancient dragon as a summoned beast is an incredible feat. So, it's hard to believe that Rix has absolutely no talent. In response to Annie's question, Crawford answered with annoyance. That's what leads to expulsion. It's a one-sided contract, from Tran to Rix. Huh? Normally, a summoning contract involves both the master and the summoned beast entering into a contract of dominance from the master and subjugation from the summoned beast. However, there's no dominance contract from Rix to Tran. There's already a subjugation contract from Tran to Rix. It's a strange situation. Too troublesome to think about. It is recognized as a natural right of magicians to bring their summoned beasts as attendants into the academy. Here, Darwin spoke blandly. However, this is on the condition that both parties have entered into a mutual contract, and the master has complete control over the summoned beast. Bringing in a summoned beast in an uncontracted or incomplete contract state is strictly prohibited. In other words, if things continue like this, you will be considered to have abandoned the minimum responsibility of a magician commanding a summoned beast. And the punishment for that is immediate expulsion. If you don't like it, hurry up and recontract, fool. What did you say? Rix trembled violently. About recontracting. That probably involves various things with summoning magic, right? But I don't have a normal aura, so I can't use magic. I don't care. Then die. Rix could only tremble in fear at Darwin's merciless response. Adding insult to injury, Headmaster Jake delivered another blow to Rix. Oh, by the way, Rix, it's generally the master's responsibility for any mishaps caused by the summoned beast. In other words, the regrettable incidents such as damaging the valuable phoenix egg and causing chaos by letting the monster run wild in the academy, unfortunately fall on you. Ha ha ha. The impression of the academy's board of directors towards you is already bad enough, but this incident is probably rock bottom. Your external evaluation must have hit rock bottom too. Even if you manage to resolve the issue with Tran's contract, to avoid expulsion, you'll need to produce results significant enough to overturn those mishaps. Your chances of finding employment are already severely compromised. But hang in there with your youth. Don't give up. Fight on. No. Faced with such an overwhelming situation, Rix could only tremble and shout towards the ceiling. My future is so messed up. I'm so lost. Chapter 3, The Mystery of Tran. First, let's organize the situation. The strategy meeting began with Shina taking the lead. Currently, it was lunchtime after finishing the morning classes. Rix and the others, stationed in their usual spot in the student cafeteria, listened to Shino's words while enjoying their ordered lunches. First of all, Rix's academic performance is at risk of expulsion. For now, we'll put this on hold. We'll continue searching persistently for extracurricular activities that Rix can join and show some results by the end of the school year. Well, is it still impossible for me to join the Magical Creatures Care Club? That club president was into some Eastern occult rituals. He did something with your hair. I don't really get it, but it's clear I was seriously disliked. Rix, with tears streaming down his face, said, "It's clear as day. The urgent problem we need to solve is, indeed, the immediate risk of Rix's expulsion. In other words, it's about your summoned beast, Tran. My summoned beast, ha." Rix, with a piece of rye bread in his mouth, crossed his arms behind his head and looked up at the ceiling. To be honest, I can't quite grasp it. Is that story really true? Well, based on my assessment, there's no doubt about it. Tran had a one-way pass from her to you. Huh? Seriously? Upon Shino's assertion, Rix sighed. I've been fighting alongside Tran as mercenary comrades for so long, but I never imagined that she would be my summoned beast. Magic carries the law of causality, and so is bound by it. If there's a result, there must be a cause that leads to it. Do you have any idea regarding this contract? No, none at all. Besides, I can't even use magic. Then, as Serafina brought a spoonful of potato soup to her mouth, she interjected with a question. Indeed, the one-way contract from Tran to Rix seems odd. Yeah. Normally, summon beast contracts are mutually binding once initiated by the magician. It's unheard of for it to only bind one side, right? It's unheard of. Even when I search through the vague memories of my past life as the Twilight Demon Lord, I've never seen or heard of such a case. Serafina, Annie, and Shino all pondered with furrowed brows. By the way, Rix, suddenly, Randy, who had been silently eating his pastu and lost in thought, turned to Rix. You and Tran were comrades in the mercenary group, right? Yeah, that's right. She was like my little sister in a way. Then, let me ask further, how did you and Tran first meet? Well, that's true. If Rix himself has no idea about the contract, it's natural to think that something happened during their first encounter, the meeting between me and Tran. Rix scratched his head while recalling his past memories. Well, I think it all started when I found an egg at a certain battlefield. An egg? I see. She must have been in the midst of dragon evolutionary birth at that time. Yeah. Then, right in front of me, that egg cracked open. And out came the butt-naked girl. That's how I met Tran, I guess. Rix narrowed his eyes as if reminiscing about the past. Haha, those were the days. I remember seeing the butt-naked Tran and I couldn't resist. I tried to attack her and eat her. If the captains hadn't shown up, who knows what would have happened. Suddenly, upon hearing this story, Shino and the others froze like statues. Eventually, you tried to attack and eat her, in a sexual sense? Too creepy, you perverted creep. That's just low. I'll have to reconsider hiring you in the future, Rix-kun. You're such a disappointment. They all berated Rix and glanced at him as if he were trash. I admit I'm the worst, but I feel like the direction of my worstness is fundamentally different from yours, Rix retorted with a sharp look, unusually turning the tables. It couldn't be helped. Even I had my limits in the extreme conditions of the battlefield. You know? Limits? In a sexual sense? Too creepy. Just low. You're disgusting, Rix-kun. Seems like no matter what I say, it's hopeless. What's going on here? Rix could only hold his head and shout. Well, I can't help but feel there's some misunderstanding here. I mean, I can't imagine this guy doing something so atrocious. Well, yeah. You're right. You didn't seriously mean to eat it as an ingredient, did you? I'm not that stupid. Come on. As Randy, Annie, and Serafina whispered to each other like that, ignoring their conversation, Shino continued calmly without changing her expression. Well, leaving that aside, Rix, you have two options for the path you should take. First, renew your contract with Tran and completely bring Tran, the summon beast, under your control. Completely make Tran my summon beast. Yes. With this, even though your current evaluation from the academy is rock's bottom, you'll gain the prestige of being a rare magician who can summon an ancient dragon species. I don't really like that. It feels like I'm treating her like an object. You're going to be a magician, right? Then be pragmatic. Besides, this is also for her sake in a way. She's in a very dangerous state right now. Rix could only tilt his head in confusion at Shino's cryptic wording. However, you can't use magic. So, this route is almost hopeless for you. Just then, I see. Hey, Shino, could you, make a summon beast contract with Dran in my place? Rix, seemingly just coming up with the idea, asked. For some reason, Shino, Randy, Serafina, and Annie all fell silent uncomfortably. What's wrong? Everyone? Well, technically, there is a way for a third party like me to make a summon beast contract on your behalf, but Shino's tone seemed hesitant, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze wandering. Well, is there a way or not? Then do it, Shino. Right now. Hold on a moment. You see, for that to happen, you and I would have to enter into a certain special magical contract, connecting our souls and beings spiritually. Then, I could act as your proxy to make the contract. But, So, I just need to make that contract with Shino, right? Let's do it. Rix leaned in insistently towards Shino, who was sitting next to him. Then, Shino gradually blushed, turned her face away, and became increasingly flustered. No. You see, that method. It's like a deeper version of the method we used to turn you back into a human the other day. It's a fairly common magical contract between male and female magicians, but, this kind of thing is a bit too early for us. Well, you know. So, you're not being very clear. What exactly does that contract involve? I mean, isn't it obvious without saying it? It's a magical contract known as consecration among magicians. His voice was almost fading away. Consecration? I don't really understand. But if it's about me and Shino, then please, Shino, let's consecrate right now, with you. Please, let's do it now. I'll pay whatever amount of money you want. Don't keep repeating that. And don't mention money. Shino's face had turned as red as a tomato. And then, as Rix continued to insistently repeat, I'll pay whatever amount of money you want, the surrounding students began to gather around with astonished expressions. Eventually, Rix seemed to give up on the stubborn Shino and turned to Serafina and Annie. You won't consecrate even though I'm begging like this. Stingy. Fine, I won't ask you anymore. Seraphina. Annie. I have a favor to ask you. Huh? Suddenly, their attention turned to Seraphina and Annie, and their faces turned red in an instant. Can you consecrate with me instead of Shino? Wait, Riggs. You can't just suddenly ask something like that. Wait, my first time being treated so casually like a game. I thought we would go through more stages before that, and stuff like dating or holding hands first. Whoa. I was kind of curious about being messed up by a playboy type like you. But that's just a fantasy talk. Suddenly, Seraphina and Annie's eyes were swirling in chaos, and they seemed completely out of their minds. I don't really understand. But basically, you're saying it doesn't matter who the woman is, right? At this point, anyone will do. Someone. Consecrate with me. Rix's despicable cry as a man echoed throughout the cafeteria. The general students present in the dining hall pierced Rix with cold gazes, as if looking at trash. Seriously, Rix, how much more of a reputation are you planning to ruin today? Is this deliberate? With a nihilistic expression, Randy glanced at Rix's behavior. Cut it out already. With a swift motion, enraged Shino swung her cane and applied a magic spell of supergravity to Rix. With a squish, Rix collapsed on the spot, finally quieting down. Anyway, this approach won't work. I'm not that desperate to sell myself cheaply. Besides, even if a consecration were to happen, there's no guarantee we could carry out the recontract with the ancient dragon species until the end. I still don't really get it. But if Shino says so, then it must be true. Oh, I know. In that case, why don't Shino, Seraphina, and Annie all do it together with me? Come on, all three of you. Consecrate with me. That's enough out of you. You've got some nerve, going against this woman. Rix, just stay quiet for now. I'll explain to you later about the special contract method between male and female magicians. Randy sighed as he watched Shino meticulously pressing down on the back of Rix's head. Then, Shino continued her explanation. So, Rix, the second option for you is to negotiate with Tran and have her revoke the subjugation contract bound to you. Since the incomplete contract is grounds for expulsion, it would be best to just relinquish Tran altogether. Well, that's the only option, isn't it? Unlike forming a new contract, it shouldn't be too difficult for a third party to revoke the contract as long as the master agrees, right? Normally, masters who go through the trouble of forming a contract with a summon beast don't willingly banish them to others. But yes, you're right. Shino nodded. Also, in the case of revocation, the master must be near the summon beast. But, well, for Rix now, this seems to be the most realistic option. Wouldn't you agree? I see. So, the issue then is Rix, finally crawling out of Shino's gravitational field, staggered to his feet. Where did that Tran girl go? That's right. After the recent commotion, Tran had completely disappeared. Tran's objective was to bring Rix back to the mercenary group, so she must be somewhere in the academy, but with no clue to her whereabouts. The academy was simply too vast to search. You really seem to be surrounded by one problem after another. Damn it all. Where the hell did you go, Tran? And at that moment, wow, the food here is so delicious. I could eat as much as I want. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Huh? As Rix and the others turned around, there. How long had she been there? Seated at a corner of the long table in the cafeteria, Tran was enjoying her meal. Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say she was enjoying his meal in the usual sense. Around Tran towered a massive stack of countless plates, reaching such heights that it seemed unstable, swaying precariously as if it could collapse at any moment. And as if hosting a menu exhibition in the cafeteria, various dishes were lined up in that corner, with Tran devouring them greedily with her hands, one after another. Moreover, the plates disappeared far too quickly. Large chunks of roast beef and generous servings of soup vanished into Tran's mouth as if by magic. Tran? Recognizing Tran's figure, Rix dashed towards her with a look of disbelief and determination. Hey, Tran. What are you doing here? Oh, hey there, Aniki. Just having a nice meal. Tran chuckled at Rix without a hint of remorse. Don't you get it just by looking? I'm eating, Aniki. After all, A mercenary's body is their capital. Well, yeah, I get that. But during meals, it's a ceasefire among mercenaries. But once I've filled my stomach, I'll come after you again, Anarchy. So, get ready and wait for me. On the topic of my life being less valuable than lunch. Anyway, why are you using the school cafeteria here? Since the school operated under a boarding system, the cafeteria at the Astoria Magic Academy was essentially free for students and staff. However, that privilege was obviously limited to those affiliated with the academy. Huh? Oh, it's because of you, Anarchy. It seems like it's Anarchy's privilege or something. So, the cafeteria ladies said it's okay for me to eat here too. Oh, I see. I owe being able to eat my fill to you, Anarchy. Thanks a lot. But, after you finish eating, you'll come after me, won't you? Of course. So, get ready and wait for me. Sigh. Rix couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Tran continued to innocently devour her meal in front of Rix. Seeing Tran eat so happily was heartwarming. Come to think of it, she's always been like this since we first met. Anyway, it's like she's constantly messing with the surroundings. Or rather, just with Rix. It's like the atmosphere of a mischievous dog who spins around the owner, playing around and then tying the owner's legs tightly with a leash, causing them to trip and fall. For some reason, from the first time they met, Tran had called Rix Anarchy and had shown affection towards him. The reason for this was completely unknown. Even when asked, Tran's response was always vague, like just because or something similar. During their mercenary days, when Tran was strong like a desperate man and dependable as a comrade, Rix valued practicality above all else, so he didn't particularly think much about this matter. But still, he couldn't help but wonder why Tran held him in such high regard. Well, I guess I've been in situations where I thought she might kill me. Shaking off those thoughts, Rix turned to Tran, who was happily enjoying her meal. With a serious expression, Rix spoke up. Hey, Tran. Yeah? What's up? I want to apologize for leaving the group without telling you or the captain. But, listen to me. I want to become a magician. Oh, Anarchy. I want to become a magician. And in the future, I want to have a job that's free from fighting, marry a cute wife, and die peacefully surrounded by grandchildren in bed. You've got some lofty goals. Your expression is unusually serious, making it even more so. Despite the comments from Randy and Serafina behind him, Rix continued without acknowledging them. So, I left the group and came to the Astoria Magic Academy. Even if Tran were to come to take me back, I won't return to being a mercenary, not even if it costs me my life. So, that's why. And at that moment, that's no good, Anarchy. Tran's cry echoed around them. It wasn't the innocent tone of a child anymore. There was a sense of urgency and sadness in his voice. Tran, that's no good at all, Anarchy. You can't just give up fighting. Tran stood up and desperately clung to Rix. Anarchy, you said it yourself. I'm just a man who can only fight with a sword. I'm a broken person who can only feel alive in battle. What? I'm the same, Anarchy. I'm useless for anything other than fighting. So, didn't we promise each other to fight together until we die? If we always fight together, neither of us will be alone anymore. But if you give up fighting, then I'll become unnecessary. As Tran lowered her eyes sadly and painfully, Rix suddenly thought, with a serious expression. Did I really say that? Did I make such a promise? On that day, since the first encounter with Tran, I had absolutely no recollection. However, Tran's expression was earnest, making it hard to believe it was a lie or fabrication. Turning to his companions to seek their opinions, Rix asked, Hey, everyone, what do you think of what Tran just said? At that, Randy tapped Rix's shoulder and Serafina nodded in agreement with crossed arms, saying, Looks like you've had those moments too. It's like having an itch on your back. Indeed, during sensitive times, one tends to want to portray a sense of uniqueness, added another. No, it's not like that at all. Rix sparked at them with warm eyes. Don't you understand? Judging from my usual behavior, I don't want to fight anymore. So I wouldn't say something like that. I wouldn't make such a promise. I have absolutely no recollection. What? Anarchy, are you serious? Tran, looking genuinely shocked, widened her eyes and bowed her head. "This is terrible. This is terrible, Aniki." Sniff, sniffle, sniff, and so, tears began to flow from Tran like an abandoned puppy. Seeing Tran's pitiful state, Rix's companions remarked, "How despicable. Absolutely despicable. What a low blow. What a disgrace. My level of trust has hit an all-time low." As Rix was met with glances from his companions akin to looking at garbage, he held his head in his hands. "Anyway, even I wouldn't irresponsibly abandon such an important promise and leave the group on my own, especially when it concerns an important protégé, right? Surely. Well, let's just leave it at that." Sigh. Men who can't keep their promises and just make excuses afterward are always so boring. "Hey, did I ever do anything to make you guys resent me?" And then, at that moment, the charade is over. Whether Rix can't take responsibility for his own words or breaks promises, it doesn't matter at this point that he's the lowest of the low. Shino, who was at the back of the group, pushed Randy and Annie aside and stepped forward towards the crying Tran. "Wait, Shino, it matters to me though." "It doesn't matter." Shino pushed aside the clinging Rix. "The real issue now is, Tran, because you're a halfway summoned beast in Rix's possession, he could be expelled against his will." Snap. Shino pointed her wand at Tran's nose. "I'm going to annul that contract. Just so you know, this is for your own good." With that said, while chanting some sort of incantation, Shino began to increase her magical power. It was the next moment. Suddenly, Tran, with sharp, angry eyes, reached out and grabbed Shino's hand holding the staff. With a resounding force, Tran's grip caused Shino's hand bones to creak. "Ugh!" Shino grimaced in intense pain, stiffening up. A growl escaped from the depths of Tran's throat as she glared at Shino with a demonic expression. At the same time, Tran's presence seemed to swell. What is this? Annie, Randy, and Serafina couldn't stop the cold sweat pouring from their bodies. Despite being such a petite girl, at first glance, she seemed like an innocent child. Yet, she exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation and presence, as if confronting something huge and mighty like a mountain. They understood the feeling of a frog being stared down by a snake, the despair and fear. At that moment, Annie and the others were convinced. Until now, hearing Tran was a dragon didn't quite feel real. They were somewhat skeptical, but this girl was undoubtedly a dragon, a being far superior to humans, a reincarnation of a dragon. Now, they were sure of it with every fiber of their being. Shino tried desperately to break free from Tran's grasp, but it was like being caught in a vice, utterly immovable. No matter how much Shino struggled, Tran's body didn't budge an inch. "Are you planning to take everything from me, including the bond of oath to the swordsman, from this lowly one?" Tran's words, uttered from her small mouth, were clearly not human. The sound itself resembled the growl of a beast. Draconic, yet strangely understandable to the listener. Dragon language? No. More importantly, does this child know something about the halfway contract with Rix? Despite contorting her expression in agony, Shino calmly turned her thoughts. But Tran's power continued to increase moment by moment. "Shall I just finish this here, Demon Lord?" Shocked by the unbelievable words that came out of Tran's mouth, Shino widened her eyes, and just as Shino's arm was about to be completely crushed by Tran, that was when it happened. "Stop it, Tran." Rix drew his sword and pointed it at Tran's neck. "Don't harm Shino. She's an important friend of mine." Rix, if you harm Shino, I'll have no choice but to fight you." As everyone watched with bated breath, Rix and Tran stared each other down. Eventually, "Hey, that's not my intention." "Very well, lad. For the swordsman's sake, I'll overlook your rudeness." Tran released Shino's hand. "Are you okay, Shino?" "Yes, just a little crack." Rix spoke with concern, pressing Shino's arm with a bitter expression. "But let it be etched into your fragile soul, you weaklings. Those who dare to touch the bond of our oath as swordsmen shall face naught but death." With those parting words, suddenly, the intimidating and imposing presence emanating from Tran dissipated, the tension in the room rapidly diminished, And then, what, was that? Tran, in a somewhat dreamy state, looked around bewilderedly. She had completely returned to her usual self. Well, that was something. Yeah, this seems to be a deep-rooted problem than we thought. Randy and Seraphina sighed. Meanwhile, the individual present in the cafeteria observed Rix and Tran while lost in thought. I see. It seems quite certain that she is indeed the reincarnation of an ancient dragon. This person belonged to the Prayer faction, a forbidden faction at the Estoria Academy of Magic dedicated to the pursuit of forbidden prayer magic. No one around would ever dream that this person was a member of the Prayer faction. Considering the current state of the Demon Lord of Twilight, it will be difficult to gain their cooperation in such a sorry state. In that case, we must reach the essence of prayer magic through our own power. Naturally, the path ahead will be extremely challenging. But, the individual glanced at Tran, who blinked in surprise. The ancient dragon, bound by that half-hearted contract. Usable, perhaps. Shall I try to manipulate her? With determination in their heart. Secretly, the individuals smirked to themselves. Chapter 4, Summoning Magic. To avoid expulsion, I need to somehow manage to make a summoning beast contract with Tran. And then, I have to find a club activity and produce results. Isn't it hopeless? This, as lunchtime, during which he reunited with Tran, came to an end, while moving from the cafeteria to the place where today's afternoon classes would be held within the academy building, Rix complained weakly. In response to Rix's attitude, Shino scolded him with an exasperated tone. Pull yourself together, Rix. Thinking about those things is for after school anyway. Right now, focus on the next class. Well, you can't afford to let your grades drop any further. If you can't make up for it with the results of that extracurricular activity, it'll be counterproductive. If it's about studying, we'll support you. So let's do our best, okay? Shino, Seraphina, and Annie encouraged Rix with their respective words. Oh man. I don't really get it, but it sounds tough. Aniki. Tran, walking alongside Rix, said so nonchalantly. My current situation is probably 80% thanks to you, Tran. Huh? Thanks to me? Confused by Rix's resentful gaze, Tran blinked. Then, she raised her thumb and said with a bright smile, I don't really get it, but if I could help you, Aniki, it's an honor. Is irony lost on you entirely? Gwashi. Rix grabs Tran's head with both hands and shakes it violently. So, Tran, why did you suddenly decide to be with us? Did you forget, Aniki? Tran and you live by the iron rule of those who survive on the battlefield. Tran said, puffing out his chest. To know your enemy and know yourself is to go 100 battles without danger, Tran said confidently. Yeah, I know. We didn't know much about our enemies or ourselves, so we were in danger a lot, Rix replied. So, an appropriate place for you, Aniki, would be a bloody battlefield. But why did you come to a place like this? Tran explained. Tran is smart, so I decided to scout out the enemy situation first. This place probably isn't suitable for you, Aniki, so once I figure it out, I'll destroy it without hesitation and take you back without any regrets. Feels like she's using that phrase wrong, and she's just plain scary. Little sister. Observing Rix and Tran's interaction, Randy whispered to Shino. Hey, Shino, is she okay? I mean, that girl, she was clearly acting strange earlier, right? Yeah, something's definitely up with her. I don't know what it is yet, Shino replied with a sigh. But, most likely, as long as she doesn't touch the summoning beast contract with Rix, she should be safe. I hope so. That's when it happened. However, Tran, you're a chaotic girl, but skilled and cute. I've taken a liking to you. How about becoming my subordinate along with Rix in the future? Oh, Seraphina-san, always recruiting so quickly. By the way, little Miss Troublemaker, you were eating a lot earlier. Would you like to have this candy as a palate cleanser? Thank you both so much. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. When I destroy this academy as a token of appreciation, I'll spare just the two of you. Shino and Randy overheard such conversation from Tran and the others. Tran's response was too dangerous and innocent, bordering on recklessness, making it hard to discern whether it was serious or a joke. Feels like having them around might be dangerous in a different sense. Is it a mercenary-style joke? Or just a lack of ethics? It's hard to judge. Shino sighed, feeling like she was carrying a bomb that could go off at any moment. Still, we should keep an eye on that kid. We need to figure out the mystery behind Rick's and Tran's strange contract relationship somehow. Plus, leaving a loose summoning beast without someone holding the reins can lead to nothing good. Section. The classroom was used for summoning magic lessons. In the center, there was a circular stage with a magic circle laid out, resembling an arena where instructors could demonstrate summoning magic in front of students. In one corner of the classroom, Randy muttered while waiting for the class to begin, "I wonder what kind of teacher will come for summoning magic class." Yeah. Sensei, the summoning magic instructor, retired due to various circumstances. The classes have been suspended. Ah, I see. Shino responded calmly to Randy's muttering, while Rix nodded with a slightly bitter expression. By the way, next to Rix, Tran was looking around with curiosity. Yes, this was about 2 weeks ago. Ambiance was originally the summoning magic instructor and had patiently guided Shino and Rix, who struggled with sphere release, an essential skill for mages. However, her true identity was a member of the Forbidden Faction, the Prayer Faction. She approached Shino, whose past life was the Twilight Demon Lord, solely for her power, but ultimately turned her venomous fangs towards Shino. After a fierce battle, Rix managed to repel her. The instructors at this academy, they all seem to have quite strong personalities, don't they? Oh, well, there are also relatively sensible ones like Alko-sensei. Just as Rix and the others were feeling nervous about who the summoning magic instructor would be, right on the brink of the class starting, the door to the classroom opened, and a certain person appeared. Standing there was a woman with a noble air, whose age was difficult to determine. She had purplish hair tied up and eyes the color of blood. Her pale, waxen-like skin had a hint of rosy hue. She appeared both enchantingly mature and refreshingly youthful, like a budding maiden. "Everyone, I apologize for being late." Alko-sensei. Surprisingly, it was Alka Claudia, who usually taught dark magic classes. "I'll be taking over as a temporary instructor for the summoning magic class of the White class starting today, replacing the former Professor Rana. I'm Alka Claudia. You see, the dessert pudding at the cafeteria today was exceptional. I got carried away enjoying it and completely forgot that lunch break was over. It seems I still have a lot to learn as a teacher." "Ha ha, huh? But, Alko-sensei, you're a dark magic instructor, right? Summoning magic isn't your specialty, is it?" In response to someone's questioning voice, Alka replied, "To all of you who may be wondering, rest assured, although it's a different topic, you're all aware that summoning beasts range from E rank to S rank in strength, based on their existence intensity difficulty, aren't you? I summon thee, guide us, holy flame and soul." As Alka raised her index finger and drew a pentagram and magical runes in the air, she chanted the spell. In the next moment, the magic drawn in the void glowed crimson, heating up the field of vision. Beside Alka, swirling crimson flames formed into the shape of a blazing bird, radiating a deep red light. With its wings spread wide, it perched on Alka's outstretched arm. Phoenix. It was none other than the legendary S-rank summoning beast, the Phoenix. "No way, isn't mastering an A-rank summoning beast already top tier for a summoner? S-rank? Even the former Anna-sensei couldn't handle that, right?" Mastering an S-rank summoning beast is legendary tier summoning magic, and the astonishment wasn't limited to just Randy and Rix. I'm surprised. Didn't expect this. Yeah. Didn't expect Alko-sensei to serve yakitori either. Looks delicious. Surprised indeed. Technically, your points of surprise are different, guys. Also, it's not yakitori. Amidst the wide-eyed students, Alka calmly smiled and waved her finger, returning the phoenix to the void. Physical enhancement magic, dark magic, white magic, summoning magic. There's not a single field of magic that I'm not proficient in. It just happens that dark magic is my specialty. You, as aspiring mages, are more than qualified to learn summoning magic from me, so rest assured. She's a monster, this woman. Having been once again overwhelmed by Alka's exceptional abilities, which she had previously demonstrated during her first dark magic class, The students groaned in disbelief. Seriously, in this academy? It's either Darwin-sensei or Professor Elko-sensei who's the strongest, right? Which one of them is actually stronger though? Well, obviously it has to be Elko-sensei, right? No. No. It's definitely Darwin-sensei. Haven't you heard the rumors? As the students began to derail one after another due to their agitation. Ahem. Let's put an end to the idle chatter and begin the lesson promptly. Clearing her throat, Alka signaled the start of the class section. All right, let's start with a simple review now that classes are back in session. Can anyone tell me what summoning magic is? Does anyone care to answer? At that, Annie raised her hand and responded. Yes. Summoning magic is magic aimed at communicating with or enslaving non-human entities such as insects, animals, monsters, mythical beasts, as well as conceptual beings like fairies or spirits. Thank you for the exemplary answer. Alka smiled at Annie and continued her explanation. Exactly, summoning magic is just as you described. Essentially, it's a magic that arrogantly aims to dominate and enslave all beings other than humans through the power of magic, treating them like slaves. The words of the sorcerer say, if you wish, then ignite the wishes of others in the furnace. Summoning magic is truly the embodiment of those words. It's a magic that requires careful attention when used and must be strictly prohibited from being misused. As the students swallowed nervously, Alka continued, however, I'm sure you all have questions, right? Dominating all beings other than humans. Even if it's magic, how is such a thing possible? In terms of sheer strength as individual entities, humans are not the strongest in this natural world. Quite the opposite. Actually, we're more likely to be counted among the weaker ones. So why can weak humans dominate and enslave beings or entities stronger than themselves? The answer lies in humans being appointed by God as the rulers of all creation, under the laws of the world. Alka took the chalk and began writing on the blackboard. That is indeed true names. In the world of ideas, all living beings, from plants and animals to monsters, mythical creatures, fairies, and spirits. Every soul possesses a true name, which is a unique name defining its existence. And those who recognize the true name of a soul are deemed to have complete control over that soul, with commands issued under that true name taking precedence over all the laws of this world. Furthermore, every entity in this world is bound by this true name, with the sole exception being humans. For some reason, humans alone do not possess true names. The reason for this is unknown. In this world, humans alone are imperfect beings. However, it is for this reason that humans have the potential to become the rulers of all creation. Having finished outlining on the blackboard, Alka turned to the students. Through one's own sphere, discern and grasp the true name of the target's soul, and freely summon and command the target's existence. This is summoning magic. More accurately, it might be called existence domination art. It's even more unfair and frightening magic than I thought, Randy muttered, resting his chin on his hand. True names? Just knowing it makes you unable to resist. How terrifying is that? It might be insensitive, but I'm glad I'm human, he whispered. Ha ha, Randy. Humans aren't all that different. There are some industries where, just based on the employer's mood and orders, you're sent charging into a battlefield where you know you'll likely die, right? That's only for some special industries. Ignoring Randy and Rix's exchange, Alka continued. In fact, once you've discerned and grasped the true name of the summoning target, summoning and commanding them, as long as you have the required magical power and sphere strength, isn't all that difficult. However, discerning and grasping this initial true name requires highly advanced skills, knowledge, and experience. Even at the level of small animals like mice or birds, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all the refinement of summoning magic lies right here. Glaring at the murmuring students, Alka declared, over the course of the next year, all of you students will learn about the methods of discerning and grasping this true name, in other words, the mechanics and techniques of the summoning pact ritual. By the time you become second years, I intend for each of you to have acquired at least one summoning beast whose true name you've grasped with your own power, no matter how small the entity may be. However, just then, Alka, with a sly smile, began speaking. In fact, there is already a student among you who has obtained a summoning beast. Moreover, it's not a small animal, but a very powerful entity being utilized as a summoning beast by a very talented student. At Alka's words, the classroom suddenly became restless. Hey, this turn of events. Sigh. I didn't want to make a fuss about it. Randy and Shino wore bitter expressions, sensing trouble. And that's when it happened. Ha ha. As expected, Alka-sensei. You saw through it, didn't you? Suddenly, a student stood up, wearing a defiant smile. I, Alfred Lordstone, am truly impressed by Alka Claudia-sensei, the sage of obsidian brilliance, for seeing through the fact that I, indeed, have already obtained a formidable summoning beast. Allow me to offer my infinite admiration for your discerning eye. It was indeed Alfred. Alfred stood proudly with a smug expression. Eh? Oh, yes. Alfred also already had a summoning beast. At Alka's bewildered response, Alfred tilted his head. Laughter echoed throughout the classroom. Anyway, let's put that aside. Are you saying there's someone else besides me? Another student who has already obtained a formidable summoning beast? Who could it be? So, it's you, Serafina. You, the genius. I am still a novice in summoning magic. I can't even summon a single bug. What? That means it's you, Shino. Despite your weak sphere, your mastery of magic and knowledge is so impressive that even I respect it. Unfortunately, it's not me. I lost all my true names when I died once. Shino-san, stop. Annie, sitting hurriedly behind Shino, reached over to cover Shino's mouth. If it's not you, then who could it be? Then, who on earth is it? Well, actually, it's Rix. At Alka's casual remark, Alfred glared angrily at Rix. What nonsense. You, someone like you, having a summoning beast? You, who can't even use magic. In fact, Alfred, why didn't you know about it? It was quite a topic of discussion in our class from yesterday till today, I think, probably because he doesn't have any friends and is always alone. Alfred-kun, how pitiful. Let's be friends with him. Shut up, outsiders. Alfred barked at Randy, Serafina, and Annie, who were speaking freely. Then, he glared at Rix again, provocatively laughing through his nose. Rix, a dropout who can't use magic, had a summoning beast already? What kind of means did you use? Oh, I don't really know. What's that? Well, whatever. Show it to us, your summoning beast. Let me judge it. Shall I? It's probably just a dog or a cat. No, it's already next to me. It's me, Tran, ? At that moment, the classroom buzzed with excitement. While the students had heard rumors about Rix having a summoning beast, they never expected that the mysterious girl next to Rix was the summoning beast. They all stared at Tran in astonishment, and when Alfred saw Tran, suddenly, he began laughing contemptuously. So there it is, huh? A despicable lowlife like you, inferior even to a magician like yourself. What did you say? Hey, Rix, is that girl a fairy or a beast folk? I see, she's indeed a quite powerful summoning beast. I'll give you credit for that. However, regardless of whether she's a demi-human or not, there are despicable individuals who summon demi-human women as summoning beasts for such purposes as slavery. It seems you're one of those kinds of people. TCH. This is why I oppose letting commoners who lack discernment become magicians. Hey, Alfred. Hold on, wait a minute. Ignoring Randy's attempt to stop him, Alfred leapt into the center of the circular classroom and chanted a spell. Come forth, noble and brave, with sharp eyes full of valor. As Alfred drew a pentagram magic circle in the void with his wand, the magical energy intensified. A gate opened in the void, summoning a being with a tremendous presence, revealing its form. Eyes sharp as blades, the upper body and wings resembling an eagle, the lower body resembling a lion. Its muscles were robust and well-defined, a masterpiece of overwhelming wilderness and ferocity. Above all, its overwhelming presence. The mere presence of this creature seemed to split the air itself. With its wild and majestic beauty and pressure, everyone held their breath in awe of this creature. The class summoning beast, the griffin. A faithful friend who shares the fate of the Lordstone family for generations. How about that, Rix? Are you surprised? This is the true summoning magic. True summoning magic is a soul contract formed by loyalty and trust. It's a community of destiny. You and I are on different levels, as you chose a summoning beast to fulfill base desires, lacking both class and resolve. Without exchanging words, it seemed that their intentions were understood between them. The griffin nestled up to Alfred, glaring sharply at Rix with hostility. Seeing their relationship of complete trust at a glance, Rix couldn't help but be impressed. Rix, let's settle this with a summoning beast duel. Summoning beast duel? A summoning beast duel. It was a method of magician's duel where the strength of their respective summoning beasts was put to the test. Generally, the magician himself would only give instructions to his summoning beast and occasionally provide magical boosts, with direct intervention strictly prohibited. In other words, it was a method of competition where the training of the summoning beast in everyday life and, above all, the trust between them were put to the test. If you lose, you must terminate the contract with that creature. Set her free. Well, I mean, I don't think I can just. I accept the challenge. As Rix hesitated on how to explain, Tran innocently volunteered. I'll fight that griffin then? I don't really get it, but if it's a competition, Tran won't lose. With that, Tran trotted off to the central stage. HMPH. To push me to this extent even in front of an overwhelmingly powerful opponent like the Griffin. I truly feel that magic is too premature for commoners. I swear, as a proud noble, I will be the one to set her free. Alfred's anger and hatred towards Rix continued to grow. Alfred, please stop. Please. This is too much. With tears in their eyes, Randy and Serafina tried to stop the duel. HMPH. Still taking Rix's side. Huh? You people truly are beyond pathetic. No, that's not it. It's not like that at all. That's right. Somehow, I've come to realize that you're not as bad as I thought, although you're still annoying. So, in a way, it's just pitiful. Haha. Why feel sorry for me? To defeat my Class A summoning beast, the Griffin, you'd need an S-class summoning beast like Alka-sensei's Phoenix, or maybe even an X-class, Ancient Dragon. Alfred, Randy cried. For some reason, his tears wouldn't stop. Alka-sensei, please stop this pointless fight. Alka-sensei. Desperately, Randy pleaded with Alka. Huh? Is it really necessary to stop it? Alka, on the other hand, seemed eager to watch the duel unfold, looking puzzled. Why would you say that? Well, because it seems interesting. You're really a teacher at this academy, aren't you? With that, in the center of the classroom, Tran and the Griffin faced off. Alka erected a barrier around them, and the match began. You understand, right, Rhodey? Don't hurt him, just make him lose his will to fight. Rah. In response to Alfred's instructions, the Griffin nodded, emitting a low growl. Then, facing Tran, it let out a menacing roar as a warning. Grr. The overwhelmingly powerful roar of the Griffin reverberated through the classroom, causing some of the onlookers to faint from its sheer intensity. But, for just a moment, Tran's presence swelled dramatically, and she raised both hands and shouted. In the next instant, Rhodey. There, in front of Tran, lay the Griffin, flipped onto its back, belly exposed, shrinking down. Whimper, trembling. What happened? Rhodey. Aniki, I won, praise me. Well done. You followed my instructions and won without causing harm. You're truly amazing. Oh, I'm so relieved. My heart can't take this. Tran, happily being patted on the head by Riggs. Amidst this farce playing out on the central stage. Well, that's how it goes. Quite reasonable. At least the damage was relatively minimal. Aside from Alfred's pride. With a collective sigh of relief, Randy and the others expressed their gratitude in front of the bewildered students, blinking in disbelief at the turn of events. Chapter 5. Together with Tran. All right. Today's classes are over. Let's go find a club activity to join. Yeah. After school. As they marched around the school grounds, Rix and Tran raised their hands in determination. This school might get wrecked by Tran later, but we'll do our best. Aniki, Yeah, thanks for the support. But if that happens, I'll definitely kill you. Haha, bring it on. I'll just take your head home with me. Ha ha ha. You rascal. Giggles. I really don't understand the boundaries of those mercenaries. Watching Rix and Tran having a dangerously fun conversation, Randy sighed with exasperation. They seem to get along well, but their dynamic and worldview are unique. They're the epitome of social misfits. Haha. They're quite entertaining fellows. I'd love to have them all under my command. While exchanging such remarks, Rix and his friends headed towards section. Welcome to the Flight Tarts Club, freshman. I still think a refreshing club like the Flight Tarts Club suits me perfectly. Yeah, maybe so. As long as we ignore the fact that you can't actually fly. Randy retorted with his usual sarcasm at Rix's refreshing smirk. The spacious training grounds for flight tarts within the Estoria Magic Academy, where a dozen upperclassmen and about the same number of freshmen, including Rix and his friends, had gathered. I'm Sora Skyliner, the president of the Flight Tarts Club. With a ponytail tied up from her long chestnut hair, a lively second-year female student, clearly sporty and energetic, smiled as she addressed the freshmen. Despite being a second-year student, she seemed to be an ace with numerous achievements in various flight tarts competitions. You've all learned the magic of flight in class, right? The freshman nodded in agreement. For magicians, after mastering the basic body enhancement magic, there are 9 essential spells considered mandatory. These are Fire Pebble, Lightning Arrow, Shield, Remote Object Control, Illumination, Telepathy, Healing, Sleep, and Flight Arts. 10 spells in total, when combined with the foundational body enhancement magic. It seems that only when one can perform all of these, they can be considered to have reached the level worthy of being called a magician. By the way, I can't do all of them. Who are you talking to? By the way, Annie and I have gotten the hang of most of them, though. Ignoring Rix's nonsense and Randy's retorts, Sora Senpai continued. With the magic of flight arts, we use it to freely soar through the sky and explore various places together. That's what our club activities are about. We also participate in competitions where we compete in skills like how quickly we can reach our destination or perform aerial acrobatics using flight arts. But if you can't perform flight arts magic, you really can't do anything. So, I'm sorry, but for those of you who wish to join, we'll be conducting entrance tests starting from now. The freshmen hoping to join the club began to murmur anxiously. However, Sora reassured them in a way to calm their nerves. Don't worry. It's nothing too difficult. Even though we call it an entrance test, it's just to assess everyone's current level of proficiency in flight arts. Hearing that, the freshmen breathed a sigh of relief. But we're screwed, aren't we? With Randy's retort, Rix froze with half-lidded eyes and trembled. You were planning to just run on the ground and pretend when flight tarts were needed, weren't you? Like saying, this is ultra-low altitude flight or something? Wah, no. I wouldn't do something so dishonest. Look me in the eye and say that. Besides, it's ridiculous from the start to try to join the Flight Tarts Club when you can't even fly. Come on, let's go. Let's try another club. Well, wait, Randy. I have a secret plan. Section. I am the bearer of the Sky's Dance, the wielder of celestial wings. A first-year student, concentrating deeply, hold their staff and chants the spell for flight magic. Slowly, their body begins to float. Swaying about a meter above the ground, they move forward. After progressing about 50 meters, they land on the ground as if reaching their limit. I'm sorry, but with my current abilities, this seems to be my limit. Would it be impossible for me to join the club like this? No way. You're totally fine. If we practice together from now on, you'll be able to fly as far as that in no time. Saying so, Sora points to the sky as if encouraging them. There, senior club members are practicing, zooming through the air at incredible speeds, drawing large circles. Wow. Senpais are amazing. The first-year student, who could only fly 50 meters, gazes at the sky with admiration. Speaking of which, when I was a first year like you, I wasn't much different from you. Ah really? Then, I'll do my best. with such exchanges between Sora and the others. Did you see that, Randy? What's up? That student just now could only fly 50 meters, but was still allowed to join the club. So what? In other words, it means. Rix speaks confidently, stepping forward. Sora-senpai. Can I go next? Yeah, go ahead, take it easy. First, stand on this line here and see how far you can fly towards there. Huh? Why are you stepping so far back from the line? Ignoring Sora, who tilts her head in curiosity, Rix steps back from the line, further and further back, and then, Year 1 of the white class, Rix. Here I go. I am the bearer of the sky's dance, the wielder of celestial wings. Woo! He starts dashing fiercely. Whoosh! Accelerating at an incredible speed, he disappears from view even though he's right in front of us, until, as he approaches the starting line, Rix leaps. Not flew, but leapt. Senpais. Wasp. Zoom. Huh? Passing by the senior members flying in the sky, he greets them, and then, leaping even higher, he lands with a thud far surpassing the 50-meter mark. It's just like a long jump. Huh. Randy, Serafina, and Annie share the same thought. This is my current limit, but what do you think, senpais? Would it be impossible for me to join the club like this? Despite denying it himself, Rix wears a somewhat confident expression. Yeah, it's impossible, Sora declares mercilessly with a stern gaze. Why? I could jump farther than that student, couldn't I? Maybe because you can't fly. To be honest, despite expecting this outcome, you're still monstrous as ever, Rix. Randy and Serafina murmur from afar. It's occasionally like this. There are students who simply can't perform flight magic. This entrance test is designed to weed out such individuals. Well, that's not the case for him though, mutter. No matter how proficient you are in body enhancement magic, it won't suffice. Sorry, Rix. As the club president, I can't approve your entry. I'm sorry, but with your skill in body enhancement magic, you might excel in other clubs. And at that moment, a lifeline comes unexpectedly. Using flight magic isn't necessarily a must, is it? As long as you can fly, it should be fine. It was Shino, who had been checking pamphlets for information on various clubs' philosophies and activities. Closing the pamphlet with a snap, she glances at Sora. Shino? As Rix, who dashed back in surprise at Shino's statement, looks bewildered, Shino turns to Tran, who is eagerly observing the surroundings. It's your turn, summoned beast. Me, Tran? Yes, you can fly, right? Carry Rix and take him for a flight. Then, Shino pokes Rix's chest with her finger. Understand? The power of the summoned beast is the master's power. In other words, it's synonymous with the magic of the magician who is the master. Got it? Despite being halfway, you are Tran's master. Tran's power is your magic. There's no reason not to utilize this, right? Right. That's right. All right, Tran. Can I ask you to do what Shino just said? At your service, Aniki. Tran innocently responds, spreading dragon wings on her back and getting down on all fours. Come on, Aniki. Hop on, hop on. Yeah, okay. Rix sits cross-legged on Tron's back. Indeed, one could say she was born again as a dragon, even sitting on Tron's back. There was not a hint of frailty. Instead, it felt incredibly stable, as if sitting on a large boulder. All right, here we go. In the next moment, Tran vigorously flaps her wings, lifting Rix into the air with overwhelming wind pressure. Whoa! As the ground rapidly recedes and the sky draws closer, Rix's excitement rises involuntarily. This is my first time flying on Tran's back, but it's so much fun. Really? Tran's having a blast flying with you too, Aniki. Is that so? If Tran's okay with it, doing this kind of activity every day wouldn't be bad at all. Tran's totally fine with it. As the two of them enjoy themselves, the students witnessing the scene gaze at them intently. He is doing it. With a smile that seemed to say that settles it, Shino spoke to Sora. I'll ask just to be sure. So, you don't plan on letting Rix join the club, right? To Shino's question, yeah, it's probably not going to happen. Sorry. Well, I guess that's how it goes. Sora replied thinly, and Shino, as if understanding, became expressionless. Once again, they looked up at the two in the sky. Ahaha. Aniki, the breeze feels great, doesn't it? Yeah, it sure does. Oh, what's that over there? Let's go check it out. Tran, got it. A scene of a large man, seemingly bossing around a young-looking girl without doing anything himself. It was much more than they had imagined. This scene is too disturbing. At that moment, the hearts of all the students watching them were in perfect alignment. Section. And so, the exploration of club activities by Rix and the others continued. Over the course of several days, they visited various clubs that existed within the academy. Day 2, Physical Magic Enhancement Club. A club dedicated to honing their skills in physical enhancement magic, and participating in various track and gymnastics events. WTH. The scene of Rix effortlessly sprinting past senior members. WTH. The scene of Rix effortlessly hurling a metal ball farther than any senior member. I did it. A depiction of Rix leaping effortlessly, clearing the bar higher than any of the senior members. What in the world? A depiction of Rix effortlessly lifting a barbell heavier than any of the senior members. What do you think, senpais? With a crash thud, he throws the barbell to the ground, sinking halfway into it, then turns to the senior members of the Body Magic Athletics Club. You said you couldn't accept someone who can't use magic, but with this, you'll let me join the Body Magic Athletics Club, right? This should be convincing, right? Rix eagerly asks. But sorry, it's impossible. Why? Because we were actually planning to disband the club after today. Why in the world? We've lost our confidence. Sniff. I never imagined we'd be so thoroughly beaten by someone who can't even use magic. What were the past 3 years for? Anyway, I guess we'll just retire and live out the rest of our lives like plants. Hey, wait. Senpais, where are you going, senpais? A depiction of Rix desperately clinging to the departing seniors as they walk away from the arena. This place doesn't seem promising either. Seemed like a good idea, but maybe it backfired. Well, from the perspective of those living as ordinary magicians, Rix is like a toxic substance that disrupts the norm. With a sigh, their friends observe Rix and the others. Section. Day 3, Summoned Beast Combat Club. Engaging in activities where members train and battle with their summoned beasts. Go, Tran. Hara'ah Muki'uan Ka'ian. Gain. In response to Tran's intimidating roar, the magical wolf Fenrir, who was facing off, exposes his belly and assumes a posture of surrender. Is that for real? Even Captain's Fenrir? What in the world is that summoned beast? Is that an ancient dragon species? It's too powerful. The senior members of the Summoned Beast Combat Club murmur in disbelief. With a smug expression, Rix speaks to the senior members. Victory. A flawless victory. What do you say, senpais? Isn't the power of my summoned beast, Tran, amazing? Even though you said it would be impossible with such a seemingly weak summoned beast. This should convince you to let me join the club, right? Sorry, it's still not possible. Why not? Rix sparks at the sullen senior members. Why not? Is it because my summoning contract is incomplete? Or is it because it's frustrating for seasoned members like you to lose to a newbie like me? That's part of it. But the main reason is, well, it's just the sight of a grown man ordering a delicate girl from behind to fight monsters like that. Especially considering she's an ancient dragon species. It's just, the imagery is far worse than we imagined. It's just too much. Imagery again? Is imagery really that important? Honestly, you seem downright truthless. There's no way you could compete against other schools with that. We're going to be so embarrassed. This is outrageous. Rix is inundated with condemnation. Looks like this isn't going to work either. This is getting complicated. If only Tran had taken on the form of a real dragon instead of a girl, this would have been resolved quickly. Ha ha. Yeah, just as their companions were beginning to resign themselves to the situation. Fine, I get it. If Tran can't fight, then I'll fight in Tran's place, with my summoned beast. Right? That's absurd. Do you even understand the purpose of the Summoned Beast Combat Club? First of all, you're just a regular human who can't even use magic, and you want to fight trained summoned beasts. All right, that's enough. I'm fed up. I'll show you just how strong our summoned beasts are with my own hands. Bring it on, first year. You'll regret underestimating our summoned beasts. All right. Yeah, we're counting on you, senpais. Achieved a flawless victory. Since the seniors began considering disbandment due to lack of confidence, we stopped them with all our might. Section. Unfortunately, no matter which department Trix knocked on, he was turned away at each gate. It was a sad reality that he was rejected everywhere he went. Indeed, Rix, who couldn't use magic and consistently disregarded common sense, was too much of an outlier for this magic academy. And after various twists and turns in club activities, they finally arrived at their destination. On the 5th day. Welcome to the Alchemy Club, first-year students. I think intellectual clubs like the Alchemy Club are perfect for me. Yeah, if we overlook the fact that intellectual is the furthest word from you. As usual, Randy retorted with a sarcastic remark to Rix's refreshing smug face. They were in a magical laboratory within the Astoria Magic Academy campus. After school, several upperclassmen and about 10 first-year students, including Rix's group, gathered in the room used as the Alchemy Club's activity space. I am the president of the Alchemy Club, Elsie Aristan. A second-year female student with long, unkempt hair covering her eyes murmured in front of the assembled first-year students, her appearance somewhat unclear. You're doing magic pharmacy and magical tool crafting in class. Originally derived from alchemy, right? The Alchemy Club conducts various experiments based on classical alchemy to deepen understanding and knowledge of magical pharmacy and magical tool crafting. That's the kind of club we are. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, senpai. In other words, it's like this, right? Modern refined battlefield swordsmanship originated from the chaotic fighting on the battlefield gradually evolving. So by enjoying that primal chaotic combat, we can deepen our understanding of how rational modern battlefield swordsmanship is, right? It's about learning from the past to innovate. Come on, Riggs. Randy was utterly exhausted from making retorts. Now, let's start. As a trial membership, for the first-year students, let's conduct a certain magical experiment together. And so, Rix's trial membership in the Alchemy Club began. Section. When the first-year students divided evenly among the experiment tables laden with magical ingredients and alchemical apparatus, Elsie declared thusly, "From now on, let's all make magic fireworks together." He. No, stop. Absolutely stop. It was Randy who reflexively refused. Why? Randy-kun, with eyes widened in surprise peeking through the gaps of her overgrown hair, Elsie inquired. Because of those guys over there. Randy pointed behind him while crying. Over at that experiment table. Yo, Aniki. Looks like Tran and the gang are gonna make fireworks. Piece of cake. Making bombs was both mine and Tran's specialty. We were the best in the gang at it, weren't we? Yeah, that's right. Good old times. We used to think of ways to efficiently kill people together with Aniki. That's right. Like mixing in sharp metal shards. Yeah. Those were the days. Hey, cut out the nostalgic talk about dangerous stuff. After firmly interjecting with a warning, Randy turned back to Elsie. Anyway, making fireworks? That just gives me a bad feeling. Senpai, do you want to die or something? Oh, that's a bit dramatic. Facing Randy's intense aura, Elsie only ambiguously smiled. Well, we've already prepared the tools, and some of the ingredients are indeed dangerous if mishandled. But Making this is different from ordinary fireworks or bombs made from gunpowder. Unless deliberately ignited with magical fire, it won't explode. And besides, it's okay. I'll be watching over everything. So Elsie smiled reassuringly at Randy. Well, as long as we don't ignite magical fire, it should be fine. Right. In that case, I suppose even those two mustards shouldn't have to worry about accidental explosions. Randy couldn't shake off a slight feeling of unease. And so, under the guidance of the senior students in the Alchemy Club, the enjoyable magical experiments of alchemy began. First, we'll process each magical ingredient on the desk. This preparatory work is crucial, as it greatly affects the success of the alchemical experiment. I see. In front of Rix was a large lump of stone. First, this black stone with striped patterns. The Inferno Blackstone. This is the charge. We'll cut this out and then chop it finely. I see. Cut this out. But this is very hard, as it possesses the fire attribute. So if we enchant this with the water attribute using this silver magic knife, it will cut like butter. Slice. All right, it's cut, as expected. Anarchy, as always, a magnificent rock cutter. While Elsie explained, behind her, Rix was splitting the rocks in half with his sword. All right, let's keep going and chop it finely. Anarchy, you can do it. Slice, slice, slice. Rix continued to make the stone smaller and smaller, even though it should only be cut with the silver magic knife. Elsie stared at the strange sight in bewilderment for a while, then snapped out of it and continued her explanation. Next, we'll further grind this finely chopped Inferno Blackstone into a powder using this special magic mortar and pestle. Once it reaches that level, it's impossible with a blade. So, we'll enchant the mortar with the water attribute and apply a subtle vibration magic. Tran. Please. Got it. Then, behind Elsie, Rix was gathering the finely chopped stone fragments while Tran was clenching them tightly in both hands. Crunch. Crack. She crushed them with tremendous strength. As a result, a smooth powder spilled out from between Tran's clasped hands. Huh? What? Finally, Elsie, wide-eyed, was left speechless at the sight. Hey, senpai, looks like you're confused. Should we not be here? Meanwhile, at another experiment table, Randy, who was also participating in the introductory experiment, muttered to himself. Randy was in the midst of cutting the aforementioned Inferno Blackstone with a silver magic knife. Perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with manipulating the knife's attributes, he was struggling with the cutting process. This is the domain of the Alchemy Club. If we interfere with the progress of the experiment, it'll ruin your reputation, won't it? Just leave it be. On the other hand, Shino, being accustomed to it, swiftly made numerous cuts across the stone. Chop 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 chop. She quickly minced the lump of stone. Oh, Shino, you're quite skilled. Impressive dexterity. It's like you're good at cooking, like a mum. Who are you calling mum? Chop 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 chop. The experiment progressed in such a manner. Next is the blast crystal. It's much harder compared to before. So this time, we'll use this silver magic knife again. Cheest. Rix kicked the ceiling, adding momentum and weight to his sword as he swung it down. Slice. Perfect. Anarchy's Skyrock Cutter? Section. Next, the essence of fireworks. Stars. Various types of flame-reactive materials will be concocted. First, this resentful spirit wood fruit. A material derived from demons known as magic trees. The grudge of the tree residing in the juice of this fruit will emit a very clear blue light during purification. However, be careful, as it's as hard as a diamond, and if mishandled, one might be cursed. So, I'll deploy a barrier to repel evil spirits and proceed with utmost caution. Squish 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 squish. Splatter 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 splatter. Tran crushed the resentful spirit wood fruit as if squeezing an apple in one hand. As expected of Tran. Come to think of it, we often had juice made like this. Yes, indeed, Anarchy. Huh? But, from the residue of the fruit squeezing, There seems to be some strange black smoke-like substance emanating, trying to cling on to you. Are you okay? Ooh, Tran, you're tough, so you'll be fine. Bash on. www what are, this. If one were to directly ingest it, even top-notch magicians would be bedridden with a curse for 3 days. But wait, in the first place. What? Elsie-senpai. If you keep worrying about everything those guys do, you'll lose your mind, and your hair. It's better to ignore them unless they cause real harm. With a concerned pat on the shoulder of Elsie, whose eyes were swirling in confusion, Randy spoke gently. After various twists and turns. It feels different from the alchemy I know, but at the end of all the processes, Elsie was there, looking exhausted. We did it. This is our masterpiece. As expected, Aniki, in front of Rix and Tran were 3 rather awkwardly shaped large fireworks, but we ended up with quite a bit of leftover materials. Huh? Maybe we got too carried away. Well, it should be fine, probably. Hey, you guys did well. Honestly, I was on edge watching from the sidelines. HMPH. Not bad for Rix. Randy and Shino, having finished their work as well, approached Rix with several fireworks in their arms. Looking around, similar groups who had completed their fireworks could be seen scattered about. Well then, let's go outside and launch them right away. Everyone, prompted by Elsie, the first-year students headed outside in a group, and then, descend, conceal, Veil of the Night. With Elsie's incantation of Veil of the Night, the designated area turned into night, and the impromptu fireworks display began in a corner of the courtyard. Now everyone, please place one of the large fireworks into this launcher. The launcher prepared by the senior students of the Alchemy Club was cylindrical in shape, with magic crystals attached to the sides. This magic fireworks, theoretically, it activates various types of magical flames with different magical wavelengths all at once to create fireworks. Something like that. Activating various types of magical flames all at once. Huh? Rix nodded with interest at Elsie's explanation. Yeah. That's why directly lighting fireworks with fire isn't impossible, but controlling it is difficult and dangerous. So we use this launcher. While touching the magic crystal part of this launcher, infuse the fire magic until it turns red. Once it turns red, stop infusing magic into it. Immediately, the first-year students timidly began the task as instructed by Elsie. However, in front of the launcher with the large firework inside, Rix looked troubled. Sorry, Elsie-senpai. Actually, I can't use magic, revealing, or intending to reveal, the secret he had kept until now. Rix scratched his head awkwardly. Elsie-senpai might get mad at me for coming to this club despite not being able to use magic. But, no, I know, you're Rix-kun, the rumored scholarship student, ! Surprised by Elsie's unexpected response, Rix was taken aback. I was surprised to learn that a student who can't use magic is here at this academy. But meeting you in person, I was even more surprised. You're amazing, Rix. Even so, why did you let me join the club as a trial member? Well, certainly, in alchemy, magic is often more convenient for many things. Ideas, developing new theories, inventions, creativity. But even without magic, there are many things you can do. Elsie smiled as she looked at Rix through the gaps in her unkempt hair. And the most important thing is whether we can have fun together. Whether we can enjoy it, right, Rix-kun? Senpai. Then, in front of Rix's gaze, Elsie pulled something out. It was a small metal rectangular prism. Seemingly collapsible, Elsie flicked the top of the prism with her thumb, and it opened with a click, revealing a small red gem attached to it, which lit up with a gentle flame. Senpai? What's that? It's a magical tool. Flitter. It has weak firepower, but anyone can easily ignite magical flames with it. I'll give it to you. Closing the lid with a click, she handed it to Rix. With this, even if you can't use magic, you can ignite magical fireworks. Thank you, senpai. Rix immediately opened the lid of the flitter, lit the flame, and touched it to the magic crystal on the launcher. infusing it with magic. It turned red quickly, and he released the flame. Yeah. Something like that. It's okay now. All right. Step back, prompted by Elsie. Rix and Tran stepped away from the launcher, and then, 10 seconds later, with a satisfying sound of dawn, a massive light soared into the sky from the launcher. Boom! High in the sky, bursting into a beautiful array of colors, a magnificent flower blossomed. Whoa! Amazing! Rix clenched his fist and cheered. Wow! Tran's eyes widened as she gazed at the sky, but fireworks are but a momentary flash. The beautiful blossom soon vanished into the darkness. That was amazing. Finally coming back to herself after the display vanished, Tran started jumping up and down, full of excitement. Incredible. This is my first time seeing fireworks for real, and they're so beautiful and amazing, aren't they? Yeah, I know. I always thought of gunpowder as just a tool to blow away enemies on the battlefield, but I didn't know it could be used like this. Exactly. To think that an explosion without the screams of agony could be so beautiful. Yeah, to be moved by an explosion without hearing the dying screams. Hey, can't you guys be a bit more emotionally expressive? At times like this, Randy, not forgetting his duty, chimed in. And, either naturally or airheadedly, Elsie smiled happily at the scene of Rix and the others. Hee. It's worth it to see you all so happy. If you'd like, I'd be happy if you considered joining the club. Why yes, thank you so much, Elsie-senpai. Well then, everyone else, feel free to launch some fireworks too, and thus, the impromptu fireworks display began. One after another, the fireworks crafted by the first-year students soared into the sky. When Shino's homemade firework burst in the sky, creating a magnificent bloom of light, not only the first-year students but also the senior members of the Alchemy Club couldn't help but express their admiration and cheers. Everyone was captivated in an instant by the overwhelming power, artistic beauty, and delicate yet fantastical lights. Incredible. Wasn't that firework by the first-year girl amazing? The handling of magical gunpowder, the combination of burst powder and stars, it's all just perfect. And on top of that, the way it bloomed in the sky was calculated perfectly. It's too beautiful. It's artistic. If she were to participate in the summer magical fireworks competition, she'd definitely aim for the championship. Whoa, who's better, Elsie or her? It was quite a commotion. And one by one, the other first-year students began launching their fireworks, as if trying to outdo Shino. Hearing the commotion, students from other clubs who were in the middle of their activities started gathering to watch. Amidst the unexpected excitement of the impromptu fireworks display hosted by the Alchemy Club, Rix praised Shino as they stood side by side, gazing up at the sky. Shino, you're amazing. Rix blinked in amazement as he offered his praise to Shino, who was looking up at the sky beside him. Have you ever made magical fireworks before? To which Shino replied quietly, almost in a whisper. Once upon a time, there was a carefree girl who wanted to bring smiles to everyone with magic. At the same time, the resplendent light bloomed proudly in the sky with a loud neigh. Huh? What was that just now? Sorry, I didn't hear it over the sound of the fireworks. It's nothing. With a huff, Shino turned away and brushed her hair aside before leaving the scene. For a moment, the profile of Shino, usually wearing a perpetual expression of discontent, seemed to soften, her lips perhaps relaxing ever so slightly. That's odd. Well, I guess I'll launch the rest of mine too. Rix gazes at the last fireworks ball in his hand. He had already launched two, so this was the last one. Feeling a bit reluctant to use it now that it's the last one, Rix chuckles to himself. Aniki. Tran pokes Rix's arm excitedly. What's up, Tran? You are Aniki. Aren't you feeling frustrated? Tran pouts, looking sulky. Frustrated? About what? It's about everyone else's fireworks. Aren't they? Like, more flashy and beautiful than the ones Aniki and Tran made? Is that so? Rix tilts his head while looking up at the sky. Well, Shino's fireworks were indeed impressive, but I still think the one Tran and I made together is the best. Ah really? Aniki, I love you. Ha ha ha. But anyway, let's go for it and launch the ultimate mind-blowing firework together. Aniki, well, I mean, we've already made the fireworks. Aniki, check this out. Boom. Tran is holding a firework ball overhead, which is nearly 3 times the size of a normal one. What's this? Hey, I gathered the leftover materials and combined them to make this. Aniki. Wow, if we triple the size, the awesomeness will triple too, right? Tran was being foolish. Indeed, that makes sense. Well done, Tran. And Rix was being foolish too. Unfortunately, Shino was feeling a bit sentimental and distracted, completely ignoring the foolish duo. Randy, Serafina, Annie, and the others were also preoccupied with their own fireworks or those of other groups, leaving no room to pay attention to the foolish duo. Elsie-senpai and the other members of the Alchemy Club were busy taking care of other students, completely oblivious to the antics of the foolish duo. All right, let's light it up right away. Rix puts his fireworks ball into the sleeve of his robe and then quickly takes Tran's foolishly large fireworks ball, cramming it into the launcher, forcing it in with sheer force after it got stuck at the entrance. All right. Wait, Aniki. Leave this to Tran. Tran stops Rix, who is about to take out the flarita. Aniki, please think about it. When we lit the fireworks earlier, we only put a little bit of our feeble fire magic into them. But what if we put in a much stronger fire magic? Don't you think the power would double? Tran was being foolish. Tran, are you a genius? And Rix was being foolish too. Double the triple, that's 10 times. Such perfect calculation. Truly frightening for my little sister. All right, go for it. Both of them were exceptionally foolish. So, unnoticed by anyone, Tran and Rix stand in front of the launcher with their foolish firework. All right, let's do this. Thunk. And Tran begins to emit a low, beast-like sound from her mouth. Roar. Dragons shout. It's a magic known as dragon language magic, which utilizes the language of dragons. And in the next moment, Ka from Tran's mouth erupts a scorching flame of a dragon, clearly an overkill to ignite the firework, capable of melting even iron. Chew. Oh, ha, what's happening? As everyone turns round at the sudden deafening explosion, they see fireworks erupting on the ground and Rix and Tran being blown into the sky by the shock wave. What happened? The members of the Alchemy Club, led by the stunned Elsie, and the other first-year students are left speechless. I should have been prepared for this ending. Yet I foolishly. Why did I ignore them despite knowing it? Randy holds his head in frustration and shouts. Goodness. The trouble never ends with him. Worried about Rix-kun and Tran-chan. Are they okay? A flustered Annie and a bewildered Serafina. They're such idiots. They're probably fine because they're ridiculously tough, but should we go pick them up? Sigh. Shino sighs, draws her wand, and starts walking. Chapter 6, Sudden Turn. Ha ha ha. Aniki. Today was so much fun, wasn't it? Is this what school is like? Is this what club activities are like? Is this what they call youth? After finishing today's club activities, it was dusk as they walked towards the dormitory of the white class. Tran was bouncing with excitement as they walked along the path. I'm tired, Tran. My mind and body are worn out. Walking next to Tran, Rix complained. Indeed, Rix was in bad shape. His whole body was burnt and covered in burns. His robe covered in soot. His head was covered in ash. The damage from the magic fireworks explosion hadn't fully healed yet. Huh? Is that so? Tran is still full of energy. On the other hand, Tran, who should have also been caught in the explosion, was lively. Despite having some soot on her hooded cloak, Tran herself had not suffered any damage from the explosion. Not a single burn mark. Well, she's a dragon after all. Fundamentally, fire doesn't affect him. Come to think of it, even when I tried to roast Tran to eat her, she didn't burn at all. What are you doing? Dragons are generally known for their incredible resilience and resistance to various attributes, but even if they undergo evolution and reincarnation into humans, it seems those traits are inherited. What an invaluable asset. I want one. With a disdainful look, Serafina placed her hand on her hip and said proudly. And at that moment, however, I still haven't decided on a club activity. Rick's sighed. To which Randy replied with surprise, huh? It's true you've been turned down by almost every club, but wasn't today's Alchemy Club different? Isn't the Alchemy Club an option? Well, yeah, it could be, but things got a bit awkward at the end, so if it's Elsie-senpai, she'd decline you for that. I don't think she'd let you off the hook. Well, after that, you guys got a pretty harsh lecture from her. Recalling the scolding from the usually gentle Elsie-senpai, Rick drooped his shoulders even more. Well, yeah, that's one reason, but another reason I haven't decided yet is, I kind of want to visit all the clubs in the academy and see what they're like. Oh? Well, if that's the case, then it's fine, isn't it? Yeah, of course, except for the dueling club. I don't care what you do. Randy shrugged his shoulders. By the way, Randy, do you have any intention of joining a club? Me? I've already decided which club to join. Huh? Is that so? What are you going to do? Well, it's not like I'm hiding it or anything. The club I want to join is the one you hate. As Rick and Randy were chatting, suddenly, thud, unexpectedly, there was an impact and weight on Rick's back. Oops. Tran. Looking closely, Tran was clinging to Rick's back, holding onto his neck with her arms, crossing her legs firmly around Rick's waist, and sticking to him closely. Hey, what's going on, Tran? Aniki. Tran's tired. Please give me a piggyback ride. You're kidding. Weren't you full of energy just a moment ago? Well, I suddenly got really tired now. So, piggyback ride. Huh. What's with that? Rix could only sigh in exasperation. I see. So, there's this kind of privileged approach for the little sister character. Randy grinned amusedly. This is getting interesting. The heroine race, Rick's Cup, is becoming unclear. If you guys let your guard down, you might fall into an unexpected pitfall. Muttering to himself, Randy turned to Shino and the others and said, the next moment, oh, really? In that case, should I make your head truly spin with confusion, Randy-kun? Jakin. With a sharp, focused gaze, Annie and Seraphina's large staff and thin sword intersected in an X shape from left and right, pressing against Randy's neck, while Shino's short staff pushed up Randy's chin. Sumibasen. Trembling with fear, Randy's face turned pale with shock. Ignoring everyone else's reactions, Aniki, Good grief. As Tran nuzzled against her back, Rick sighed, not entirely disapproving. Come to think of it, Tran had always been like this. While usually she would freely tease Riggs, there were times when she would suddenly cling to him like this. Her innocent, whimsical, and excessively free-spirited behavior was akin to that of a stray cat. At a certain battlefield, Riggs had coincidentally found a girl, Tran. He couldn't help but wonder why. From the moment they met, Tran had become so attached to him, but, well, he didn't mind. To leave behind someone like her without saying anything. I have my own life too. I don't regret that choice, but it was a bit cruel for her. Rix felt a prickling sense of guilt belatedly creeping up on him. And so, as they continued, the path within the academy grounds split into two ahead. To the left, the dormitory of the white class. However, Shino chose the path to the right and began walking. Huh? Shino, where are you going? The academy's library. Huh? Now? What for? Then, Shino turned round and pointed a finger at Rix's nose. Rix, you might have completely forgotten. But besides club activities, that, half-hearted contract with trans-summoning creature needs to be sorted out promptly, you know? Darwin-sensei. He's surprisingly lenient with students, isn't he? Regarding the incomplete summoning creature contract. According to the regulations, they could expel you immediately, but he gives you a deadline. You shouldn't take advantage of the adult's kindness too much either. Why yes. Well, anyway, we need to thoroughly investigate Tran's true name situation and see if there are any similar cases in the past. For now, I'll just do a little research. If cancelling the contract is difficult, we'll have to consider other methods. I understand. I'll go too. Sorry for leaving everything to you. It's fine. I just want to personally look into it. Besides, I don't see how you, who gets sleepy after reading more than 2 lines of text, would be helpful. Ouch. That's harsh. Rix felt disheartened by Shino's usual salty attitude, but then, as if scolding Rix, Shino said, "More importantly, you have a more important role." "A role?" "Yes, don't take your eyes off Tran, got it? Don't take my eyes off Tran." "Well, yeah, I wouldn't do that anyway. I mean, if I look away from her, who knows what she'll do? It's not about that." "Well, anyway, the girl right now." "Oh, forget it. If I keep explaining, we'll run out of time for using the library today. I'll tell you later. Just focus on Tran for now, got it?" "Why yeah, understood." With those words left behind, Shino parted ways with the group and headed towards the library in the academy building. "Hey, Riggs." "Yeah, coming." As Randy, Serafina, and Annie walked ahead towards the dormitory of the white class, Riggs adjusted Tran on his back and began walking to catch up with them. "Hey, Aniki." Suddenly, Tran whispered to Riggs. "What's up, Tran? Can we, take a walk together?" With Tran's unexpected and abrupt invitation, Riggs blinked. "Right now? Well, there's still plenty of time before curfew at the dormitory." But today had been too eventful already, and Riggs was feeling tired. He just wanted to return to the dormitory, take a bath, and relax. As Riggs was thinking along those lines, "Is it not okay?" With a voice that was somewhat needy yet subtly lonely, Tran asked. Fine, I guess." Riggs somehow found himself agreeing. And so, he informed Randy and the others walking ahead that he and Tran would take a short stroll around the academy grounds together. Riggs and Tran stroll aimlessly through the school grounds as dusk descends. Tran has already dismounted from Riggs's back and is now walking on her own 2 feet. Riggs follows behind Tran, a bit apprehensively. What is Tran up to? Suddenly going for a walk together at this hour? Surely she's not planning to attack me out of nowhere. Riggs is feeling a bit uneasy. Taking Riggs out at this timing undoubtedly has some kind of intention behind it, but Tran remains silent. Tran continues to stroll leisurely, humming a tune off-key. Oh well, but still, Riggs suddenly averts his gaze from Tran's back and looks around. To the left, there is a deep forest that seems to swallow everything, and to the right, a magnificent school building resembling a castle. In the distance, the silhouette of beautiful mountains ablaze with the sunset can be seen. There are exquisitely landscaped gardens, and on the school grounds, students on their way back to the dorms after club activities can be seen. Over there, it seems that some club activities are still in progress at the magic training field, where students are gathered and earnestly engaged in something. This is the everyday scenery of the academy, filled with the vitality of nature and young people. Despite seeing this scene countless times, Riggs always thinks the same thing. It is a scene of profound and beautiful significance. Dusk. I used to hate dusk, didn't I? The dusk, dyed in red and gold, inevitably evokes images of blood and flames. Following closely behind is the terrifying darkness of the night, reminiscent of dreadful nights. But above all, the colors of dusk bring to mind a certain primal scene deeply embedded in Riggs's memory. A loathsome light shining on the tip of a sword. What is that memory, that scene? Riggs cannot recall it well, nor does he understand. But yes, surely, that must be it. Aniki. It was at that moment. Called by Tran's name, Riggs's consciousness, which had begun to drift into the depths of memory, is suddenly pulled back to reality. Riggs shakes his head lightly and responds to Tran. What's up, Tran? School. It's a fun place, huh? Tran turns around to face Riggs, smiling without a care. But perhaps it's because Riggs and Tran have been together for quite some time. Riggs feels that Tran's carefree smile is somewhat lonely, almost sorrowful enough to burst into tears. Tran? Aniki, I understand why you quit being a mercenary and came here. You see, Aniki. Actually, Tran, I came to this academy about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? That means, after the incident on Campbell Street with Inna had settled down, and things finally calmed down. But Riggs didn't actually meet Tran at the academy until about a week ago. There's about a week's gap there. Why didn't you come to me sooner? At first, when I found Aniki, I was planning to attack right away. Those who come are not refused. Those who leave are chased to the ends of hell. According to the iron laws of the mercenary group, I was planning to beat up Aniki and forcibly take him back. If you didn't nod, I was going to cut your head off and make you nod. That's scary. But, here, Tran pauses, lowers his gaze, and murmurs, Tran. Saw it. Saw. What? Aniki's really happy face. Back when I was in the mercenary group, I'd never seen it before. He seemed so relaxed, so vulnerable. But he had the most incredible happy expression. Tran closes her eyes, thinking back to 2 weeks ago, when she had been secretly observing Rix and the others from afar. Section. Hey, Rix. How long are you going to keep fooling around? Do you even understand the purpose of our midterm study session? Just hold on, Shino. Just this one game. Once this game is over, take this. Witness the might of my soul, with my pride on the line. This is my victory. Checkmate. Looks like you're buying all the food and drinks next time at the Forest Brownie Pavilion, Riggs. You're too predictable, Riggs. Instead of always aiming for a frontal assault, you should think more strategically. Frontal assaults usually worked out fine on the battlefield. So why? Don't mix up the battlefield and the chessboard. You mercenary-minded fool. Even on the battlefield, you're the only one who gets away with that. Randy, you're strong. How about a game with me after this study session is over? Oh, sounds good. Just so you know, I won't go easy on you, even if you're a princess. Hey, coming from a commoner like you. Well, fine. I'll allow it. After all, you'll come to understand the difference in skill soon enough. Hey everyone, I brought tea and snacks. Oh, thanks, Annie. All right everyone, since we've worked hard, let's take a little break. You, Riggs, when do you plan to study, exactly? You won't even know what regret feels like. Just an ordinary scene that could be seen in any group of students. Tran observes the lively scene in the common room through the window from a tree branch. Of course, this isn't the only thing. Tran secretly observes Rigg's daily life. Section. I always saw you having fun, Aniki. Tran. So, Tran. I actually figured it out right away. Aniki's place wasn't with that mercenary group or on the battlefield anymore. It became somewhere else. And then, being together with Aniki and experiencing this school life thing, I thought I might find some places where this academy wasn't suitable for Aniki. Haha, but there really weren't any. It's more than enough. Tran continued, her voice fading away. I guess Tran isn't needed by Aniki anymore. Tran has become unnecessary. Even though Tran was right there in front of Riggs. Certainly, right in front of Riggs, with a sad smile that seemed like it could disappear at any moment, as if it were a dream or an illusion. That's not true, Riggs said, somewhat flustered. Why would you say you're not needed by me? Why? Tran had value, meaning, because Tran fought alongside Aniki in battle. But if Aniki finds a place outside of battle, if Aniki stops fighting, then Tran would lose all value, all meaning. Why would it be like that, Tran? Riggs couldn't understand what Tran was saying, and he instinctively pressed her for answers. My existence as a fighter is the reason for your existence? That's ridiculous. I am me. You are you. Just like I have my own life, you have yours. There's no way your existence could lose its value and meaning. No. That's how it will be, Aniki. I'm sure of it. Why? What's the reason for that? The reason? I don't know, actually. But, deep down in Tran's heart, I'm convinced. Tran is that kind of existence. Tran was born to fight alongside Aniki! Suddenly, Riggs remembered the day he first met Tran. Finding that egg by chance in some distant wilderness, the moment they first met. The first time he was called Aniki. What was that egg exactly? The one-way summoning beast contract from Tran to Riggs. What is that all about? At this point, whether Tran is the reincarnation of an ancient dragon or not is not important. Who is Tran, really? Why? Why hadn't he thought deeply about such an important matter until now, but rather left it carelessly aside? Aniki is amazing. I respect him because Aniki is starting to walk his own new path, thinking for himself. But Tran is foolish. thinking that the only place suitable for Aniki is the bloody battlefield, without considering anything else. I had always believed that Tran would continue fighting alongside Aniki until the end. Oh, Tran, what am I going to do now that there's nothing for me to do? Tran murmured weakly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Tran, Rix shouted. He felt something was wrong. If he didn't stop Tran here and now, things would become irreparable. I'm also foolish, so I don't quite understand what you're trying to say. In fact, even though we've known each other for quite a while, there's still so much we don't understand about each other, right? I don't even understand my own past or background. But, if you don't know what to do from now on, why don't you join me and attend this academy together? This academy? Yeah, that's right. I don't really understand why, but it seems you're my summoned beast, so there shouldn't be any problem with you attending the academy with me. We'll figure out this summoning beast contract thing somehow. He had a strong feeling about it. If he didn't hold Tran back now, Tran would leave. Probably she wouldn't return to her former home with the Black Mercenaries. Tran's place was only on the battlefield where Rix was. As long as Rix wasn't with the group, that wasn't Tran's place. Therefore, Tran would surely continue to fight alone, without meaning, on a battlefield unknown to Rix. Just like her former self, she had no path other than fighting. They were kindred spirits, so he understood painfully well. So, let's attend the academy together. Surely, you'll find a path other than fighting too. With all the sincerity he could muster, Rix conveyed this to Tran. Tran just shook her head, looking lonely. Why, Tran? Now, realizing that something decisively separated their paths, Rix asked, his voice strained. Why? Are you so fixated on fighting by my side? Why? Is that the only thing for you? Ha ha. Why indeed? But recently I've been having a certain dream frequently. And because of that, I've come to understand something vaguely. Yes, probably Tran and Aniki are, but then, at that moment. Sigh, can you cut the act already? Isn't this charade getting a bit tiresome? Her voice dripping with contempt, as if mocking and belittling them to the core, was directed at Rix and Tran. Meaning? Value? Ridiculous. There's no meaning or value in the struggles of ordinary people like you. But the existence known as ancient dragons is precious. In that regard, there is meaning and value. Suddenly, Rix and Tran found themselves surrounded by what seemed to be nearly 10 senior students. They weren't wearing the typical robes of regular students. They all wore specially made robes with gold embroidery, not belonging to the white, blue, or red classes, and it seemed to be some sort of magic. However, despite not giving off any sense of magic detectable to Rix's keen warrior senses, Rix couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the sight of this mysterious group approaching so closely. Who are you? Facing the group emitting an unmistakably unfriendly atmosphere, Rix placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, readying himself without letting his guard down as he questioned them. In response, the apparent leader of the group of seniors shrugged in apparent exasperation and spoke with an attitude belittling Rix. My, not knowing us while enrolled in this academy. How ignorant. These foolish impostors are truly troublesome. Very well. Let me enlighten you. Remember it well. We are the Peacekeeping Enforcement Division, the order of this academy. Chapter 7 Plunder Contract. It was just after Rix and the others had joined Tran, right before they began their serious club activities. As expected, this academy really has a lot of clubs. It's overwhelming trying to decide where to start, said Randy, glancing through the pamphlet. Well, if we focus on the well-known ones, there's the Dueling Club, the Aerial Arts Club, the Summoned Beast Combat Club, the Ruins Exploration and Investigation Club, the Magic Ensemble Club. These are the ones with a large scale and a lot of members, and they seem to produce some results or achievements every year, making them the face of this academy. There are also smaller scale groups like the Magic Games Enthusiast Club, the Eastern Occult Research Society, the Magic Cuisine Enthusiast Club. It seems there are various extracurricular activity groups, although it's not exactly a club. There's also an organization called the Student Council Executive Committee that oversees various club activities and events held within the academy. What's the difference between clubs and enthusiast groups, Shino? According to the pamphlet, clubs are officially recognized by the academy and receive a budget from the student council. On the other hand, enthusiast groups are activities without budget support. The former is required to submit activity reports quarterly, while the latter is free to operate. I see. Thud. Rix closed the pamphlet and stood up. Well then, let's start by looking around at various things. I'll accompany you as your loyal sidekick. Yeah. But try not to cause too much trouble, Tran. Got it? I'll behave. Oh. The irony. And with that, Rix and the others promptly began walking towards the club activities tour. But then, something happened. Wait a moment, Rix. Randy tapped Rix on the shoulder. I debated whether to say this, worried it might dampen your excitement, but I think it's better for you to know beforehand. What is it? In this academy, there are indeed plenty of clubs and societies that conduct extracurricular activities after school, both officially recognized by the student council and unofficially operating on their own. While most operate with decency and common sense, there are some unruly groups among them. These unofficial troublemakers engage in activities prohibited by the academy, such as unauthorized magical research or harboring dangerous ideologies. Among them, there's one group in particular that we must avoid at all costs. Section: the Peacekeeping Enforcement Division. The seniors. They're famous, right? Rix raised his level of vigilance and tensed up. Beside him, Tran, still trying to fully grasp the situation, blinked rapidly. The leader among them, seemingly pleased with Rix's reaction, smiled faintly as he spoke. Yes, it's something to keep in mind if you're attending this academy. I am Gerald Lowell, the head of the Peacekeeping Enforcement Division. A third-year student. Gerald was a typical honor student, with a serious demeanor and an air of superiority that made him somewhat unapproachable. He likely came from a noble background, judging by his impeccable appearance and the luxurious accessories like rings and earrings that adorned him, items beyond Rick's reach even if he turned his pockets inside out. I see. Even newcomers like you fools are aware of us, after all. It seems our meaningful activities are finally making their way into this decaying academy. About time. With an air of self-satisfaction, the leader, Gerald, swept his hand through his hair. Rix, nonchalantly, responded. Indeed, you're not part of the officially recognized clubs or committees, but rather unofficial societies, gathering places for dangerous delinquents. Supposedly, it's the responsibility of the student council to oversee and manage such incidents and matters within the academy, but you lot seem to have a habit of barging in without permission, attempting to handle things your own way. I hate to say this, but it's best not to cause trouble for others, senpais. Rick's words seemed to prick at the surrounding students, stirring up frustration. Even Gerald's gaze towards Rick's turned colder and sharper. Huh? Is he angry? Did I say something wrong? Gerald addressed Rix, tilting his head slightly. You truly are a commoner, aren't you? To only see our activities in such a light. You don't understand, do you? How corrupted this academy has become, and the lengths we go to cleanse it. I don't understand, no. Because I have no interest. Despite Rick's honest response, for some reason, Gerald and the other members of the Peacekeeping Enforcement Division surrounding them seemed to grow increasingly irritated. Why? It all started when that incompetent principal, Jake, took office here. Ever since then, this academy has introduced a curriculum for awakening sorcerers with the Fool's Elixir. Since then, ignorant commoners like you have been gaining titles such as magicians one after another, multiplying like vermin. They are too foolish to become the noble magicians they claim to be. They've been causing problems and incidents one after another at this academy. Indeed, only those of noble blood are fit to be magicians. Wait, but isn't it a long-standing tradition for some foolish magicians who gain power to occasionally cause various incidents and problems? It's been like that since the dawn of magic, right? It's not really relevant to commoners or nobles. Rix tried to portray himself as a serious student, listening attentively in class, but for some reason, he seemed distressed. The crackling of frustration grew among the surrounding students. Why is this happening? Tears welled up in Rix's eyes. HMPH. Well, anyway, the point is, in order to maintain order and ensure constructive daily activities among groups of magicians, you need an executive organization with absolute power and will, even willing to get their hands dirty. At the top of that group, even your lacking intellect, coming from a commoner background, should understand that much, right? Oh, I get it. It's like a supervisory squad, isn't it? Supervisory squad. A unit tasked with quite brutal duties in mercenary or military contexts, such as monitoring their own troops from the rear and attacking them if they try to desert or flee without orders, forcibly keeping them engaged in combat. Yeah, exactly. It's necessary, you know. Mercenaries and hired men easily abandon their allies when things get tough. But, even though it's a mission, it feels awful, you know, turning on your own side. Haha. Anyway, did you understand now? The significance of our activities? Creeped out, Gerald grimaced, spreading the hem of his robe as he spoke. Order within a group is always maintained by power. It's practically a necessary evil. We, the law enforcement executive, execute this with noble will and determination. We are the chosen ones who justify evil for the sake of order. Yes, the order of this almost entirely student-run academy, where freedom is entrusted to the students, is maintained day by day. Thanks to our efforts, Gerald declared confidently and proudly. But wouldn't it be better if it were the Student Council Executive Committee? Why do unrelated senior students have to meddle? Rix's straightforward thoughts and questions, as he tilted his head in confusion with folded arms. Jin. The voltage of murderous intent from the surrounding students escalated even further. Why on earth? Rix was completely at a loss as to why everyone was so angry. Sigh. You really don't understand anything, do you? The Student Council Executive Committee. They're just a bunch of incompetent fools who can't see the reality and truth of magicians, Gerald said with utter contempt, as if he were spitting out the words. Even though it's already clear that it's the magicians from commoner backgrounds who have no sense of discretion that cause trouble, excluding them is the only way to maintain order in the academy. Those incompetent fools in the Student Council Executive Committee bend over backward to make life easier for commoner-born magicians to enroll in this academy and to navigate student life here, and they also fuss over managing the friction between nobles and commoners. They're nothing but a group of idiots beyond imagination with the title of magician. And what's even more unforgivable is denying students like us who truly care about the future of true magicians and rejecting us from joining the Student Council Executive Committee from the start. It's unacceptable for such fools who can't see the bigger picture or the future to control this academy from the top and even belonging to the Student Council Executive Committee. It shouldn't promise various glories in the future just because of that. This academy is rotten. Because it's rotten, someone must set it right. Do you understand? First year there? For a while, Rix crossed his arms and hummed as he thoroughly contemplated what Gerald had said. Eventually, as if finally understanding, he clapped his hands together. Oh, I see. I got it, senpai. HMPH. Finally, you get it? I'll give you credit. Senpai, you really wanted to join the Student Council Executive Committee, the top organization of this academy, but you got turned away, so you got all sulky, right? That's why you ended up creating this lame team called the Law Enforcement Executive, mimicking the Student Council Executive Committee, and rebelling like a spoiled child. Is that it? You seem to want to die, don't you? Why on earth? The gazes of the surrounding students had turned from hostility to outright murderous intent. Where did I go wrong? Rix's self-interrogation seemed endless. Ugh, I didn't want to attract too much attention, especially after Randy warned me. Exasperated, Rix thought to himself. Well, it doesn't matter. I never expected a filthy bottom-dwelling commoner like you to understand our noble ideals. After all, there's a difference in the heights of the social strata between you and me, Gerald said, belittling Rix's senpai. You don't have to degrade yourself like that. Let's have more confidence in ourselves and live on. Why should I be beneath you? The more you speak, the more unpleasant you become. Gerald's composure was completely crumbling. By the way, do you understand why we, the law enforcement executive, have appeared before you like this? Can you grasp it? Gerald asked. What? No. No. No, I have absolutely no idea. What's with that reaction? You seem to have plenty of ideas, Gerald remarked, growing tired from talking with Riggs. Relax. You're of no concern to us today. While it's true we aspire to eventually purge commoners from this academy, we're not some uncouth organization that metes out vigilante justice or sanctions against innocent students. Gerald reassured. Is that so? Seriously? You're not lying, are you? Liars are the beginning of thieves. Let's live more honestly. Riggs protested. You really know how to get on my nerves. Gerald clicked his tongue at Ricks's reaction, genuinely surprised. We have business with you, Gerald said, pointing at Tran. ? With that, Gerald pointed at Tran. Tran, who had been yawning, blinked in surprise when suddenly addressed. Damn, I knew it. Riggs inwardly gritted his teeth. From the Phoenix Egg incident to the magical creature escape from the beast taming department, to the incomplete summoning beast contracts, Tran had certainly stood out for all the wrong reasons at this academy. She was an anomaly, a presence that shouldn't be in the academy in the first place. Therefore, it wouldn't be entirely absurd for extremist vigilante groups like the law enforcement executive to come to remove Tran. Wait a minute, Senpai. Tran is my summoned beast. Riggs stepped forward to shield Tran, as if protecting her on his back. Aniki, the actions of the summoned beast should be my responsibility as its master. Could you please refrain from laying a hand on Tran? I'll accept any punishment if necessary. He used to be in pain anyway. Being captured by enemies and enduring torture isn't something new for him. If he consciously block out the pain and empty my mind, he can handle anything. But, you don't understand, do you? Gerald sneered suddenly. While it's true that she disrupted the order within the academy and should be subject to our punishment, there are those in this world whose value allows them to act with impunity. They might be noble-blooded aristocrats like us, or, perhaps, rare and precious beings like her. Huh? I heard she's a primordial dragon. Isn't she? Riggs narrowed his eyes at those words. His demeanor shifted from playful to sharp, like a warrior sizing up an enemy on the battlefield. Riggs's keen instincts as a warrior in the battlefield sensed it keenly. The man before him was his enemy. What's that supposed to mean? Riggs asked, more deeply, while bracing himself. It's quite splendid, isn't it? How miraculous her existence is, but someone like you, an ordinary person, wouldn't understand her value at all, would you? With grandiosity, he continued to address Riggs. Now, Riggs, consider, for example, the excessive executive authority of an incompetent student council. For example, just like the unworthy you possess an exceedingly great primordial dragon as a summoned beast. Don't you think that truly valuable things should be in the hands of those who are qualified to obtain them? Gerald's words were followed by the next moment. Yes, for example, someone like me. Swiftly, Gerald raised his hand as if giving a signal. Simultaneously, the students surrounding Riggs began chanting spells and brandishing their wands and hands. Restrain. In the next moment, purple lightning flashed, and numerous rings of light encircled Riggs and Tran's limbs and torsos, completely immobilizing their movements. What is this? I can't move. Giga. Not even Riggs nor Tran's immense strength seemed capable of breaking through the rings of light. There's no way they could break through, right? This is the restraining magic. It seals the movements of the target. Moreover, it's enough to restrain 10 people. There's no way for someone like you, who can't use magic, to escape from it. As Gerald, having rendered Riggs and Tran completely powerless, approached them with an air of triumph, he began to explain before the startled Riggs. As your senior, allow me to give you a lesson in summoning magic. Let me clarify the current state of your rather incomplete summoning beast contract. Gerald started his explanation before the taken-aback Riggs. In most cases, for a mage to obtain a summoning beast through summoning magic, they need to directly meet with the summoning beast and make a contract. There are various methods to initiate the contract, Negotiating and convincing through dialogue is one way. Alternatively, forcibly subduing and compelling the contract is also acceptable. Then, the summoning pledge ceremony is conducted, and the mage identifies and controls the summoning beast's true name through recognition. Though it's a rare case, if the summoning beast is an intelligent being, there are instances where the summoning beast willingly provides its true name to the mage. Regardless, at that moment, the contract between both parties is established, and the summoning beast becomes the mage's property. Have you learned this in your classes? Gerald stood before Tran in front of the immobilized Rix. Now, typically, when the master mage of a summoning beast dies, all contracts become void. The summoning beasts previously under the control of the deceased master are released and become free. However, there are exceedingly rare cases where a summoning beast continues to maintain its subservient contract to its deceased master. As Tran growled in a menacing manner, Gerald swiftly grasped Tran's chin. Whether it's due to deep trust and affection for the deceased master or perhaps delusions and curses directed at the summoning beast by the deceased master, it's not entirely clear. Regardless, such cases exist. Pitiful beings bound by summoning beast contracts despite the absence of their master. Summoning magic enthusiasts like us mages refer to them as stray summoning beasts. Yes, that's precisely what you are now, primordial dragon. At that moment, Tran isn't a stray. Tran, with sharp anger in its eyes and bared fangs, shouted. Tran has Aniki. However, the fierce barking gradually weakened into a hesitant, feeble sound. And with that, Gerald, who had no understanding of Tran's inner thoughts or feelings, chuckled disdainfully. Yes, that's the mystery. After all, your master isn't dead. As you can see, he's alive. Yet, when I expand the sphere and confirm your existence through spiritual vision, it's clear that the summoning beast contract with Rix over there is still in effect, despite it being a one-way street. This is the first time I've encountered such a case. Although magically speaking, there's no doubt you're a stray summoning beast, with the master still alive. Ha ha ha, the Summoning Magic Society must be in an uproar. Then, in front of Tran, Gerald drew his wand. Well, I've said enough, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is, Tran, that you're a stray summoning beast with no rightful master. That's the only point that matters. Gerald then moved his wand, beginning to write luminous letters in front of Tran. What? Tran's eyes were fixed on the letters. Letters. Tran's vision was drawn into the essence of those letters. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Tran. Looking closer, Tran's agony was anything but ordinary. Tran's eyes were wide open as if their very eyelids were torn apart, with the whites of their eyes showing. Her frail and petite body convulsed as if afflicted by malaria. Foam even began to lightly trickle from her mouth. Hey, what have you done to Tran? Rix tried to lunge at Gerald, but the ring of light restraining Rix's entire body was unbelievably sturdy, not budging an inch. At my current rank, it's unimaginable to discern the true name of an ancient dragon species, even if they're reincarnated as humans. However, if I don't know the true name, why not just overwrite it? I'll give her a substitute identity. What? A false name? I'll give her an alternative designation in place of the true name. That way, I can control her as a summoned beast. What the? Of course, such a trickery wouldn't work against a regular summoned beast. But it's remarkably effective against stray summoned beasts, especially when the summoning oath ritual has already been performed. By usurping the position of the original master, gaining control over the summoned beast becomes quite simple. Stop it. Gerald spoke as if intoxicated before the enraged Rix. But isn't it marvelous? Who would have thought that I, of all people, could acquire an ancient dragon species as a summoned beast? She is power, and not just any power, but the highest caliber of power imaginable in this world. With this power in hand, there's no way we couldn't crush that detestable student council. We, the Public Order Maintenance Executive Committee, could even stand at the top of this academy. Ha 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 ha. What? What are you thinking? Oh, relax, Rix. Even if you can't handle her at all, I can maximize her specs by 120%. She'll surely be delighted. Now, once I have complete control, where should I start? What kind of training should I give her? Maybe, I don't even need this fragile and weak human body. Shall I revert her to her ancestors, or perhaps, it might be entertaining to subject her to various bodily modifications while keeping her human. It's truly the best material to spark creativity. Don't you think? Former Master Rix. Ha ha ha, you despicable bastard. Rix gritted his teeth in fury, almost as if he was going to crush his molars. Yet he remained helpless in this situation, filled with frustration. And then, at that very moment, know your place, you scoundrels. Suddenly, with an explosive surge of presence, pressure, and magical force, accompanied by a chilling cold that froze even the soul, a tremendous frost swept through like a raging storm. This cold and impact froze and shattered all the restraining rings of light binding Rix and his group. Simultaneously, it sent the senior members of the Public Order Maintenance Executive Committee flying. My arm is. My legs. My legs won't move, they're frozen. Ugh. The senior students, with their limbs frozen solid down to the bone, screamed and thrashed about in a frenzy. It was a spell known to those in the know. The draconic language magic, frost breath. Under extreme low temperatures, all movement and energy come to a halt. Hence, it was the roar of a dragon that nullified all magic and spells, and the one behind this cry was, naturally, Tran. Despite Rix's call, Tran does not respond. However, from her slender throat, she emits a low, ferocious growl. Her usual innocent demeanor is nowhere to be found. Tran exudes violent magic and a giant-like presence from her entire body, glaring at the surrounding students with cold, ruthless eyes as if they were trash. Be grateful to the swordsman. The only reason you scum aren't frozen to your core is because of him. With that, Tran tosses the words aside and sharply gazes at Gerald. But you will not be forgiven. Die? ? Gerald instinctively blocks the freezing cold with a magic barrier from his shield spell, but before the awakened Tran, there is no room for composure, and he sweats profusely on his forehead. You dare to insult my pride by daring to become the swordsman's replacement and my master? Your mere death would be too lenient. I'll tear you apart alive and feed you to the filth of the underworld. Instantly, Tran's figure, filled with intense fury, disappears. No. She rushes towards Gerald at super speed. Her overwhelming dragon-like physical abilities surpass Rix with ease, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant, tearing apart the surroundings with shockwaves. Tran charges straight towards Gerald, the speed impossible for ordinary people to react to. But, Gerald is no ordinary person. He is a magician. A magician is an omnipotent being within their sphere of influence. Therefore, perceiving and responding to Tran's movements is possible for Gerald. Thrice, I reject you tch. In an instant, harnessing tremendous magical power, Gerald further deploys the magic of shield, a triple-layered magical barrier to layer the same magic 3 times over. It's the pinnacle technique of a top-tier magician. However, crack, crack. Golden scales begin to cover Tran's right hand, and sharp claws extend. In the next moment, Gerald's shield is torn apart without any trickery, reduced to smithereens. Dragons shout, crow extend. The manifestation of dragon claw strikes with mithril, slicing through even true silver and cinnabar gold like butter. With his triple-layered shield destroyed, Gerald's body is pushed back several meters by the impact. His shoe soles scrape against the ground. To think you could touch my reins with such meager ability. Laughable. As Tran exudes a suffocating aura, she slowly advances towards Gerald. Wait. Tran. Sensing a fatal premonition, Rix shouts. Stop this now. Don't kill him. I cannot heed that. Even if it is at the request of the swordsman. This is different from the insolence of the former demon lord. That scoundrel, dare I say it, tried to impersonate the swordsman. Turning her face only slightly to glance at Rix, Tran's eyes gleam ominously, sending a chill down anyone who meets her gaze. Children of puny stature, I shall make you understand. If you forget, I will etch it into your souls once more. I am a dragon. I reign supreme at the apex of the food chain. the overwhelming superior of humans. I shall teach you feeble beings the calamity that befalls those who dare to provoke my wrath. This is bad. He don't quite understand what's going on, but she seems incredibly furious. If left unchecked, Tran will undoubtedly tear Gerald apart and kill him. There's no way out of this. Rix, determined to stop Tran by any means necessary, draws his sword. We can't let Tran commit murder within the academy. Despite being an irredeemable idiot, Gerald is still a student enrolled in the academy. If he's killed, the higher-ups at the academy will surely intervene. Could the assassins be Darwin-sensei? Or perhaps Elko-sensei? Either way, it's clear to even the foolish Rix that this will only lead to the worst outcome for Tran. Can I defeat Tran? I've never beaten her in training matches, even during our mercenary days. If Rix sees a glimmer of hope at the tip of his sword, perhaps he can win, but that would no longer be training. It would be outright combat. He has never done anything like that, nor do he have any intention of trying. But there's no other choice. I have to stop Tran, who seems to have become immensely stronger, without using sword flash of light. With that resolve, Rix shouts, "Hey, senior, run. I'll take care of this girl." It's a bitter pill to swallow, but right now, there's no choice but to protect Gerald. With that determination, Rix stands directly in front of Tran, bracing himself low. When it happened, huh? What's that? Gerald himself seems to have encountered something he can't comprehend, as he stands there for a moment, arms crossed, twisting his neck. After a while, as if finally understanding something, he claps his hands. I see. You think I'm weaker than that girl, Tran, don't you? That's a grave insult. It makes my blood boil. Such incomprehensible murmurs from Gerald could be heard, until the next moment. With a crackle, a burst of magical energy, sounding like lightning cracking, echoes around them. Or so it seemed. Ugh! Tran suddenly clutches her chest, writhing in intense agony. What? Tran? Rix rushes to Tran's side. Upon closer inspection, light characters are floating above Tran's chest, the same characters that were fading away just moments ago. False name, T. This is. Hey, it might have been a bit dangerous without this. As Rix turns back to Gerald, he sees Gerald holding a short staff in his left hand, with a sinister black magic entity, something, hovering above his raised right hand. This something exudes a nauseatingly evil aura indiscriminately. The identity of this nauseating something is the bone of some creature. Rix recalls the magical power and aura emitted by the bone, reminiscent of what Gordon and Anna Sensei emitted. What is that? My, that expression. Seems like you know what it is? Yes, this is a second-class Demon Lord relic. A part of the body of the Twilight Demon Lord Shira? With the power obtained from this Demon Lord relic, it's not impossible to reforge a summoning beast contract with a stray opponent, even if they're an ancient dragon species. Gerald speaks proudly and confidently. Goag. Tran groans in agony, clutching her head. It appears she's desperately resisting the invasion of the false name set up by Gerald. TCH, you're quite stubborn. As expected of an ancient dragon species. Well, it doesn't matter. Re-establishing the contract is only a matter of time now. I'll take my time to train and discipline you properly. With a hint of annoyance, Gerald glances at Tran, who is writhing in agony. At that moment, Rix moves. Stop it. His important junior, a comrade with whom he's entrusted his back on the battlefield for so long. Faced with Gerald, who is causing Tran such suffering, I'll settle this here and now. Without considering the consequences in an instant, Rix resolves himself and charges forward. Stoop. An incisive slash, seemingly aimed to decapitate Gerald, was about to strike. Just at that moment, Rix's movement halts. Before he realizes it, countless restraining rings of light once again envelop Rix's entire body. Wah! Sigh. Do you, a mere commoner like you who knows nothing of magic or anything, seriously think you can defeat me, the Chosen One? With an air of calmness, Gerald holds his staff, pointing it at Rix, who is frozen like a statue. Slowly, magical energy gathers at the tip of the staff. However, Rix can do nothing but watch, unable to act. Let me express my gratitude, Rix. Rest assured, I'll take care of your precious dragon from today onward. In the next moment, explosion. A tremendous explosion and blast engulfed Rix right before his eyes. Rix has no way to resist as he's engulfed in flames and sent flying, tumbling helplessly. QTH Tran, licking the ground in a disgraceful manner. As his consciousness fades, Rix definitely hears it. Aniki. Aniki. Help me. Please save Tran. And that's the last thing he hears, as the presence of Gerald and Tran fades away. And then, Rix's consciousness fades into oblivion. Chapter 8, The Story of a Dragon and a Swordsman. I see a dream. A rather strange duo. Well, to be precise, it's one person and one creature. I'm vaguely observing the story of that one person and one creature from a divine perspective. Section. In a certain place, there was a young man. That young man was a swordsman. Not just any swordsman, mind you. He was an incredibly skilled swordsman, a sword saint. Just his way of walking was intense. Seemingly carefree and absent-minded, he always appeared relaxed, but there was no room for error in his relaxed demeanor. His well-worn hooded cloak covered his entire body, always tattered, and he always wore the hood pulled low over his eyes, giving the impression of a suspicious and unremarkable young man. But once he drew his sword, things got serious. After all, in this era and world where magic reigns supreme, that young man is a freak who doesn't use even a shred of magic and relies solely on his swordsmanship to make a statement. Just how much training does it take? How many trials and tribulations does one have to endure to reach such a godlike state and realm? Once his sword is drawn, he can slay 1,000 demons and repel 10,000 armies. The sight of his sword's dazzling silver light is like the dawn itself. As I am now, if I were to challenge that young man to a sword fight, I'd be killed 300 times over with 100 attempts. That's the only image I have. That young man travels this chaotic and war-torn era where the weak are eaten and the strong thrive. Participating in various battlefields, fighting various monsters, dueling various magicians, honing his sword skills while silently traveling. He has never tasted defeat even once. What are you going to do if you become even stronger? I wonder. But since the young man has a purpose, there's no helping it. For the young man's ultimate goal is to defeat the strongest and most wicked demon lord in this world. Section. How about Tran? What's that? Your name? It's kinda bland just calling you Dragon forever. HMPH. Isn't that just a simple twist of letters? Well, I suppose that's the extent of what can be concocted from the mind of a swordsman. Ah, I see. Maybe it was too simple after all. Well, scratch that. I'll think of something else. No, Tran is fine. Since I'm a lady too, I quite like that cute sound. I'll graciously accept it. The swordsman had a companion on his journey. Beside him, a dragon the size of a mountain watched intently as the young man struggled to start a fire for their meal. It was a magnificent dragon. Its golden scales shimmered beautifully, and its large emerald green eyes were sharp, aggressive, and beautiful like precious gemstones. Its overwhelming power and presence, its imposing dignity. It even emitted a sense of majesty. Is it too damp? The fire isn't catching. Let me help. The dragon exhaled gently. Boom. Instantly, a tremendous inferno engulfed not only the firewood but also the chunk of meat placed on top, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Tran? Sorry. I mean, really sorry. As the young man resigned himself to going hungry that night, he looked up at the dragon with resentful eyes, and the dragon awkwardly hung its head. Would you like to have some of my flesh as an apology? Save it for when the real limit comes. The young man sighed and lay down on the ground. Speaking of which, our time together has gotten quite long, hasn't it? That's true. At first, I thought, what's this all about? When the esteemed swordsman suddenly barged into my lair, challenging me to a duel out of nowhere, as the dragon reminisced. It gazed up at the starry sky. At first, I thought, here comes another fool who doesn't know his place. Many humans came to me seeking my head for fame, or to carve me up as magical ingredients for wealth, or to subjugate me as their summoning beast. Well, I killed them all. That's scary. But you're the only freak who came here just to train with a sword. The dragon seemed to chuckle for a moment. Given the differences in facial structure between humans and dragons, it was just a feeling. Unlike the other run-of-the-mill humans, you, sir, challenged me fair and square with nothing but your sword. After 3 days and nights of intense battle, you defeated me without any tricks. Ha ha. I was pretty beat up too. And you know, I kept seeing a scene where my family back home across the river was waving at me. Surprised that someone could neutralize my ace in the hole. That raw. In such a way. Please stop. That's a rather painful story for me. And then, in despair, when I thought my fate was sealed, licking the ground in humiliation, resigned to my fate. That was a good match. That's what you said. Let's do it again someday. Honestly, I questioned both my sanity and yours at that moment. Well, I mean, I did say that first. It's part of sword training, you know. Do you honestly think I could believe that? A hero who slays dragons. Among you humans, there seems to be a special meaning and value in killing dragons, doesn't it? Dragon Slayer. What a title. Indeed. In fact, the bodies of us dragons bring immense wealth to you humans. In such circumstances, who would expect someone not to take my life, and moreover, to return without even so much as stripping me of my materials? Who would believe that? Ha ha ha. As the young man chuckled ambiguously and lay back, gazing into the distant stars in the night sky, is the demon lord strong enough to require such reckless training? The dragon asked the young man. To which, the young man narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Yeah, she's strong. She's not even human anymore. She's a monster." The demon lord. "Actually, she's my childhood friend. She used to love making people smile with magic. She was a pure and adorable girl. I liked her like that too. Unlike me, she could create something. I loved that about her. But she changed. The chaos and turmoil of the world changed her. Now she's just a demon lord drunk on the pleasure of destruction and slaughter. An enemy of the world. No, but the truth is, she's always been. From the beginning." Starting to say something but faltering, the young man declared with determination, "Someone has to stop her. I have to kill her. It's my duty. To kill a beloved friend. Huh? To become stronger by risking death. To kill a friend. Huh? How agonizing." I may not fully understand the intricacies of the human heart, but it must be painful, the dragon said, sounding somewhat pitying. "Can't you somehow resolve it through dialogue? Negotiation and conversation are your specialties, aren't they?" "It's impossible. She's broken. She doesn't understand anything anymore. She didn't even remember me. All she knows is to destroy, to kill, to devour life and grow stronger. There's nothing else for her. She's beyond saving. The only way to save her is..." With a firm grip, the young man drew his sword and pointed it towards the distant starry sky, as if he intended to pierce the lofty stars with his sword. "I'm just a man who can only fight with a sword. A broken human who can only feel alive in battle. But if there's something I can save, even with me being like this, then then," with a somewhat sorrowful expression, the dragon looked down at the young man, who gazed at the brilliance of the stars at the tip of his sword for a while. Eventually, the dragon spoke. "Friend, I am the same. Tran. I, too, have spent a long time in struggle. Whether it was against humans like you or against my own kind. In any case, I have fought for a long time. I have vied for supremacy in this world. Driven by the instinct of dragons, seeking the pleasure of dominance and victory by crushing and devouring the weak. I am the strongest, subjugating all beneath me. I am a dragon, unrivaled atop this world. When I was intoxicated by blood, I never questioned that way of life. Rather, I took pride in it. But eventually, I realized, in the desolate wasteland scorched by twilight, standing alone in solitude. I realized at the end of that long journey, there is nothing. When I realized that, the vivid colors that adorned the trajectory of my battles, my slaughters, suddenly faded away. What was the meaning of all the battles, all the killings? Since then, the self-questioning has never ceased. I lost the meaning of fighting. No, there was never such a thing from the beginning, but I cannot change my way of life now. Therefore, knowing it to be meaningless, I continued to fight, only to find it futile. It seemed the dragon had its own conflicts and struggles. Unable to figure out what to say, the young man remained silent. The dragon seemed to smirk for a moment, as if understanding something, but perhaps, for the first time in my life, I might find a battle that feels meaningful. Friend, I shall assist you in your fight. Let us fight together until our lives expire. You may claim to be someone who cannot create anything, but I do not think so. I believe that my existence, which supports you, gives meaning to your fight, and your existence, as you fight for yourself, gives meaning to my fight. If you and I fight together, we will create invaluable value in each other's existence. Ha. I never quite understand what Tran is saying, but if we fight together, does that mean we won't be unwanted in this world anymore? In simpler terms, yes. Ha. Well, I'm all for fighting together. Perhaps with you, Tran, we might even reach the Demon Lord. And most importantly, I won't be alone. Having a friend is a wonderful thing. With that, the young man stood up. Then, as if seeking a handshake, he reached out his hand to the dragon. In response, the dragon extended the claws of its forelimb, and the young man grasped those claws. Let's keep working together, Tran. Section. Riggs. Pull yourself together, Riggs. Huh? Suddenly called by name, Riggs's consciousness was abruptly pulled back from the dream to reality. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the upside-down face of the intense-looking Shino. Shino had Riggs's head in her hands and was peering into Riggs's face. Riggs. You. Thank goodness. Phew. Well, I didn't think a man like you would die, but you had me worried. Next, he noticed Annie, who was holding Riggs's hand tightly with tears in her eyes, and Serafina, who was looking down at Riggs with a sigh of relief. When Shino called me using telepathy, and I rushed over, I found you on the brink of death. What on earth happened? And then Randy, with his arms crossed, asked in a surprisingly serious tone, That's Trying to force himself up, Riggs found his body to be as heavy as lead. Don't strain yourself. While Annie and I healed your wounds with our healing spell, the lost blood and stamina won't recover just like that. Stay as you are. So, what happened? Well, you see, prompted by Shino, Riggs began to explain from the beginning, his head still hazy. Section. The Security Enforcement Division. Damn it. What a mess. As soon as he heard Riggs's story, Randy stomped his feet in frustration. Riggs, is it true what you said about the fragment the representative guy had? Shino asked Riggs again, her expression cool and composed. Yeah. There's no mistake. That magical power Gerald had. It was exactly the same as Anna-sensei's. Wasn't it called a relic of the Demon King? He had it. I see. Shino nodded in response to Riggs's assertion. A contract of plunder involving an ancient dragon species using a false name. Indeed, without the power of a relic of the Demon King, there's no way they could have done something like that to Tran. It's confirmed. This is the worst. It means the Prayer faction is involved behind the scenes in this issue. The Prayer faction, it was the darkest faction of the Astoria Magic Academy. It was a forbidden faction group aimed at studying and mastering the forbidden magic prayer magic that was said to have been devised by the Twilight Demon King Shira. For that purpose, they were a dangerous group that would tolerate any sacrifice. Adhering to strict secrecy and a membership system, the prayer faction was hidden somewhere within the academy. Who were its members? What was its scale? No one knew. Even the instructors at the top of the academy's upper echelons, who possessed world-class magical abilities, were at a loss when it came to tracking down and eradicating the prayer faction. Shino. Riggs didn't know what to say to Shino, who seemed lost in thought. After all, Shino's past life was that of the Twilight Demon King Shira. Prayer magic was the mark of guilt Shino had brought upon this world. Moreover, the Demon King relic that the prayer faction hoisted as their banner, the one they were abusing, was Shino's own body from her past life. It would be important to understand Shino's complex feelings about this. Anyway, now that the prayer faction has shown up, this is no longer just a problem between students. As if forcibly changing her train of thought, Shino spoke up. It's no longer a problem we can handle ourselves. We'll report to the academy first thing in the morning. That's all we can do. No, Shino. That won't work. Rix grabbed Shino's hand as if to reject her plan. The situation is urgent. Tran has been enduring it. She's been resisting the renewal of the false name contract. But if we don't act soon, the contract will be completed before we know it. Shino. You understand, right? Tell me honestly. Will Tran last until tomorrow morning? Shino expanded her sphere and stared at Rix intently with spiritual vision. Indeed, the one-way contract from Tran to Rix was still in effect, but it was weakening by the moment. There was no way it would last until tomorrow morning, by tonight, around the time the day changes. But all we can do is wait until tomorrow morning. The senior students and instructors in this academy retreat to their respective secret research rooms at night. It's almost impossible for us to contact them. And once the contract is made, Tran will never return to you again. After all, a mage who even possesses a relic of the Demon King officially summoned an ancient dragon as his familiar. It's a force that can have a tremendous impact on this world, bringing unimaginable wealth and fame. Even if he faces expulsion, the student council executives, let alone the academy's instructors, can't stop someone like that. As if in response to that, Rix staggered to his feet, and then, he began to walk somewhere without hesitation. Wait, where are you going? It's obvious. I'm going to the Security Enforcement Division, to save Tran. Then where? Do you know the Security Enforcement Division's base? Rix froze as if he had just realized something. To Rix's sudden realization, Shino sighed mixed with frustration. Rix, do you remember the magical creatures breeding department? They said they keep their magical creatures in a realm called the Secret Room, located in the back of the academy. It seems like this academy has a lot of these kinds of secret rooms, even beyond the knowledge of the academy's upper echelons. The secret research rooms given to senior students and instructors are probably these secret rooms as well. I don't know why the Estoria Magic Academy has turned into such chaos, but if those lawless individuals can evade the scrutiny of the academy's upper echelons and student council executives and operate comfortably, then undoubtedly, they must have a base in an undiscovered secret room that the academy isn't aware of. It's impossible to walk around the academy grounds now and search from scratch, but even so, I can't just give up. Tran, she's like a little sister to me. I don't have the right to say such things after leaving her behind and coming this far, but there's no way I can allow her to be stripped of her dignity and future like that. She must have something. There must be a way for her to live other than fighting. It might take time, but enough with the complicated reasoning. In short, I want a little sister. Well, as her big brother, I absolutely won't allow it. Upon hearing Rix's outburst, Shino let out a deep sigh. Well, that's just like you, Rix, and you're becoming more and more like a mage. Shino, if you desire, stoke the desires of others as fuel. It's the fundamental principle of mages to trample on the desires of others to fulfill one's own. It's about bending the rules of the world to fulfill one's own wishes, despite all the grandiose ideals of seeking truth, contributing to human development, and spiritual training. That's ultimately what it comes down to. But that's why magic can still be magic. With that, Shino drew her wand and looked Rix straight in the eyes. So, let's just be true to ourselves as mages. I'll come with you. Shino, I've already enchanted Tran with a mana beacon. I'll be able to locate her. Oh, my friend is too amazing. Incredible. You're too careless. Just so you know, I don't really care about your little sister or anything. I'm just annoyed that my past life's remains are being toyed with, so I'm going to kick their asses. Despite Rix's enthusiastic praise, Shino turned away somewhat sulkily, but also seemed somewhat embarrassed. HMPH. Of course. I'm going to, then, Serafina proudly declared with an air of dignity. What? Rix and Tran are important servants to my future. I won't tolerate any rascals trying to take what's mine. I'll deal with them myself. Serafina. Thank you. I'm glad you're a friend. But I don't want to work for you. Can't you consider it a bit more? With a disappointed expression, Serafina seemed on the verge of tears. I'm going to, Rix. Me too. Then Randy and Annie also expressed their determination. Sure, I might be a useless slug compared to you, Shino, and the princess. But I can't just sit back and watch this silently. I'm worried about Dran-chan. I want to help. I know I'll just be a burden. But, despite Randy and Annie offering to help, they seemed prepared for ejection. I see. Thanks, Randy, Annie. I'm counting on you. Surprisingly, Rix readily accepted their offer. Huh? Is it okay? Randy and Annie seemed surprised, as they hadn't expected to be taken along. Whether you decide to enter the battlefield or not is entirely up to you, right? Why would you need my permission? Exclamation mark. Besides, as a mercenary, I've seen all sorts of people. I can usually tell who's likely to survive and who's likely to die. You guys are probably on the safer side. And you've already passed the rookie phase, where people are most likely to die. Ha ha ha. What kind of criteria is that? Randy couldn't help but laugh at Rix's perplexing judgment. Well, your participation isn't a bad thing for us. While your magic skills are still amateurish, Randy, I sense potential in you, and having someone focus on healing and support in the back would be really helpful. Annie. Yeah, I don't really get it, but probably. Besides, just going by gut feeling. In actual battle, I think Serafina is more likely to die than Randy or Annie. Ugh. Seriously? With a disappointed expression, Serafina seemed on the verge of tears. I won't stand for this. Why would someone as brilliant as me? It's not just about combat prowess, it's about survival rates, you know. Grasping Rix by the collar, Serafina shook him vigorously as she protested. Seeing everyone's reactions, Shino sighed as if exasperated. This conversation isn't getting us anywhere. Nevertheless, I generally agree with Rix and Serafina's opinions. It's all about personal responsibility. If you're prepared for that, then we're not against having you accompany us. What do you say, both of you? In response to Shino's somewhat indifferent question, Randy and Annie nodded solemnly. All right, well then, let's go give those damn senpais a piece of our minds together. With Rix leading the way, they began to walk towards the school building section. While we're heading to the school building, Shino murmured softly to Rix as they walked side by side. By the way, sorry for trying to act cool back there, Rix. Do you realize that among us, you're actually the biggest liability? Goo. Shino's words were true. Rix couldn't use magic. In other words, he lacked the essential sphere needed for magic usage. To be precise, Rix did possess a sphere, but it was so unique and specialized that it was essentially useless in magical combat between mages. It was a common belief in this world that swordsmen could never beat mages. Within a mage's sphere territory, non-mages were essentially powerless. Don't say it like that, Shino. I need to confirm the facts. With an awkward expression, Shino firmly stated to Rix, but there's a way to turn you into our strongest trump card. In fact, without it, I wouldn't even consider launching such a reckless raid. Eh? Then, in front of Rix, Shino began muttering something while fiddling with her hair. Focusing on a single strand of hair that was slightly longer than the rest, Shino repeatedly stroked it from top to bottom with her finger, then pinched it and gently kissed it. After a moment, Shino plucked a single hair from that strand. Give me your hand, the left one. Taking Rix's puzzled left hand, Shino wound the hair around his ring finger in a tight coil before securing it in place. Shino, what's this? Okay. Rix, listen carefully. This is your lifeline. Chapter 9 Attack, Astoria Magic Academy, School Building 3rd floor, Northeast area. The day has completely passed, and in the dark night within the school building, all the lights have been extinguished. In the long gallery adorned with various paintings and artworks, Rix and the others stand before a large mirror hanging on the wall. Here. This is likely the entrance to their hideout, Shino says, pointing her wand, illuminated with the spell, illuminate, towards the mirror. Huh? This mirror? Yes. Behind this mirror lies another realm, the secret room. Rix immediately tries to charge into the mirror. He is repelled, painfully. I can't get in? Of course not like that. It's protected by spells like closure and concealment. It seems uttering a passphrase temporarily nullifies the effects of closure and concealment, allowing access. She continues, a passphrase, but do you know it, Shino? There's no way I could. Well, Then, do we have to try random words until something works? Shino sighs. That's too tedious, isn't it? Then, Shino waves her wand and swiftly writes a series of words on the mirror. Release, reveal the truth in the light of day. As Shino chants the spell, dispel, a sound like shattering glass echoes through the area. The illusion before them crumbles like glass shards, revealing the truth. Now, where the mirror once stood, there is only a sturdy door. What? What just happened? The mirror was definitely there. Rix murmurs. HMPH, it's quite obvious. What exactly do they intend to conceal with such closure and concealment? Ignoring Annie's sidelong glance, Shino disdainfully exclaimed as she put away her staff. No. The closure and concealment here are on a dangerous level. At the very least, even the Academy's instructors wouldn't notice it unless they were absolutely certain this mirror was the entrance to dispel it so effortlessly. Truly befitting of the former Demon Lord of Twilight. Seraphina and Randy were slightly taken aback by Shino's extraordinary magical prowess. That's enough idle talk. Beyond this door lies the other world, the starry void, where we're completely detached from the laws of the material world. Anything could happen, and there should be a considerable number of members from the Public Safety Maintenance Enforcement Department. Let's proceed with caution. Okay, got it, Shino. Let's do this. Doggone. Rix smashed through the door with a spinning back kick. Let's go, everyone. Yeah, didn't I say to be careful? As Rix charged headlong into the newly appeared passage, Shino, her face flushed red, shouted after him. Section. Damn it, they're really causing trouble, aren't they? Gerald muttered irritably, clicking his tongue. This was the secret room traditionally used as a base of operations by the Public Safety Maintenance Enforcement Department. The secret room of the Public Safety Maintenance Enforcement Department consisted of multiple rooms and numerous passages connecting them, resembling a small dungeon, and where Gerald was standing now was its deepest, most secluded area. It was a spacious place with a layout resembling a magical ritual chamber. In the center of the room, a huge magic circle was laid out on the floor, and suspended from the ceiling by chains was a withered dragon, Tran, her hands bound. Tran hung there limply, not moving an inch. On her chest was inscribed a false name, glowing more and more brightly with each passing moment. Could it be that I'm struggling so much with the recontracting process using the power of the Demon Lord artifacts? But it's only a matter of time. Soon, this ancient dragon will be mine. It was the right decision to temporarily ally with him. Gerald smirked to himself. But, I never expected. No, never expected that he was a prayer faction. People are not always as they seem. Nevertheless, once the ancient dragon becomes my official summon, it will be an immense power. Then everything will be in our hands. We'll crush the lowly prayer faction and the incompetent student council executive committee, and we'll dominate this academy. Not even the higher-ups will dare to object. Ha ha ha. And then, at that moment, the magical alarm rang out within the ritual chamber. Its meaning was clear: intruders. Upon realizing this fact, Gerald tilted his head. Nonsense. I knew they were snooping around, but to think they've discovered the location of this secret room by that incompetent student council executive committee, that can't be. The secret room of this academy is perfectly concealed, even from the instructors. There's no way that incompetent student council executive committee could have found it. First of all, this is outside the operating hours of the student council executive committee. Even if they managed to uncover this secret room, it's inconceivable for them to intrude at this hour. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Gerald, and he began probing Tran's body with his staff while he hung from the ceiling. And then, there it was, a magic emission seal engraved on the back of Tran's left hand. What level of concealment is this? There's no way a mage of Gerald's caliber wouldn't have noticed until now. The level of magical concealment is on a completely different scale. How many mages among the Academy's instructors could perform concealment magic of this level? In that case, judging from the situation, it's highly likely that the intruders are related to this ancient dragon. That incompetent peasant Rix's group of first-year students, Perhaps the Public Safety Maintenance Enforcement Department has its own network to gather information on the social connections and group affiliations of all students in the academy. In that case, the mastermind behind this magic emission seal must be Shino White Knight. Despite being an average mage, she possesses knowledge and skills that surpass even the instructors, which makes her a unique student. I see. They've come to reclaim the ancient dragon. HMPH. Trying to intimidate me. Gerald felt a slight sweat when he thought the Student Council Executive Committee might have arrived. After all, that Student Council Executive Committee. They're quite skilled. Of course, he doesn't plan to lose in a fight, but it's not wise to engage without proper preparation. A mage only fights when they have absolute confidence in victory. In that regard, if the opponents are that first-year group, there's no problem at all. While it's regrettable that the location of this secret room has been compromised, there are still plenty of alternative locations for the secret room. However, it will still take some time for recontracting and the infiltration of the false name. Well, there's no helping it. Shall we give them a warm welcome? Those presumptuous first years. With that, Gerald snapped his fingers. In response to the sound, the chain suspending Tran snapped with a loud crack, and Tran collapsed to the floor. Section. Upon bursting into the room, Rix and his companions found themselves in a spacious hall, which also seemed to serve as a lounge area. There, about 10 upperclassmen who appeared to be members of the Peacekeeping Enforcement Division were gathered. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of Rix and his group, the upperclassmen quickly recovered and moved to surround them in a coordinated manner. Who are you people? How did you find this place? But before any more words could be exchanged, Rix swiftly took action. In combat, there's no need for words when faced with enemies to be defeated. Following the Mercenary Code of Conduct, Rix wasted no time in dispatching 2 upperclassmen with swift strikes, albeit non-lethal ones to the abdomen, initiating a fierce melee. As members of the Peacekeeping Enforcement Division, they were no strangers to combat within the academy. Having weathered many battles within the academy, they were seasoned fighters in their own right. However, wait, hold on. We're not prepared to fight yet. That's cowardly. The proper etiquette for a mage's duel is to first introduce oneself and bow. But let's calm down. Listen, if we talk, we can. Struck by sudden lightning-like attacks and facing such relentless, one-sided, merciless opponents, the upperclassmen found themselves in a situation they had never experienced before. It was as if a storm of overwhelming violence had swept through the room. Amidst the confusion and dismay, the upperclassmen were swiftly overwhelmed and scattered. Eventually, hey, all clear. Rix sheathed his sword with a proud, refreshed expression. Except for Rix, there was no one left standing in the room. So, what's the deal, senpai? If you've got something to say, I'm all ears. I believe talking things out is more important than resorting to violence. With a sincere expression, Rix grabbed the collar of the fallen upperclassman, lifting him up. However, the upperclassman was rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth, clearly unresponsive. Wow, he knocked them all out before even deploying the sphere. Amazing. For Rix, who can't use magic, it's a rational tactic. But it's quite a brutal scene. As a combatant, you're truly skilled. I desire you more and more, but as a person, you're done for. Haha. Are you guys okay? Unable to do anything, or rather, not given the chance to. Randy, Shino, Serafina, and Annie voiced their random thoughts. Shino, your charm worked wonders. This auspicious victory is all thanks to you. And then, with a brilliant smile, Rix showed Shino his left ring finger where her hair was wrapped around. It has nothing to do with that. My charm doesn't have that kind of power. Don't blame your cruelty on me. Shino retorted with a piercing glare. Maybe Rix should handle this on his own from now on? I'm starting to feel the same way. Anyway, let's hurry. Time is of the essence. The contract between Tran and Rix is weakening rapidly. With that, Shino began walking forward. Section. Peacekeeping Enforcement Division's secret room was like a small maze with facilities ranging from a data room, laboratory, and pantry to sleeping quarters, kitchen, and even a restroom. It was so well equipped that one could easily live here for days. They were holed up in such a nice place. I'm jealous. This settles it. They're definitely the bad guys. I've decided. Hey, Randy, why don't we just take this place from them and make it our secret base? That sounds awesome. Woo. Dreams come true. I'm getting pumped. HMPH, that's obviously impossible, isn't it? And why do boys get excited about things like secret bases or hideouts anyway? Maybe it's because we're boys? As they exchanged banter, Rix and his companions cautiously continued forward. Despite being wary of traps, surprisingly, there were none. In hindsight, since the secret room wasn't designed with intruders in mind and had many communal living spaces, the idea of setting traps probably never crossed their minds. Taking advantage of this, Rix and his group pressed on. Shino, which way next? Leading the way, Rix spotted a T-junction ahead and turned to Shino for guidance. Shino had already mapped out the interior of the secret room in her mind using the spatial awareness spell. Take the left at that T-junction, as expected of Shino. You're so reliable. While Rix teased, Shino, with her perpetually expressionless face, seemed somewhat perplexed. What's wrong, Shino? Sensing something off about Shino's demeanor, Rix asked her about it. It's nothing, just my imagination. With a curt reply, Shino dismissed the topic, refusing to say anything more. While Rix found Shino's behavior a bit odd, he decided to push it aside for now, given that they were in enemy territory, and refocused on moving forward. As Rix's back faded into the distance, Shino gazed at him absent-mindedly, lost in her thoughts. It's nothing. It must be my imagination. The fact that I know this place, that I've been here before, it's all just my imagination. Shino was overwhelmed by a strong sense of déjà vu. Ignoring it for now, Shino continued forward with Rix. Eventually, Rix and his group arrived at an open space section. What is this place? It feels similar to the underground magic arena in the academy. As Rix and his group looked around, someone appeared. This is our magic training ground, said the figure. We are the chosen ones who uphold the order at this academy. Naturally, we must be stronger than anyone else. That's why we strive to improve ourselves every day. It was Gerald. Standing beside him was Tran. With vacant gaze, Tran stood there, gazing aimlessly into the void. Tran. Upon seeing Tran, Rix ran towards her, shouting, "We've come to help, Tran." "You're safe now. Come this way." But, swish. Reacting quickly, Rix dodged a violent horizontal strike that tore through the air. If he had been just a bit slower to react, his head would have been separated from his body. Tran, suddenly charging at lightning speed, pulled out her battle axe from her back and swung it towards Rix. In a low posture like a quadruped beast, Tran brandished her axe. Tran. Growl. Tran's words directed at the bewildered Rix sounded like a threatening growl of a beast. What's wrong, Tran? Could it be we didn't make it in time? Could it be Tran has been turned into a summon for the senpai? As the worst-case scenario loomed, Serafina, Randy, and Annie exclaimed, "But, no, that's not it." Tran's contract with Rix hasn't been completely severed yet. Sino, who keenly sensed Tran's condition, calmly spoke up. "Most likely, it's the forced control summoning due to the false name that's more than halfway established. It's unusual to control a summoned beast with an incomplete false name, but that's right. However, with this, such impossibilities become reasonable." Gerald raised his left hand. Floating above his palm was a bone fragment, the Demon King's relic. It emitted a sinister black aura, overflowing with malevolent magic like a broken water pipe. With a snap of his fingers on his right hand, Gerald activated it. Go! An endless stream of demonic power surged into Tran's body from the Demon King's relic. With unprecedented speed and power, Tran began charging towards the bewildered Rix. Q. In an instant, Tran closed the distance and unleashed a devastating blow from above. Forced to react, Rix drew his sword and held it like a shield with both hands. But he knew instinctively with this sword, he couldn't withstand Tran's current attack. The sword snapped, and Rix was bisected left and right. Rix. But just in time, Sino's magic intervened. Sino extended her wand, infusing Rix's sword with magic to reinforce it. In the next moment, Rix's reinforced sword clashed head-on with Transax's. Explosive thunder roared. Fierce sparks flew. The sword held firm against being snapped. Yuaga. Tran's charge continued, pushing Rix back. Rix's shoes carved 2 lines into the ground as he was pushed back. Damn it. Hey, senpai. What are you doing? Cried Randy, yelling at Gerald. How much is too much? Stop this. Are you trying to kill Rix? And what if there is a problem? Gerald replied, his eyes as deep as the abyss, looking genuinely puzzled. What the? This is the secret room. Whatever happens here, outsiders won't know. So there's no problem, Gerald said, his tone eerie. Randy's breath caught in his throat at Gerald's unsettling demeanor. But oh, this Demon King's relic is truly magnificent. An unprecedented power overflowing without limit. Just like this. ZZZZT. More magical power overflowed from the Demon King's relic on Gerald's palm. In response, even more sinister black magic swirled throughout Tran's entire body. Tran's existence continued to ascend without bounds, and with that, changes began to manifest in the delicate form of the girl. Scales sprouted on her limbs and cheeks. Fangs and horns extended from her head. Along with this transformation, Tran's actions and power became even more otherworldly as she launched herself towards Rix. Tran. Again and again, Rix's sword clashed with Transax. Rix was purely on the defensive now. He could barely keep up with deflecting Tran's attacks. That's strengthening magic for the summoned beast. Annie cried out in anguish. Strengthening magic was a spell that sent magical power to a summoned beast to enhance its abilities. Yes, indeed. And it's too strong. It's overflowing beyond the capacity of a human vessel, triggering a primal defensive response in Tran, causing her to almost undergo atavism. Are you insane? Are you trying to turn Tran into a monster? And what if I am? What's the problem? Gerald chuckled in response to Seraphina's angry condemnation. If thou desirest, burn the wishes of others in the furnace. What's the problem with mages trampling others for their own cause? Ha 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 ha. And I possess such power. With the Demon King's relic and the ancient dragon species combined, I am invincible. The despicable Student Council Executive Committee is no match. Not even the upper echelons of the Academy are a problem. Kyukaku, let us bring the ultimate order to this academy. I shall create a righteous academy ruled only by true mages like us. Ha 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 ha. No, it's hopeless. He's just as messed up as Anna-sensei. Well, luckily, he's not as desperate as Anna, but still overwhelming. Indeed. And if he manages to truly subjugate the ancient dragon species, that man's power might surpass even the Grand Master of the Academy. Let's leave Tran to Rix. We'll defeat that man here. Shino, Seraphina, Randy, and Annie tensed up. Oh? You intend to fight me? Do you think you can win? I can win, Shino declared flatly. At present, you're only forcibly controlling Tran with an incomplete false name. You're relying on the power of the Demon King's relic to push through that recklessness. Tran is an ancient dragon species. There's no way someone like you, who forcefully dominates it, can handle any decent magic. I see. Indeed, as you say, I cannot use any decent magic right now. Nor can I fight. Then, why not just summon someone to fight in my place? Exclamation mark. At that moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Gerald. Then, the magic circle emitted light, opening a gate, from which someone or something emerged. It was a horrifyingly grotesque creature with the head of a lion, dragon, and goat, the upper body of a lion, lower body of a goat, dragon wings on its back, and a snake's head on its tail. The Chimera, a powerful A-rank summoned beast. Moreover, it was strengthened by the magic power bestowal enhancement from the Demon King's relic. Summoning magic only requires complex procedures, techniques, and magic circles when initially discerning and mastering the true name. Once the true name is grasped, summoning like this, with sufficient magical power, becomes easy, even as a side task. Exclamation mark. Still, Controlling two such powerful magical creatures simultaneously, including Tran, is an advanced skill that can only be described as divine. He may boast, but Gerald is strong. I don't think it even needs to be said, but my expertise lies in summoning magic, Gerald said, flipping his robe. Mastery of summoning magic is akin to commanding an army alone. Let me teach you, as a mentor. Fighting against a top-tier summoner is utterly foolish. With that, Gerald snapped his fingers. In response, the Chimera, targeting Shino and the others as its prey, leapt forward ferociously. Chapter 10 Amulet and Escape Route. Time shifts. Shino. What's this? Rix stared at Shino's hair wrapped around his left ring finger, looking intrigued. Like it? Rix, listen carefully. This is your lifeline. Lifeline. Remember? Your sphere is different from us regular magicians. It doesn't open outward. It's completely closed within you, forming a self-contained unit. You possess a special sphere that's open yet closed. Your ego. Yeah, I remember. Your trump card. That flash of light sword is a technique utilizing your ego. We still don't know the details, but that's the fact. However, you have absolutely no control over your ego. So, you can only wield the flash of light sword by burying your ego within it and becoming a killing automaton programmed to execute predetermined commands. Who implemented such inhumane mechanisms into you? Well, let's set that aside for now. Anyway, this is a double-edged sword that could potentially prevent you from ever returning to being human. Do you understand? I understand. Then, Shino grabbed Rix's left wrist and lifted it in front of her eyes. I've infused my magic and sphere into this hair. It will suppress your ego submerged in your ego to half its normal level. Literally a lifeline tethering you, who sinks into the abyss of ego, to this world. As long as you have this charm, you won't become a complete puppet. Maybe the power will be reduced by half or less, but you'll be able to wield that flash of light sword as yourself! Exclamation mark. But be careful, its effect isn't permanent. Suppose we call the state where you wield that flash of light sword in puppet form, Twilight Mode, Shino. Your naming sense. Shut up. 3 minutes from when you start entering Twilight Mode, the power of that charm will be burned out. You won't be able to come back to being human. Got it? Once you enter Twilight Mode, settle it within 3 minutes. Section R. Rix moved as Tran charged fiercely with her battle axe. As Tran descended from above like lightning, Rix countered with a left upward slash from below, emitting a twilight-colored light from his blade in that moment. No matter how many times they clashed, no matter how many times they exchanged blows, Rix, who had been losing to Tran, was now different, accompanied by a resounding metallic sound and sparks that severed steel. Rix completely cut through Tran's axe, sending her body flying to the side with the impact. What the? Gerald, who never imagined that an ancient dragon could be overpowered, had a look of astonishment on his face. What is that light on the tip of his sword? And now, Tran was nowhere to be seen in front of Rix. Tran was bouncing and rolling on the ground. In other words, there was nothing standing between Rix and Gerald. Without hesitation, Rix dashed forward. His speed, like a shadow racing across the ground, was divine. With the light flickering on the tip of his sword, Rix closed in on Gerald head-on. His eyes, gazing straight at Gerald, were filled with an infinite void devoid of light. Sensing something chilling in the doll-like eyes, Gerald reluctantly aimed his staff at Rix, activating the binding magic. Light rings approached Rix from all directions in an attempt to restrain his movements, but flashing swords, swords, swords. The flash of light sword wielded by Rix, following his sword's path, effortlessly cut through all the light rings before they could envelop him. What? I got it. In the next moment, Rix, completely closing the distance between himself and Gerald, unleashed the flash of light sword, intending to finish him off right then and there. But do you think so? With surprising agility, Gerald dodged Rix's sword strike with ease! Exclamation mark. Undeterred, Rix countered with his sword. He flicked his downward sword strike diagonally and followed up with an attack toward the left, aiming for Gerald who had evaded to the side. A lightning-fast 3-hit combo, striking from high, mid, and low. Whoopsie, Gerald effortlessly dodged even that, maintaining his distance. Meanwhile, Tran, back in action, lunged at Rix with a sideways swing. Her hands were adorned with dragon-language magic. Dragon Claw Slash, capable of slicing through even mithril and orichalcum like butter. Extending Dragon Claws. Rix countered Tran's slash with a flash of light sword. The resounding impact shook the air. Rix and Tran were both sent flying back from the force of each other's attacks. Damn it! Rolling with the ground without resistance, Rix quickly regained his footing using the momentum. With miraculous balance, Rix flipped through the air and landed lightly like a cat, while Tran, protecting Gerald from behind, also landed firmly. Rix faced Tran head-on, while Tran stood in front of Gerald as his shield. Both of them once again faced each other. I see. You're aiming for me. Brushing off the dust from the hem of his robe, Gerald remarked. Indeed, if I were to die, the contract with that ancient dragon would become null and void. Hey, quite the cunning magician, aren't you? Gerald, who effortlessly handled Rix's sword, snorted. To which Rix retorted almost defiantly. Despite his dead-eyed expression, his consciousness was crystal clear. Half right, half wrong. What do you mean? I won't kill you. I just want to live peacefully and happily at this academy. Killing someone like you would ruin the fun, wouldn't it? Sorry, not my style. At most, I'll beat you up until you lose consciousness. Shino will probably take care of the contract stuff. Maybe. Disappointed by Rix's response, Gerald sneered and said dismissively, HMPH, afraid to kill. Are you? Consider your words retracted. You're not a magician. You're just a spoiled brat running away from reality. Maybe. I, on the other hand, would not hesitate to kill if necessary. Because I am a true magician. Understand? That's the difference between you and me. But, just a hunch. Maybe you don't understand after all, the weight of taking someone's life. If I'm escaping reality, maybe you're just blind to it. Although Rix spoke in a casual tone, his words carried a peculiar weight. There was an atmosphere that keenly delved into the essence of things. TSK, talking back, irritated by this, Gerald spat out his frustration and discomfort towards Rix. But it's too bad, Rix. As you can see, your attacks don't affect me at all. A magician can perceive and grasp all events within their sphere area perfectly. So no matter how fast you move, I can see through your actions like it's nothing. To counter that, you'd need to expand your own sphere and break free from my sphere perception. But you know that, right? You, without a sphere, can't use magic, right? It's famous. You understand, right? It seems you have some strange technique, but, no problem at all. You have no chance of winning at all. Indeed, Rix's flash of light sword, thanks to Shino's charm, is imperfect. First of all, its speed and power are far from the original, Shino's so-called Twilight Mode flash of light sword. Moreover, the brilliance of the light is completely insufficient. The true flash of light sword, as Shino describes it, is a mysterious technique that slices through all reason, even beyond the perception of the sphere. Previously, in the battle on Campbell Street, Rix was able to overcome Anna Sensei's prayer magic, due to this mysterious characteristic. But, although I don't fully understand it, that flash of light sword is indeed a threat. It may not make sense, but it can even cut through magic. Scary, scary. Hey, I wouldn't want to be hit by it even by accident. Let's raise the intensity of my sphere perception just in case. Thunk. Rix felt the presence of something surrounding him becoming even stronger. It felt as if he were being watched from all angles, 360 degrees. With this, I can perceive your movements even more accurately. Your attacks won't even graze me, no matter how miraculous they may be. You won't know until you try. Rix started forward, and in response, Tran closed in on Rix. This time, it was a bite. Tran's jaw approached Rix's throat with tremendous force. Tran's fangs gleamed ominously. Feeling a sense of impending doom run down his spine, Rix instinctively dodged to the right to avoid it. Tran's jaw lightly grazed Rix's left shoulder. Blood sprayed. Q. As Rix tried to regain his footing, Tran's claws came down forcefully. Acting on instinct, Rix forcefully parried. With a downward swing of his flash of light sword, he barely managed to knock away Tran's claw. Now, both of them were completely off balance, and it was time for them to regain their footing. Rix thought he could finally catch his breath, until, thud. Tran's fierce spinning back kick, like a raging storm, squarely hit Rix's abdomen. Why is there a kick coming from there? Acting purely on instinct at the last moment, Rix jumped back to lessen the impact slightly, but if it weren't for Rix's well-trained physique, this blow would have instantly ruptured his internal organs, resulting in immediate death. Despite the considerable damage, being thrown back was fortunate as it provided him with barely enough time to regain his footing. Damn. Tran. She's strong. Slammed into the floor, bouncing off, rolling 2-3 times, and finally bouncing back up on his feet. As expected, Tran was already charging fiercely towards Rix. Rix consciously blocked out the pain and readied his sword. For an ordinary person, the excruciating pain would render them writhing in agony, unable to think or act properly for a while, but Rix adeptly controlled it. It was a technique from his mercenary days to keep fighting despite the pain. She was strong even in our mercenary fights, but she wasn't this ridiculously strong. Could it be? Are you becoming less human? Looking at Tran, it seemed as if she were gradually transforming into something else, as if being consumed by something. Can she really return to her original form? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, seeing how much Tran had changed. She's becoming more like a dragon than a human. If that were the case, it would explain his behavior earlier when he abandoned his human-like movements. If that's the case, then I can't treat her like a human opponent. My perception is off. Clang, clang, clang. Rix switched his combat circuits in his brain, adapting his thoughts and techniques to optimize his actions against the immediate enemy. Tran now is a dragon. Knowing that, Rix reconstructed his combat skills from scratch. The moment Rix updated his perception of Tran, Tran surged forward, spewing a torrent of scorching flames from her mouth. Dragons shout, breath, dragon language magic, scorching flame. The tremendous firepower was evident with just a glance. In an instant, the area around Rix was blurred by heat waves, and the stone floor boiled red hot. If hit directly, not a single bone, let alone a fragment of ash, would remain of a human. But that's probably magic. In a flash, a flash of light sword. Thanks to already switching his combat circuits, Rix was able to react in time. Rix's sword cleaved straight through Tran's flames, splitting them in two. The flames struck by Rix's sword dissipated into thin air. Tran. And then, Rix lunged at Tran. Grah! Tran roared like a beast, slashing her claws at Rix. Swords and claws clashed head-on. HMPH. Grah! Without hesitation, both of them twisted their bodies, intersecting their strikes. But it was just a feint. Gar! Rix evaded Tran's swinging claws, slipping past Tran's side. His flank was grazed shallowly, blood spraying, but it didn't matter. Wow! Rix's target remained fixed. Gerald swiftly closing the distance, Rix lunged at Gerald with his sword. But I've told you it's futile. Gerald effortlessly evaded Rix's attack, leaping back to maintain distance. You're within my sphere territory. No matter how hard you try to attack me, it's all in vain. TCH. Though tempted to continue the assault, Rix abandoned the idea upon sensing Tran's approach from behind. Sidestepping, he positioned himself to face both Gerald and Tran, readying his stance against Tran. It was inevitable, and in the next moment, the fierce battle between Tran and Rix resumed. Seeing Rix still being pushed back, Gerald pondered. HMPH. He's aiming for me, not the ancient dragon. Well, it does make sense. Despite his contempt, Gerald couldn't afford to be complacent. Because, what is that glowing sword? I have no idea what it could be. It's definitely not magic since I can't sense any magical power. He slashes through restraint magic. He slashes through scorching flame. It's absurd. Completely nonsensical. Presumably, any defensive magic would be utterly useless against that sword. Avoidance was the only option. However, despite managing to evade, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. That sword was fast. Rix's swordsmanship was extraordinary. If attacked repeatedly, sooner or later, that blade might find its way to his throat. I fear accidents. I have no choice but to increase the strength of my sphere perception by one more level, remaining vigilant against the enigmatic Rix. Gerald watched the outcome of the battle between Rix and Tran unfold. Meanwhile, elsewhere, what are you doing, Rix? We're running out of time, don't you realize? Hurry. Hurry and decide. Your trump card, use it. While casually observing the battle involving Rix and his companions, Sino finds herself lost in thought. Impatience gnaws at her heart. If we don't end this quickly, you won't be able to return to being human, that's why. At that moment, hey, Sino, watch out. Huh? Startled by Randy's voice, Sino snaps back to reality. Before she knows it, a chimera is leaping towards her, its claws and fangs brimming with overwhelming violence, enough to easily tear apart a distracted human like her. Oh no! Frantically raising her staff, but it's too late. Just as the chimera's fangs are about to seize Sino's throat, a swirling vortex of crimson flame swirls around Sino, shielding her from the chimera's attack. It's Seraphina's flames. Forced to interrupt its assault, the chimera leaps back, and at that moment, Randy boldly leaps forward, his right fist striking with all his might. His fist connects with the side of the chimera's face. While his punch might not cause significant damage to a resilient opponent like a chimera, it carries within it condensed wind. At the moment of impact, the concentrated wind explosively releases, thud, sending the chimera flying backward. It's a commendable combat instinct to capitalize on any opportunity to launch a decisive attack when it presents itself. Sino, I understand you're worried about tricks, but that opponent they're dealing with is no joke. Don't get distracted, and it's powered up with the Demon Lord relic. Amidst their conversation, the chimera, having regained its stance, leaps fiercely towards Sino and the others, dance, flames, and waltz together in the illusionary heat. Revere. At that moment, Seraphina steps forward, her rapier swaying gently as she chants the spell. Suddenly, around Seraphina, flames resembling souls flicker and emerge, causing the space to shimmer like a mirage. In the next moment, the flames materialize into numerous images of Seraphina. What? Illusory heat, an illusionary technique created by the flickering flames. There was someone who could use it in this era too? It seems to be an extremely advanced form of magic. Both Randy and Shino couldn't help but show some surprise. Meanwhile, the multitude of Seraphina's illusions swiftly dart forward and disperse, surrounding the wary chimera, and then, simultaneously, they all rush at the chimera with their rapiers aimed at it. Although the chimera manages to swipe down some of the illusions with its claws and fangs, Mississippi growl as the swiped illusions return to flames. They fiercely scorch the chimera. And then, the real Seraphina, taking advantage of the chimera's momentary hesitation, slashes it from the side with her rapier. Rix may mess with your senses, but the princess is quite the monster herself, Randy mutters as he observes the scene. Of course, Shino. You too, Rix will be fine. He's always been the one to come through in the end. With Randy's reassurance and concern. Mind your own business, Randy. Shino raises her staff and points it at a high point on the ceiling. Balance of reason, tip to my will. At that moment, the chimera, about to catch up to Seraphina and thrust its claws, freezes in place. Shino pointed her staff towards the ceiling and fell. Gravity. Did she change the direction of gravity? It's cost-effective. Unlike Seraphina's energy release magic, I'd run out of energy quickly. HMPH. Shino snorted, brushing her hair aside. What do you mean by cost-effective? Do you think gravity control is some kind of low-level magic? You're quite the monster yourself. Enough. Let's finish off the chimera quickly and go assist Rix. With that said, Shino began preparing the next spell, swaying her short staff. Everyone, provide support. May you find peace, and let your eyelids fall." Before Shino could cast her spell, Annie raised her staff and chanted a spell. There, sleep magic targeted the chimera. Naturally, such a spell wouldn't put a creature like the chimera into a deep sleep, but for that moment, its movements would certainly slow down. "Well done, now you ooh!" Exclamation mark. In response, Seraphina, Randy, and Shino each launched their attacks at the chimera. Chapter 11 The Exploding Trump Card. As the battle dragged on, Gerald's frustration grew gradually. What the hell? What are they doing? These useless idiots. Watching the battle from the rear, Gerald gritted his teeth. What was supposed to end easily, Tran and Rix's battle, was dragging on longer than expected. Initially, Tran, bolstered by Gerald's magical enhancement, had overwhelmed Rix with unmatched ferocity. However, midway through, Rix seemed to adeptly change his tactics. Instantly, the dynamics of the battle shifted. While Tran's relentless assault continued unabated, Rix was adeptly parrying his attacks. Moreover, to Gerald's annoyance, Rix relentlessly pressed forward like a mad dog, seeking to retaliate against Gerald whenever he saw an opening. It was becoming increasingly impossible to ignore. Each time, Gerald enhanced his sphere perception to evade Rix's attacks, but it was incredibly vexing. It was also incredibly annoying that Rix possessed a means, light sword flash, that could surely kill Gerald if it landed. As a result, Gerald couldn't afford to let his guard down. He had to remain vigilant at all times, and furthermore, the other first-year students battling the Chimera were also putting up quite a fight. It was extraordinary for first-year students to be able to battle a Chimera, especially one boosted by a Demon King relic, on equal footing. Seraphina, always at the forefront battling the Chimera, was renowned as a genius imperial princess, possessing overwhelming magical power, sphere mastery, and combat sense worthy of her title. Honestly, Gerald had to admit he had underestimated her. The magical prowess of a girl named Shino was also not to be underestimated. While her magical power and sphere mastery were nowhere near Seraphina's level, her skills surpassed even the Academy's instructors. Furthermore, she displayed an unnatural familiarity with magical combat, as if she were a seasoned duelist. Who is that girl, anyway? Furthermore, those two weaklings, Randy and Annie, surprisingly managed to contribute at critical moments, which annoyed Gerald. Fundamentally, Randy just stood behind Seraphina and Shino, but there were several instances where he skillfully intervened to prevent the front line from collapsing. He would cloak himself in a barrier of wind, perform strategic target selection, and overall make it easier for Seraphina and Shino to engage in combat. Frankly, it was irritating. He was weak, but irritating. And then there's Annie. Despite her weakness, she supported the team with her sleep magic, which could momentarily slow down monsters like the Chimera, and she would heal the injuries of her allies with healing magic. It was incredibly irritating. What the hell is up with these first years? Gerald wanted to crush them quickly. He wanted to summon more beasts to aid him, but he was already at his limit, as he was currently controlling an ancient dragon species on the side. He couldn't summon any more beasts beyond this. In that case, Gerald himself wanted to intervene with some kind of magic, but even that was impossible. It was Rix's fault. Because of Rix, Gerald was unnecessarily enhancing his sphere intensity in the perception aspect. Gerald was also at his limit. He couldn't use any more magic in this state. In other words, a stalemate. Gerald felt cornered from all sides. No, not cornered. Rather, if we maintain the current situation, we can win. Yes. Soon, Tran's false name recontracting would be completed. Once that happened, it would be settled. Gerald could fully utilize Tran's performance, and simultaneously, summon several more beasts. With that, the balance of this battle would quickly shift in Gerald's favor. It would shift, but, again. Once again, Rix dodged Tran's attack and came slashing towards Gerald, a flashing light sword. Of course, with his enhanced sphere perception, Gerald perfectly sensed Rix's movements and evaded. But, how many times does he need to make me feel this danger? The next moment, watching Rix escape from Tran's interference, Gerald's frustration and impatience grew stronger. And then, it happened. Gerald realized. Thanks to Tran's deepened control through the false name, he could now glean more information about Tran, and thus, he realized Tran had the ability to turn the tide of this situation in an instant. Oh, I see. HMPH. That's right. Of course, an ancient dragon species would possess this magic. In that moment, Gerald was certain of victory. There was no problem at all. If he could make Tran use this magic, the battle would be over in an instant. You've given me trouble, first years, but your valiant effort ends here. Section. Riggs. Still not yet? Shino, with a sense of urgency, briefly glanced at Riggs as he continued to calmly battle Tran. Though she was diligently supporting Serafina, Randy, and Annie's fight, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. It's almost time. Are you planning to leave humanity again? I don't know if I can bring you back as smoothly as last time. But despite Shino's concerns, Riggs showed no signs of it. He continued to wield the flash of sword in battle. It wasn't so much Riggs's lack of power as it was Tran's overwhelming strength. Shino understood that. Retreat. We need to start considering that soon. But what to do? Gerald, the Chimera, Tran. Was there any way to escape from these three formidable enemies? As Shino began to contemplate her options, something unexpected happened. Tran, who was fighting Riggs, suddenly broke away from him and created distance between them. It was a behavior that Tran hadn't exhibited before. What in the world? As Shino puzzled over this, Tran took a deep breath, and in the next moment, snap! Shino's consciousness faded to white, and she was sent flying. Section. In a word, that attack was sound, and it pierced the ears, shattering souls with a deafening roar. Its origin? Tran's shout. She simply opened her mouth wide and let out a powerful roar, nothing more, but it was incredibly potent. A dragon. Its roar was like a great bow, its words like shooting stars. The roar, causing the very air to tremble, carried with it a tremendous impact and power, directly piercing through human souls and minds. The roar of a dragon. As creatures positioned higher in the food chain than humans, their intimidation tactics instilled primal fear in human hearts, shattering all thoughts like a kind of magic. The roar of a dragon bound people in chains of fear, paralyzing their bodies and causing temporary loss of vision, hearing, touch, every sense. This is the dragon language magic. Overwhelming roar. Simply put, it's the most powerful magic that solidifies dragons as the strongest beings. Section. You're pathetic, Gerald said, sneering at the scene. The dragon's overwhelming roar can select its targets, and those who hear it will have their spheres destroyed, become unable to think, and completely immobilized for a while. Just like you all. As Gerald glared, there stood Shino, Serafina, Randy, Annie, and Riggs, frozen in place. Despite the enemy being right in front of them, they showed no reaction, unmoving and staring into the void. You all put up a good fight, but it's over now. With disdain in his voice, Gerald dismissed them and gave orders to his summoned beasts. Do it. Kill them all without mercy. Upon receiving his command, Tran and the Chimera launched an attack on Riggs and the others, who were now completely helpless. The outcome was clear. The fate of Riggs and the others was sealed at that moment. I've been waiting for this moment. With a flash of sword, drawing a trajectory like a shooting star, Riggs unleashed two flashes, swiftly cutting through the space of the immediate area, slicing the Chimera in half on either side and slamming Tran aside with force. The one who unleashed that sword flash, naturally, was Riggs. I've been waiting for this moment when Tran's target shifts from me to someone else. You fool. Why? Gerald, his eyes widening in astonishment, couldn't believe the turn of events. Everyone who hears the overwhelming roar invariably loses their minds. So why? As if he couldn't hear, Riggs began to rush towards Gerald. No, he can't hear. Gerald suddenly realized if he observed Riggs's condition through his extremely enhanced sphere perception, he would have noticed the slight changes in Riggs's own state that he had overlooked while focusing solely on Riggs's movements. Riggs's entire body was already heavily damaged, but somehow, that damage had increased just slightly. It was his eardrums. Huh? Looking at Riggs's ears, dripping with blood as he charged fiercely, Gerald couldn't believe it. That first year. He's an idiot. He ruptured his eardrums. Who the hell defends against the overwhelming roar like that? Is he stupid? But the fact remained, Rix had been thwarted. It needed to be addressed. No problem. With such a high level of sphere perception deployed, I can easily anticipate attacks from that first year. I can dodge them. Dodging the initial attack, using the capacity freed up from losing the Chimera, Gerald planned to counterattack with magic and end it. He quickly regained his composure, confidently anticipating victory. But here we go. This is my trump card. Rix, rapidly closing in on Gerald, threw his sword upwards. What? Gerald momentarily froze at Rix's incomprehensible actions. Before Gerald, Rix pulled something out from the sleeve of his robe. It was an awkward-looking round ball. Rix began to ignite it with the magical tool freighter that he also took out. In the next moment, the round ball burst with a bang, causing a massive explosion. Red, blue, yellow, various colored flames scattered chaotically in all directions. Yes, what Rix had detonated in his hand was a magical firework. What? Gerald, shielding himself with his shield against the blast, could only feel confusion. What was the meaning behind Rix's actions? Moreover, the damage to Rix from being at the center of the explosion was immense. He was engulfed in flames of various colors raging around him like a storm. But Gerald quickly realized, yes, at this very moment, the abnormal amount of information within his sphere of perception. Too much information? The magical fireworks detonated by Rix generated sparks of magic with various wavelengths simultaneously. In other words, each spark could be considered a different spell. Essentially, in terms of sphere perception, the current situation was flooded with information. And the fact that Gerald had drastically heightened his sphere perception to respond to Rix's movements only exacerbated this flood of information. Now, the existence of Rix, whom Gerald needed to focus on the most, was being overwhelmed and obscured by this flood of information. Without sphere perception, Gerald, a novice as a warrior, would have no hope of keeping up with Rix's superhuman physical abilities and martial arts skills. As if to prove this point, what? Rix's figure disappeared before Gerald's eyes. In just an instant, he had lost sight of him. Where is he? Where did he go? Frantically, Gerald stopped searching for Rix with his sphere perception and relied on his eyes to scout, but it was already too late. Here, Rix was behind Gerald, raising his right hand towards the ceiling. Huh? As Gerald turned to face the Rix behind him, and simultaneously, as the spinning sword fell, it landed neatly in Rix's outstretched right hand without him even glancing upwards. Ah, senpai, thank you for your guidance. Before he could finish, Rix slammed the hilt of the sword into Gerald's face. A clean hit. Without sphere perception, there was no way Gerald could have avoided Rix's sword. Ugh! With a pitiful scream, Gerald was sent flying, completely losing consciousness in a single blow. Crack! The magical relic shattered upon impact, dissipating into nothingness, and thus, with a single firework, the battle with the Public Safety Enforcement Division came to a close. Chapter 12. True Name. Hey, Rix, are you stupid? You must be. Everything was over. Regaining her senses, as soon as she heard the situation from Rix, that was Shino's first words. During that blank period when everyone was in a state of shock, having learned what Rix had done, the comrades who knew everything were now looking at Rix with eyes as if seeing some strange creature. What's up, Shino? I won. So what's the problem? What's wrong? Rix pursed his lips, seeming somewhat sullen. Thanks to Annie's healing magic, the damage to his ears and body had completely healed. Bursting your eardrums is just stupid, and suicide bombing is already idiotic. That's harsh. Normal folks would just laugh it off, saying ha ha, you're kidding, but not you, Rix. You really did it, huh? Beyond being amazed, I truly respect you. Both Serafina and Randy sighed, half in disbelief. Rix, please, stop being reckless. Only Annie seemed genuinely worried, which made Rix feel uneasy. At that moment, Shino asked, by the way, how did you predict Tran's shockwave scream, huh? Oh, that incredible roar, the shockwave scream, is that what it's called? Well, let's see. For a while, Rix crossed his arms and pondered. Flashes of a certain swordsman and a certain dragon engaged in a fierce battle flickered in his mind. Such a scene, but soon, it dissipated from his mind. Eventually, Rix replied, "Just a hunch." "Never mind. I was stupid to ask you." Shino could only sigh deeply at Rix's usual behavior. "By the way, is Tran okay now?" "It's okay." "Tran has also revoked the false name with Gerald and the one-sided contract with you." Rix looked down at Tran, who was lying beside him. Her appearance was painfully transformed due to the progression of her dragonification. Will she be able to return to her original form properly? "Technically, there is a way to revert her with magic, but it's too advanced, and with my current weak sphere, there's nothing I can do. We'll have to rely on the power of the Academy's instructors, Lucia-sensei." Rix imagined the figure of the transcendently beautiful and kind goddess-like teacher of the Academy. "Is it really okay to revoke it on your own? What if that scary Tran comes back?" "That should be fine too." After thorough investigation, it seems there was a lingering remnant of attachment in the one-sided contract with you. It might be pitiful to erase it, but in the end, it's for Tran's sake. Shino shrugged. "In the end, why was there a one-sided contract from Tran to you? The truth has been shrouded in darkness." "Well, there were various things, but for now, it's settled." Yeah, let's go home. I'm really tired." "Yeah." Encouraged by their companions, Rix tried to lift Tran, when suddenly, thump, an unsettling pulse seemed to echo in the surroundings. "Huh? What's wrong?" As Shino and Rix discussed the uneasiness suspiciously. Suddenly, Tran suddenly began to scream loudly like a beast's roar, writhing in intense agony. And then, furthermore, "Hey, look! Something's happening to Tran's body." "What?" Upon closer inspection, there was a disturbance in Tran's previously stable body. New scales were growing one after another on Tran's body, covering her entirely. Her body structure was rapidly changing. It began to swell significantly. Atavism. Pushing Rix aside, Shino rushed to Tran, pressing the tip of her cane against Tran's body and chanting a spell. "But it's no use. It won't stop." "What do you mean, Shino?" "It's too late." Through the false name, Tran has been continuously given magic power beyond her vessel's capacity through the demonic relics. As an instinctive defense mechanism, Tran's undergoing atavism. Even though you defeated Gerald and stopped the source of magical supply, Tran's body had already exceeded its limit long ago. In this state, she'll regress all the way back. Back to where? It's obvious, isn't it? To the dragon, to the tyrant ruling atop all things. Shino's words sent shockwaves through everyone. But even if she regresses, Tran will still be Tran, right? You're naive. I said atavism, didn't I? Dragons gain rationality through long ages, but it's obvious she'll regress to a beast-like creature before acquiring that rationality. At that point, there won't be the personality of Tran anymore. What? This is bad. A mighty dragon like Tran won't stay quietly confined in this tiny secret room. She'll definitely break out and rampage in the outside world. If that happens, the Academy, no, this country will be engulfed in flames. Driven by the instincts of a dragon, Tran will destroy and devour everything in her overwhelming power, or perhaps, before that, she'll be dealt with by the great mages of the Academy. Either way, it will lead to the worst outcome. Shino, what should we do? What can we? Rix approached Shino, who had turned pale. But it's too late. Before it happens, we have no choice but to kill her. Taken aback by Shino's words, Rix looked down at Tran in shock. Even as this happened, Tran's atavism was progressing rapidly. Step back, Rix. This burden is too heavy for you, isn't it? I'll handle it. With a pained expression, Shino aimed her cane at Tran. Seeing this, Randy, Serafina, and Annie intervened. Wait, Shino. Don't rush it. Yeah, Shino-san, calm down. What? You guys, you understand the situation. We do. We understand. But isn't this too much? Shut up. I don't want to kill her any more than you do, okay? As Rix's companions clamored behind him, ignoring them somewhat detachedly, Rix gazed down at Tran, who was currently undergoing atavism, writhing in agony. I'm sorry, Tran. It's because of me. If only he hadn't left the group on his own accord, at least Dran wouldn't be suffering like this. At least, I'll send you off. Rix drew his sword. He glanced at his left ring finger. Naturally, Shino's charm had long been burned away. Don't worry, I'll catch up to you soon enough. Saying so, Rix poised his sword above Tran with both hands raised high. A light began to emanate from the tip of his sword. Unlike the battle with Gerald at dusk, this light was dazzling, incomparable to anything before. What? Rix, what are you doing? Hey, stop. Finally noticing Rix's actions amidst the commotion, his companions rushed towards him, but it was too late. Once he swung the sword down, it would be over. I can't let my little sister's mistake go unpunished. After all, I'm your big brother. Rix. Stop. Ignoring his companion's protests, Rix moved to strike down the suffering Tran with his sword. Just at that moment, what triggered it? Was it Rix's personality sinking deep into the depths of his ego that was the trigger, or perhaps, was it the current situation that served as the trigger? Despite the uncertainty, Rix, indeed, glimpsed it. Somewhere, sometime, he certainly witnessed that scene. Section. On that day, the cold rain fell relentlessly, its deafening roar echoing through the air. Heavy rain clouds loomed overhead, occasionally pierced by flashes of lightning that briefly illuminated the darkness enveloping this vast wilderness. A young swordsman gazed down below with a vacant expression. There lay a massive dragon, as if abandoned, sprawled out before him. The dragon was on the brink of death. There was no saving it. No magic could prolong its life. Its wings were torn, its tail severed, its horns, fangs, and claws broken, its limbs crushed and contorted. Its entire body was covered in countless deep wounds, charred and mercilessly ravaged. With each passing moment, its lifeblood drained away, washed away by the rain. The young swordsman trembled as he gazed upon the grotesque form of his once majestic friend. Is that you, Swordsman Sama? Whether sensing the young man's presence or not, the dragon made no move, murmuring, "So, it is fortunate to see you one last time, Tran." The young man clenched his fist and demanded, "Why? Why did you act on your own? Why did you challenge the Demon King of Twilight alone? Why couldn't you wait for me? Why?" It is pointless sentimentality and meddling. In a voice strained as if wrung out, the dragon replied, "I simply did not wish for Swordsman Sama to commit such a cruel act as killing your beloved childhood friend with your own hands." In the torrential rain, it was hard to discern, but likely, at this moment, the young man was crying. "That is the opponent you will face, swordsman." "Hey," I thought. "Perhaps there might be some meaningful fight. But look at this situation." Laugh all you want. In the end, I couldn't do anything, achieve nothing. But, hey. Nevertheless, not a bad life. No, it was a life as a dragon. The journey walked with the swordsman seems like the most radiant time to me, who lived through countless futile moments. But it's lonely thinking this is goodbye to the swordsman. Feels terribly lonely. Sad to think I would have such feelings. I don't want to be separated from the swordsman. Not to part with you. In the heavy rain, it was unclear. Likely, surely, at this moment, the dragon was crying too. I want to be reborn, if possible. This time, not as a dragon but as a human. Even if it's as the swordsman's brother or sister. Always. This time, forever. Together. Requesting the coup de grace, swordsman. Honestly, it's excruciatingly painful. If it's the end, then at least, let the last moment be, by the swordsman's hand. To such a plea from the dragon, the young man silently drew his sword and held it high with both hands. Clearly, he saw light at the tip of that sword, the dazzling light of dawn, and then, at last, the dragon, Tran, spoke. "Swordsman, there is something I wish for you to accept. In my final moments, my true name my everything. Even in death, my soul shall be with the swordsman. It is the proof of our vow. Will you accept it? The dragon, Tran spoke. While holding his sword high, the young man nodded silently. Thank you. Saying so, the dragon, mustering its last strength, lifted its head and gazed straight at the young man, and then, it said proudly, remember, my dear eternal friend, my true name is Section. Inaudible words. It was a reflexive action. Approximately, in the midst of a daydream, the name the dragon had spoken, a name woven with sounds quite unlike human speech, was echoed by Rix in a moment of spinal reflex as he swung down his sword. At that moment, clang! Tran's body, experiencing a throwback, surged intensely with heat. A dazzling light began to dye the surroundings completely, white, pure white, turning everything white. What's happening now? No way. Could this be? The bewildered gazes of Rix's companions also began to be engulfed in whiteness. And then Epilogue new daily life. No way. Ha ha ha. You never cease to amaze me, Rix. In the headmaster's office, the hearty voice of Headmaster Jake resounded. I never would have expected you to grasp Ran's true name, the ancient dragons, and formally summon her as a familiar. Who could have predicted such an outcome? Exactly. It's a hassle. But right now in the Magic Society, there's an unprecedented uproar over the emergence of a young genius summoner who has grasped the true name of an ancient dragon for the first time in centuries. HMPH. You, who can't use any proper magic or spheres, how on earth did you manage to uncover the true name of an ancient dragon? Well, I won't bother asking. In magic, results are everything. You achieved the result. That's all that matters. Crawford and Darwin also expressed their surprise. But, Rix, this incident was a disaster. As for the issue with the Public Order Maintenance Division, we'll handle it strictly through the Student Council. Thanks to you guys, the existence of a previously unknown secret room has also been revealed. That's another achievement. Ah. Is that so? To Rix, who seemed rather uninterested, Jake continued. However, it's unfortunate about Gerald. There was definitely some connection with the praying faction in the background, and I thought we might have been able to get some leads, but as usual, he couldn't remember anything about the source of the Demon Lord's relics. He definitely made contact with someone at that time, but no matter how much magic we used to search his memories, we couldn't identify that person. Well, frustrating. But their cover-ups are always flawless. If they were such easy opponents to catch, it wouldn't be a challenge. Darwin sniffed disapprovingly, but well, honestly, Rix couldn't care less about that. By the way, Sensei, with Tran now contracted as a familiar through a halfway contract, the expulsion matter is resolved, right? Of course. And I summoned an ancient dragon as a familiar, didn't I? Isn't that quite an accomplishment? It's worthy of recognition by the Academy, isn't it? Of course. You can be proud, young man. That means, all right, I've cleared all the expulsion cases, Rix exclaimed in joy. That's great, that's great. I can safely continue to spend my time at the Academy. All right, from now on, I'll continue to strive towards becoming a mage, and in the future, I'll pursue a profession far from battle, marry a lovely wife, and die peacefully in bed surrounded by grandchildren. And at that moment, let me make it clear, Rix, the expulsion case due to your poor grades at the end of the school year is still ongoing. I encourage you to continue producing some kind of results. What? Why? I summoned an ancient dragon familiar? You fool. Those flashy achievements will surely be offset by negative evaluations due to the destruction of valuable phoenix eggs caused by your reckless actions. Oh. Crawford patted Rix's shoulder as if to say there, while he was stunned. Since Tran has officially become your familiar, everything she does will now be your responsibility. HMPH, I simply offset all the messes caused by your ancient dragon. Be grateful. Well, there's no need to despair, Rix. You've summoned a powerful ancient dragon as your familiar. Even if you fail to produce any further results and end up being expelled from the Academy, you'll have plenty of job offers. Yeah, that's right. For example, mercenaries, Professional soldiers, adventurers, monster hunters, bounty hunters, magic hunters. Any combat-oriented profession would be eager to have you. No. Rix's anguished cry echoed in the headmaster's office. It felt oddly familiar. Section. Well, at least you avoided expulsion. Joining Rix on his way back from the headmaster's office, Randy encouraged him by patting his shoulder. I hate combat-oriented jobs. 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 This feels oddly familiar too. Randy shrugged as Rix muttered the same thing over and over again. Cheer up, Rix. You dodged a bullet, you know? You still have one more year. It's too early to give up, don't you think? Knowing Rix, who had also joined them, scolded him. But really, Rix never ceases to surprise us. Summoning an ancient dragon as a familiar for real. From now on, no matter what Rix does, I won't be surprised anymore. It feels like everything will just be because it's Rix. Yeah. Seriously. However, while saying so, Shino wasn't feeling calm inside. To think Rix knew Tran's true name. What exactly are you, Rix? Nevertheless, Shino had only one clue about Rix's true identity. The Dawn Swordsman. He was just an ordinary swordsman who killed Shino, the Twilight Demon Lord, in her past life. If Rix was some sort of reincarnation of that man, it would explain why Rix could wield the flash of light, and it wouldn't be surprising that he knew the true name of a certain ancient dragon. However, no matter how much he thought about it, Shino's thoughts always reached a dead end. Rix being the actual Dawn Swordsman, the one who killed me, is absolutely impossible. Whether it's through reincarnation or transmigration, he's definitely a complete stranger. That much was an absolute fact. In the sphere, there existed wavelengths unique to each individual, like fingerprints. If Rix were the reincarnation of the Dawn Swordsman, their sphere wavelengths should match. However, Rix's wavelength and the Dawn Swordsman's wavelength were completely different. Rix's sphere was warped, almost like an artificial construct. It made her doubt whether he was truly human again. And yet, Tran had unilaterally contracted with Rix, another mystery. When asked, Rix seemed to have vague memories that resembled those of the Dawn Swordsman, but he didn't seem to care at all. You should care a little bit more. Shino's head began to ache. What exactly was the light sword flash Rix used? And what was the inhumane mechanism surrounding it? The idea that the Dawn Swordsman had such a mechanism with the light sword flash was unbelievable, even coming from Shino, who had fought him in her previous life. Rix, there's something strange about your existence. Where did you come from? But thinking about it now wouldn't change anything. Deciding to keep it in the back of her mind for now, Shino thought so at that moment. Aniki. Someone came flying down the hallway at incredible speed. It was Tran. As Rix grasped Tran's true name, he immediately ordered her to stop the ancestral transformation, and Tran's body returned to its original state. She had discarded her tattered clothes and now wore the same uniform and white robe as Rix and the others. It seemed she still liked hoods, as she always had it pulled down low over her eyes. Tran came running straight towards Rix. Hey, Rix, where are we going today? Tran's head slammed directly into Rix's chest, sending him flying. Aniki, where are we going today? To the other side. Cough. Oh, okay. Tran is looking forward to it. You're just full of irony. Tran shook Rix vigorously, who was now foaming at the mouth with rolled back eyes. Hey, Tran, Rix is gonna die, you know? But he's so lively. Tran kept shaking Rix enthusiastically as Serafina and Annie arrived with wry smiles. So, what's the plan now? Are we continuing our club activities tour? Yeah, that's the plan. Sorry for dragging everyone along. Nah, it's fun anyway. Indeed, it wouldn't hurt to join a club myself. I might try joining one too. Well, let's just go around for now. We can take our time to think about it later. Sorry for causing trouble, though. Seriously. As they exchanged words, The 5 of them plus one pet began walking down the academy's corridors. In the midst of it, Rix whispered to Tran. "Hey, Tran. Is it okay? What's up? I mean, pulling you away from the battlefield and keeping you at this academy." Tran chuckled. "What are you saying now, Aniki?" Didn't Tran remember that Aniki fought desperately for Tran's sake, risking his life? Even though it's vague, Tran remembers that, you know. Suddenly, Rix remembered the battle with Gerald. Seeing Aniki like that, Tran understood. Aniki never considered Tran unnecessary. Tran was happy about that. Yeah. Finally, you get it. And besides, Tran chuckled teasingly at Rix. Tran is Aniki's summoned beast, right? So, Tran can't disobey Aniki at all anymore. Well, that's true, but, to tie up such an innocent little girl like a slave, Aniki's a monster, a lichen, a pedo creep. Tran-san? Where did you learn that? Those words. Shino said it. Shino. Well, anyway, the loser follows the winner. That's also the mercenary code. Since Aniki won against Tran, it's only natural for Tran to follow Aniki. Honestly, Tran doesn't understand anything other than fighting, but if the victorious Aniki says to find another path, Tran will try to find it. I see. And yeah, now that I think about it, the reason Tran chased after Aniki was actually much simpler than expected. Then, like a puppy playing, Tran leapt onto Rix's arm, hanging from it. With a smile like the sun, she said, "Tran just wanted to be with beloved Aniki forever." Rix couldn't help but feel embarrassed at Tran's straightforward declaration. Well, is this girly alley this cute? Rix scratched his head, not entirely displeased. Just then, Shino firmly grabbed Tran's head hanging from Rix's arm with one hand and began to pull him away. Shino's eyes were unusually calm. I don't wanna. I won't listen to what Shino say. Nah, I don't know. I can't stand her instinctively. It's impossible. We're natural enemies. So give it up." This impudent. "Please stop fighting with my arm." Watching Rix and the others, Randy smirked. "Geez, with these weirdos joining, it's gonna get even more lively." Then, Randy suddenly turned to Serafina and Annie. At that moment, I haven't said anything yet, you know." With a composed look in their eyes, Annie's staff and Serafina's rapier crossed in an X shape from both sides, pressing against Randy's neck. And so, life at Estoria Magic Academy continues. Section. In a certain place. Within the darkness, someone is speaking. Was it worth losing a precious artifact of the Demon Lord just to unlock a single secret room of unknown significance? I deem that it was worth it. From my perspective, that secret room is likely a crucial point for our ultimate goal. Regardless, sooner or later, that room had to be unlocked. I hope your judgment is not mistaken. But what will we do? Ancient dragonkind has attached themselves to the current Demon Lord of Twilight. Isn't this a failure on our part? Even for us, it's becoming increasingly difficult to lay a hand on the Demon Lord of Twilight. Is that so? Conversely, one could argue that this incident has brought attention to that ordinary group of first-year students within the academy, especially Rix, the boy known as the False Dawn Swordsman, who is a friend of the current Demon Lord of Twilight and has officially summoned an ancient dragonkind as his familiar in this incident. Various factions within the academy are likely to begin moving for various reasons regarding this unique individual. It's not just within the academy. There will surely be external interference as well. He is the eye of the storm. Since the incident, Dudruk's tragedy, the academy, which has been stagnant and deadlocked, will once again begin to experience upheaval centered around him. This chaos of upheaval is our greatest opportunity. After all, could it be that the fulfillment of our long-cherished desire is closer than we think? Well, I hope so. Oh well, for now, you're our highest leader. I'll leave it to your judgment for a while. Thank you. However, whether it was the incident on Campbell Street last time or this incident with the ancient dragonkind, you tend to be a bit too daring. Frankly, we've been on edge for quite some time. To ride the wave or to resist it. Now that's where the fun lies, isn't it? Well, for someone of your caliber, it's understandable to be bold, but I recommend moving a bit more cautiously in the future. I'll consider it. May the grace of the Great Ones be upon you. And so, as if to say this conversation is over, the presence in the darkness fades away, melting into the shadows. Section. Life at Astoria Magic Academy continues as usual. However, behind the scenes, unfathomable malice quietly begins to stir. Afterward. Hello, it's Hituji Taro. This time, I'm pleased to announce the release of the second volume of my new work, The Wizard's Last Card. I'd like to express my endless gratitude to the editors, publishers, and all the readers who have picked up this book. Thank you very much. Now, what I thought while writing this second volume is, well, Magic Academy stories are just so much fun. It's easy to imagine all sorts of fun scenarios with magic schools. If there were classes like this, clubs like that, friends like these, senpais and teachers like those. Magic Academy stories naturally lend themselves to enjoyable daydreaming. Thanks to that, Astoria Magic Academy is heading in a more chaotic direction with each volume. As the series progresses, I can't help but wonder what will become of this school. I guess there's a bit of anxiety on the author's part about that too. Laughs. And of course, it's a staple of light novels to introduce a new heroine in the second volume. So, in this second volume, we have the debut of the new heroine, Tran-chan. She's a brainless muscle-head character like Rix, but she also carries some heavy burdens and the mysteries. Personally, I think she's become quite an interesting and cute character. Introducing a new character always brings some anxiety, like whether readers will accept and come to like this character. Characters are like our own children to us authors, after all, so if readers out there take a liking to Tran, find her interesting or cute, it would be a great honor for me as the author. With that said, I'll continue writing about Rix and his friends' amusing and quirky school life, so please continue to support me in the future. Well then, let's meet again in the next volume. Hituji Taro. End of Volume 2.